and welcome to the Round 2 UniVersus Regional here in Las Vegas. I'm Ryan Levine, joined here by Calvin Harrigal, a.k.a. Wub. We found him. Here he is. Levi's here too. Levi has some special announcements coming up in just a second, but we will kind of guide you all into this event. So, yesterday, we did all the way to the finals of teams. We still have not crowned a Las Vegas Premier Teams champion, but we did see some fascinating decks.
Yeah, I got to see what people were working on. It's
cool. In top 8, I had the pleasure of commentating a match with the Metenkin versus Caduceus. Probably world first UniVersus matchup, to be honest. So we had a good time with that. What was your top 4 match? I didn't catch that, actually.
It was George Zhang on Reiner Marley Shield against Andrew Porat.
So
on Rodan.
National champion against 2-time regional champion.
No, it was a great
one. So today, I hope we have some matches of that caliber. I imagine that we will. We are coming hot off the heels of the Bandit Erratas for, it was just Titan of Terror, right? Just Titan of Terror got the errata, first form, no check necessary, got Sharpied off the card, and we've seen its presence has, I wouldn't say vanished. I did see a couple yesterday in teams, but it is nowhere near the behemoth that was, and now I think all eyes were on Reiner. We have some LC data we're talking about a little bit later where I think all eyes might still be on Reiner, but the people, the whispers on social media might lead you to believe that Pony is in contention. Pumat is still up there. Pumat has been making some showings since Worlds with Massive Mutant Machine. But what are your thoughts on the best decks, and what do you think will be the most represented today, and what do you think will have the best conversion into day 2?
It's really interesting because Reiner didn't really show up yesterday. I mean, I say that, and he was in the semifinals, but you know, like we didn't see a ton of it. And one of my theories when I was talking to Snuggie was like, I think people were just maybe trying teams decks, you know, like there have been metas where there was a very good deck. You know, I think our first regional was Kiss Me in 2024. And you know, there was a very clear best deck then, and people just chose not to really play it as much.
Ojiro was the best deck, and then I played one in 10 rounds or whatever.
Just something crazy like that.
Just anything.
So like, you know, that could happen, but I think from the LC data we have, which we can dig into a bit here, Reiner is still showing up for sure, and I think that he is still the deck to beat, and I think they will be, you know, doing well in this event. I anticipate him to, you know, he's still just a very powerful character. Nothing about him really changed. You know, Tot was sort of a good matchup for him in a way, but at the same time, he just generally has a very good matchup spread, I think. And losing, you know, his best matchup doesn't necessarily, I guess it depends, you know, if there's something that's like very good specifically into Reiner, but I don't know if I've really seen that.
Yeah, in my opinion at least, some of the best cards against Reiner are on the order symbol, and we've talked about this previously, but Reiner has a hard time playing them because the Reiner deck has so much engine. It's probably the UniVersus deck with the least amount of space for tech that I've maybe ever seen. It's because you have to balance the backups, the assets, the token generation, that you don't have room to just put random, like Artificial Power. I think is a fantastic card against Reiner. That's on the order and all. I don't remember its third symbol, unfortunately. I think Evil, maybe.
I think so.
It's a 1-diff flip. Your rival sacrifices a power token. Your attack gets +2 damage. If you can keep Reiner off of the power token and then attack his backups, it's very, very difficult for Reiner to flip. And I think that is, in my opinion, the best, most efficient avenue to deal with him. It's on the order symbol, but I don't think you can fit it in the Reiner deck because then you're sacrificing so much consistency.
Yeah, and you can like sort of increase your deck size or something, but the problem is like the power token access is gated by pretty much exactly Crystal Formation and hitting them with a 3/3 with Monsterverse Machine. And if you aren't able to do that, you can't really get that 4th card type. I know like backups are a thing, but at the same time, once the game, you know, back and forth is happening, they can be very easily removed.
Your opponent can just attack it.
Yes,
that's all it takes.
Most likely. Yeah. And I think that Artificial Power attacks Reiner in a way that like the momentum hate cards don't necessarily do, because there's a lot of momentum hate, but at the end of the day, your opponent can just hit you 4 times because they drew a bunch of attacks, and then it's like, okay, well, you know, I've got a couple things I can stop tension, maybe Radiant Visage, but you might just run out. Whereas power tokens, it's pretty easy to have an, you know, you have 4 artificial powers, 4 crystal formations, those just answer each other. So if you see the same number your opponent does, you're ahead.
All right. The announcements are going. We're going to finish up here, and then very soon we will be handing it over to Levi. But the other deck, I think, that has been the talk of the town that I want to talk about is Pony. that character got eroded, and I think it is the second character that we've seen maybe that still sees play after getting eroded historically in this game. When a character gets eroded, people just throw it into the trash.
Devil Jin,
Devil Jin and Pony, and we saw some Pony yesterday. We saw Pony draw 19,000 cards in a turn with Wishheart, Feral Shriek,
it is
Electric
karmic
Mob.
justice that we're the ones who have to talk about the Pony regional, but here we are.
Yeah. We are documented Pony non-believers, but maybe Pony will prove us all wrong today.
Yeah,
definitely a lot of people playing that deck.
I think the Queen of the Monsters, just that card in general is so powerful. It's really enabling a lot of like aggressive air decks or decks that could, because it also has Earth. Earth and Attuned Air is also kind of the same angle. Access to like Hunter's Ally plus Team Hero. That's all on Earth, both Earth and Air if you have Air on your character. So I think it's just the kind of thing where you're seeing people try it in Rodan, you're seeing people try it in Pony. I've heard Geigen, like maybe Geigen doesn't show up. I think people will pick what they think the best aggro character is. And then, even if that ends up being on the Earth symbol, it's the same package, like I said, because of the symbols in the cards.
Yeah. Earth also getting access to Destructive Heat Ray. I don't necessarily think Pony would play that card, but we have seen Angress also be a pretty represented character. I think I saw like 5 or 6 of them in teams.
When I was
yesterday.
walking around the teams, I think I counted like 5 of them. Yeah. And we saw Calvin DeHaan playing it on stream yesterday with
Acidic Sludge, which he had that really, really crazy game 2 where we did not think he would find lethal, and then Acidic Sludge, sack Queen of the Monster, stack a 6, draw with Fearsome, and then he just had 20 million damage, and Pony died because Pony only has 20 something health.
Yeah. And Anguirus, he gets power tokens when any attack hits.
Yes, any attack.
So you can play things like Acidic Sludge and you don't get the plus speed on it, but at the same time, if your move that you're putting power tokens on is the one with the +1/+2, then it's not super relevant. So I also commentated a match with Bridget where Luna was playing Bridget, and we saw Acidic Sludge doing the same thing, where she was stacking attacks and then getting momentum off the Bridget response.
Because Bridget generates momentum from hitting. You put a face down into your momentum.
Yeah, and then Godzilla or Spylanti was the draw card of choice there, so it's more repeatable than some of the draw spam. So there's definitely these kind of engines floating around. People are sort of trying to figure out what character is the right spot for it. There are decks that are centered entirely around the character, and then there are decks where these engines kind of drive it, like these airlists that we're talking about. So I think we're getting... No, we're not.
All right. Levi is fiddling with the podium. So I guess the final deck that maybe is an expected contender is Pumat. You played that quite a bit in the past. I know you decided it wasn't what you wanted when Titan of Terror was still around.
Yes.
But where do you think it fares now? How does it do into Reiner? I don't think I've ever... I know you didn't think that was a great matchup for Pumat. Do you still feel that way?
Yeah, so I personally believe it's not a great matchup, and one of the issues is that Pumat Soul does not have great answers into a roaming cancel, and Reiner very frequently has a roaming cancel.
Plays 6 minimum.
Yes. Your foundations are not sacred versus Reiner. Once he flips, you cannot really build anything that effective, or you get it for 1 enhanced step if you use it Team Hero, because Team Hero, builds after the Reiner response is used, so you get that foundation for exactly 1 attack, which is not great. But when you're facing down a roaming cancel, it can be really, really hard because these pristine sword plays, you try and kill your opponent from like 21 sometimes, and that just doesn't work.
Yeah.
You have to have like multiple and the ability to stack like multiple, massive mutant machines and everything. My advice to anyone who is looking to play Pumat in this meta is make sure you have Waylay. I think that card in the sideboard is like specifically for Pumat, like fantastic at getting around the Reiner matchup. It is the easiest way to dodge the roaming cancel. I tried it for the Chicago Regional because I thought it'd be really good, and it did not work very well for Reiner there. Reiner is more of a quantity of moves character. Pumat, on the other hand, just wants to send
Pumat is quality over quantity for sure.
Pumat just pristine sword play stuff. Yeah. So I don't know if we'll really see a lot of Pumat today. I think people maybe took my words to heart about the matchup not being that great into Reiner, and really believed that. But I guess we'll see. I'm not sure.
I can't think of any other characters off the top of my head that really stand out, but let me think about our matches yesterday.
There's like King Ghidorah too.
Oh, that was another very popular character.
About that one.
Yeah, for sure.
It's the absence of Guardian Angel of Chinatown was something we were talking about yesterday, because the water characters just aren't really as present as they were before. So that defense really comes up. You know, the effectively 3 resets for, you know, damage.
Yeah, I can't even think of a water attuned character. I guess Bridget. Bridget has air water. Yeah, Bridget. Yeah. But I cannot think of. Sorry, I cannot think of many other water attuned characters that I would even think to bring
not
right
in the
now.
tournament, you know.
Yeah,
we were a friend of the Karama
yeah.
deck, but you know,
Yeah.
like it looks like today we are going to do 7 rounds of Swiss, and then it'll be a cut to top 8.
Okay.
Okay. So the players are sitting down for round 1 now, and then I think Levi has a special presentation for us that we will get to show you. But he's not at the podium.
We've been faked out twice now. Yeah. Let's see. Let me just we'll do some list of other characters that we.
So a couple other decks I did see yesterday.
Yeah.
I don't know if we even have time.
Shin
Godzilla is something that I've seen people playing.
Yeah.
And it is the kind of thing where these card destruction effects, a lot of times you just kind of skip over them when they just don't target destroy or anything. But there's like a critical mass of them at this point. And then Shin is very good at playing a longer game where you have to keep trying to rebuild and then getting blown up 3-4 foundations that turn, because Shin also then heals that back.
Yeah.
So if you do not have a really tall attack, it can just take forever to kill that character.
And as we saw or talked about earlier, Reiner sometimes has a hard time getting those foundations anyway because he has so many backups and assets in his deck. So Reiner's probably not going to draw 5 foundations. He's probably going to have 2, maybe an asset.
You might have to play the game on like 0 foundations against Shin Godzilla, and that is terrifying. You know. You have Thunder Spear Rod, which is a 3-diff attack, but a lot of times, like, the best tension is a 5-diff. You have to pass.
You might not flip because you have no foundations in your stage. You might not be able to flip because you don't have a foundation. That's a card type that you're missing.
See that today? Oh
that would be
gosh.
I hope we do now. That's going on the bingo card. Is Reiner unable to flip because Shin Godzilla puts him to 0 foundations?
Yeah, and one of the problems is, you know, Shin can poke a backup and then destroy a foundation. So if you play backups into Shin Godzilla, you're gonna have assets. That's all you need. Your stage will be a couple soups. So.
A couple soups, maybe a power token.
Yeah.
And no foundations and no backups. It would be tough.
I'm trying to think other things in the LC list that I saw people playing yesterday. I saw some Biollante. That's a deck that I've spent some time on. I really enjoy it. I go back and forth with Ross Aubrey on it. I just think that Loop the Loop in that character is analogous to teaming with the Attack Titan because of the way you can, like, you know, put cards in your card pool, play it really late, and it's like this essentially free attack with Frenzy.
I love Loop the Loop. That's a card that I think hasn't quite found its home. We've gotten close a couple times. I really liked it in it's Sam Rutherford, where he gets to play
the Sam that switches stats.
Yeah, the Sam that switches stats. He has a really cool play with Thunder Spear Barrages, stuff like that, and then you loop the loop. It has Frenzy, and then it picks them up in the end phase. You can keep going.
You can keep going.
That was a really cool deck with a lot of 3 diffs, so very easy to pass attacks. And then Loop the Loop pairs so well with Thunder Spear Barrage in general if you have a character that's order attuned with the Loop the Loop symbols, because Thunder Spear Barrage is a very cheap card that encourages blocking, and then Loop the Loop has Frenzy, so it'll get stats. Basically, block Thunder Spear Barrages, and then Loop the Loop will add Thunder Spear Barrage back to your hand.
So that would be like air or water main symbol in order
with order attuned
secondary, which is pretty much
anyone
Sam,
with that spread.
The air order characters, you know, we did commentate Battery yesterday.
Yes, Battery could do that as well.
That is a deck that would have access to something like that. Battery is again one of those kind of like air aggro things that we were talking about. You know, a pile of very similar cards on a different kind of. You have a bit different symbol combination. You have access to order as well. Surprisingly, I didn't see any Mothras yesterday. I think no one really wanted to play that in teams.
Yeah, even the Mothra, Andrew Perrott, who topped with Mothra at Chicago, was not playing Mothra in teams. I think maybe he had enough. Maybe he was like, you know what? We can end the game in under 58 minutes. Like, I think we can. He doesn't want to be.
The match I commentated was sudden death overtime. So
unlucky. Yeah, unlucky. Sorry. Well, you know, can't win them all.
But I think Mothra struggles a bit into Reiner, and part of that is throws aren't great into Mothra Enhance.
Yeah.
And you have access to Protector of Life, but if Reiner flips all your Divine Defenders and because defeats the female Titans and stuff, eventually you'll run out of Protector of Lives. So the clock is really on Mothra to do something and kill Reiner.
Universe will be for 9 or 10 damage after the flip. It'll be 5 damage each time.
By the time you have the power tokens and Badgie and stuff and Cardboard Crusaders, it's just going to be like a 15 damage. Very easily. So yeah, it's very scary. I think that playing Mothra in this tournament it's probably less scary than playing into Titan of Terror because your batch arrives don't get flipped down, and you know, like they're very
not
powerful.
Not
as quickly,
Yeah.
yes. And never mind, Reiner's gonna.
I was like, Reiner hopefully got face down, but not as quickly. Yeah.
Yeah. So I don't know. It'll be interesting to see. I anticipate a couple Mothras, I think, in this tournament.
Yeah.
And then, you know, the rest of the LC data, it's kind of tough because I think some of this was before the ban list went into effect.
I think the first 2 weeks of LCs, I believe, were before the bans in errata went into effect. So there will be some outliers with Titan of Terror, who I believe won an literally the errata list was already out, and there was a final week of LCs, and I'm pretty sure Titan of Terror won an LC that weekend.
Yeah. So I should mention we'll have the LC like full data up in slides later, but there was a good amount of Titan of Terror, and I think that is essentially why, because we didn't really see it yesterday. You know, we saw Daniel Tickle play it, and the thing I mentioned about like it making a check now is so difficult. Because a lot of times Titan of Terror, if you were worried about committing your stage out early, it was just so easy to say, oh, I'm just going to build and form in a free one at the end. Whereas now you have to decide if you're going to play it right away, and if you check a 3 right away, you know,
then it's
it could be like 2 of your really good, you know, it could be first emergences for speed, or like your Godzilla or Spylanti. Yeah, it's a whole different character, and you know, you still get access to that extra attack, so we shouldn't pretend like that's not powerful. You know,
of course.
Other characters, Elder Toguro, you have to pay a card to do that, but you do get to pick the timing. So I think it was a justified hit, but at the same time, it was kind of a double tap, and we anticipated, you know, maybe one of the hits. When there was still, you know, an argument for Reiner being not the best deck, but like a good matchup. So, you know, hitting both of them, it's just like it's brave to register Titan of Terror for this tournament, I would say.
For this, yes. I think when you consider that, you know, small sample size, but when you consider that it didn't win the tournament pre-errata, and then got, as you said, double tapped.
Yeah.
It is difficult to justify, but it is definitely still a strong deck.
Yeah.
It's definitely still.
I know you're mentioning, you know, errated characters that are still showing up, and Tot might be one of them.
Yeah.
So I could see that for
and
sure.
Even if it's not this event, I could see down the line, all it takes is one more premium 5 difficulty attack that you want to repeat. It would be tough to have one, in my opinion, with more value than Destructive Heat Ray that Tot would want to play every single turn. But it could just be another card of similar quality that you have a saturation of them. You have 8 of them that you can check turn 1, and then your first form on your next turn is an incredibly valuable 5 diff. Right now, it's kind of, in my opinion now, unlike previously, if you don't check a Destructive Heat Ray on turn 1, then your first form, your card from discard is not great. And you don't have the option of making more checks to try to dig for it.
If you're playing like, if there is like a 5 diff synergy where like you need both pieces to enable the offensive
Black Abyss
turn.
Piercing Thornlands.
I mean, you know, like
something,
the thing people were leaning on was like essentially like Destructive Heat Ray, anything that generates power tokens into Shin Hoshigeki. You know, like that. But the tricky part now is like, if it must be A then B, and A is in your hand instead, and you have to form B from discard, then it doesn't quite work. So it's still better than just playing something like Angarius and hoping you draw it, unless you're acidic sludge stacking, I guess.
Yeah, for sure.
So there's one other deck that I want to mention, unless Levi is about to. Okay, yeah. I do want to mention that, like, I think Mitchell Chimino might show up.
On the good symbol. A lot of people have been playing it on order, which historically I think has been the better symbol, but right now I do think the good symbol,
Queen of the Monsters, is crazy.
Better. Yeah,
it's so good, and the ability to build down your attacks and pick them back up sense so, and particularly like that character forces you into deadlock because of the ability to just kind of chain defend, breaker, and commit forceful negotiators and stuff like that.
And Net Launcher can literally force you to, like, Net Launcher can build your rival the 11th foundation. All right. It looks like we are okay. All right. We just got the word to cut over to Levi, and then the protector fell. All right. Anyways, so the Net Launcher can build your rival into deadlock.
Is Immense Showdown. That card has a deadlock form that adds an attack from your discard to your hand by sacrificing itself. So it is, I think you said when you played Tim Free at Chicago, you resolved
in card slinging. I played against Tim Free at Chicago, and I think I resolved Queen of the I think I played Queen of the Monster 7 times in one turn with a combination of Queen of the Monsters build Immense Showdown. Queen of the Monsters build down to Queen of the Monsters. Census Hill pick up Queen of the Monsters. Queen of the Monsters build down Queen of the Monsters. And like building in Immense Showdown. Immense Showdown pick up another Queen of the Monsters.
Follow it, but I believe you.
Yeah, it was just it was like
it's the kind of thing where if you're looking for something a little bit under the radar, maybe you're a bit tired of Reiner and stuff.
Yeah.
It is a very cool deck that has a lot of moving parts and will really allow you to dig in on those different combos and find lines that probably we're not even thinking of. It's just a very interesting character, and the symbol spread allows, like, good and order. We don't have a lot of good characters right now. Hopefully we see more this year.
Yeah.
Because of
I'm very excited about the My Hero Challenger decks with both Deku and Armored All Might. We will see some of that today, I hope. I hear whispers.
Yeah.
that we'll see.
I believe we might
a bit
have
of a
match
feature
to
of that.
show you guys. Yeah.
But I'm super excited for those characters, and yeah, the good symbol as it has been kind of on the back burner for the last year and a half.
Yeah, it's the Attack on Titan thing where there were certain symbols that weren't really present, but like the Team Hero asset and just like in general the KOF decks really like brought the symbol back.
King of Fighter decks were fantastic.
People are really on the hunt now for what the good symbol character is. You have some champ cards on good, particularly Jacob Johnson and Mitchell, that people are leaning on. But I think as we get more core sets, Tekken, maybe Fairy Tail, depending on where the good symbol is showing up, you might see a resurgence. Like,
yeah, I wouldn't. It wouldn't surprise me if after the release of the new Challenger decks, and maybe we'll have to wait till Tekken, but I think after the release of the new Challenger decks, I think we'll see the good symbol even more, because I think both good symbol characters are very powerful, and All Might specifically gives additional stats if your attack has the good symbol. So specifically good symbol synergy. So even if you're not playing him on the good symbol main symbol, you are heavily encouraged to have attacks that have the good symbol on their symbol spread.
Yeah, and it's the kind of thing where you look at the numbers and you might not immediately add them up in your head, and then you start thinking about putting these cards on the table, and Bug Bite is like a too high for 8 on a 3, and it's like, oh wait, this guy gives a lot.
Yeah.
And we saw a lot of Bug Bite yesterday. Tons of like stack and draw. All Might just does that.
All Might draws on face. That's exactly we were talking about.
Put the card
on
top of your deck and draw it.
Where we see some of these characters with these synergies. I had a match where Kai was playing Heaven Piercing Ice Wall, and I was talking about that with Snuggy. How historically that card has been very successful with characters that give stun. So you stun 2 and then freeze. Yeah. But it also works when you have synergy pieces such as Roar of the Spark and Don't Do This. And he used that to great effect, where he was giving it extra instances of stun specifically on the card.
Yeah.
But as you said, Bug Bite plus Draw Foundation, All Might doesn't even need to. All Might has draw on his face.
Yes.
So
it's it's good to have these like foundation attack combinations that kind of enable this stuff. But the tricky part is we're in a meta. We were for Chicago where a ton of stuff is getting flipped down. So it's very easy to turn that kind of stuff off. And then we also have a lot of Batcher arrives, and we also have a ton of target flip still with Reiner.
Yeah.
So it's even better when you have it on your character instead, and you can just. I mean, are we? The projector might finally be up.
All right. Yeah, it is even it's just so much more consistent when it's on your character. So I personally think we'll see a lot of All Might moving forward. Not this weekend though. He's not here yet.
Yeah.
Ironically.
He's not arrived.
But soon. I think we will see a lot of those characters popping up and the good symbol. But we will still see a large showing of the good symbol cards this weekend. A lot of them just have air as well. So like as you said, Team Hero 15, Queen of the Monsters, Bug Bite.
Yeah, it's a lot of the
Electric Moth. That was a good one too. We watched Electric Moth ready 12 characters yesterday.
we commentated for people who weren't watching a Batra versus
Rodan.
Air Rodan, and they were just slinging Electric Moths and tapping their character and readying and going back and forth.
I think Electric Moth resolved to ready a character 12 times. It was ridiculous. I think it was.
Yeah, it might have been.
All right. It looks like we are almost ready.
Yeah.
Just putting on some finish touches. But so I think that just about does it for our
we'll talk a little bit more about the LC data when we can show the actual slide on the screen.
Yeah.
I think it'll be downtime between one of these rounds.
So, okay.
Oh no.
All right. Yeah, so teams. We still have the finals coming up.
Yeah.
I know that it was Constantine and...
Yes. So I saw people asking about this. I believe team finals is Justin Martin on Mitchell.
Yes. Constantine on
Mikasa 4 on air.
Yeah, Mikasa, the AOT-3 Mikasa.
Yeah, AOT-3 Mikasa.
Misaru's Hope.
And Brody on Reiner 2.
Yeah.
And then on the other side, it is Jordan. No, it's Andrew Patrick Toombs on Shin Godzilla.
Yeah.
And is it Ross and Biollante? No, it's.
I have it here.
It's George Rangel on Pony.
Yes. Okay. So we saw both of those teams, I believe, featured in matches yesterday. But that is the matchup for the team finals. I guess we touched on it, but I do want to talk about, you said the teams format, and talked about the lack of Reiner maybe. And in teams, how it works for those of you that have never played it, you have a team of 3. They must be different characters. And you roll a die as if you were choosing who goes first, but the person who wins the die roll chooses the first matchup. So you can construct a team with very different matchup spreads because you know that at least one of the matchups will be chosen, that you choose one of them, at least one.
Yeah.
Whoever wins the roll chooses a matchup to play, and then the other team chooses the remaining 2
Unless
matchups.
they pick the matchup that you like. If your deck is like a 90-10 and you're trying to pick that matchup and they spot that and win the die roll, they can take that out.
But then you get the 2 more favorable matchups for your remaining ones. So you can choose. I don't know how many people. I will say realistically, not that many people just come to events with like 5 different decks to form the the optimal like team synergy. Not. But I do think we will see a number of people switching decks between the events, and we are heading over to Levi for the opening announcements.
And UniVersus, may I have your attention, please? Thank you guys once again for bearing through that with me. I promise I won't take up too much of your time. We're gonna get this round 1 started quite shortly, but first I got some really exciting things to go over with you all. My name is Levi, I'm your organized play manager, and welcome to the round 2 UniVersus Regional. I got just shy of 100 of you lovely, lovely folks in the building today, and it is very, very nice to be here with you all. Chicago was only 6 short weeks away, but time passes like crazy, and even still, with all that in mind, it feels like an eternity since I've been just feeling the passion of UniVersus inside a venue right now, and I'm very, very, very excited to get this weekend kicked off with you all. But before we get into any of the juicy stuff, and the tournament itself, I want to thank each and every one of you for being out here this weekend. I know that times are tough right now. Travel ain't so easy for anyone, and it really means a lot that when it came to shelling out for a vacation, taking a weekend off work, or just dedicating all the time and energy and passion that you guys do to UniVersus this weekend and just perpetually, it really means a lot to me, so thank y'all. Thank y'all very, very, very much. Now let's talk about this year in OP so far. This weekend is marking the end of round 2, and it has been a pretty crazy round. While maybe not exactly as crazy as round 1, the local championships these last 4 weeks have been on fire! It has been so awesome to see a bunch of you gathering around your local game stores and competing for all of these awesome Queen of the Monsters, Destructive Heat Rays, travel vouchers, Space Godzilla playmats, and most importantly, just enjoying the feeling of UniVersus inside the LGS, which is the home front. In my mind, there is no more important battlefield for UniVersus than the local game store. And I want to thank a few of the folks specifically for some of these really awesome weekends. Of course, Counterspell saw another absolutely amazing local championship. The energy was flowing, the vibes were strong, the cranberry juice was just out the wazoo, and it was awesome. Then, headed over to the trading post and did a little bit of a personal payout myself to some of these fine, fine folks. Big shout out to Sridhar and his group for just the obnoxious amount of love that they put into this game. And then last but not least, I want to thank and congratulate Final Round Game Shop for having not only the biggest local championship of round 2, but also a visit from Dark Paul himself. Whoa, that's mighty. All right, now let's check out our calendar, guys. Amazing. Amazing. All right. No? All right. So the calendar has been pretty all over the place. This weekend is marking the end of round 2, but round 3 is just around the corner. And round 3, as you know, is when things are really going to start heating up change-wise. Round 3 is coming in bringing the heat quite literally. First off, our store scrambles. It's time for Tekken to take center stage alongside Eddie. From August 14th to September 6th, these store scrambles are going to be running all along your local game store at any time your store chooses. So get ready to start bringing in some action-packed Tekken promos. Next up, our local championships. So as you know, round 3 is going to be the first round to feature the exciting change of the local championship increase from 40 stores to 50 stores, and that is because of you guys. That is all thanks to y'all and your amazing attendance and your absolutely fantastic passion when it comes to joining us at these local championships. Thank you everyone for supporting your local game stores so hard and helping grow UniVersus. I really hope to be giving out a whole lot of travel vouchers this season alongside a whole lot of high-powered promos. These bad boys are going to be running all the way from June 19th to July 12th. And 40 of those 50 stores are very on top of their game, and they've got their events scheduled on the UGN right now. 40 of these 50 stores, you can sign up for those local championships as we speak. I want to see some pre-signups going, I want to see some hype building, and I want to see you guys ready to start tossing some heat tokens into your stage at every single one of these local championships with these absolutely killer promos. And of course, for the champion of every single one of these, we got a totally wicked playmat ready for you guys. Yeah. They told me this guy's name was Huarang. No idea if I pronounced that correctly. Awesome. But you know, we got store scrambles, we got local championships, but as always, at the finale of every round, we got a regional right around the corner. And in round 3, we're gonna be heading all the way back to Dallas, Texas on July 17th to July 19th, and we're gonna be bringing the heat this round. I'm very excited for this regional. Dallas is, of course, a hotbed for some UniVersus action. And I cannot wait to see how you guys do at that regional. Who's going to stand at the top? Who's going to beat the heat? Who's going to rise above the crowd? The only thing that's for sure is that in the middle of Dallas, right in July, we're all going to be suffering death by degrees. But the top UniVersus players know the only way to make it through a whole day of ravenous tournament play is with some impenetrable defense. And that's exactly the promo that awaits everyone who finds their way inside the top cut of this event. And, you know, the goodies just keep coming. You guys know what's going on when it comes to a regional at this point. We got tons and tons of city-themed swag ready for you guys. We're talking the same deck boxes you know and love, the same sleeves you know and love, and this gravity-defying top 16 mat? Yeah, we'll leave it there. We'll leave it there. And for the champion of the regional, our very own round 3 CEO, this amazing Heihachi playmat is going to await. One single person will walk away with this stellar playmat. I cannot wait to hand this guy off. And I'm going to be honest, it's a little bit bittersweet. That is a beautiful playmat. Last but not least, the prize wall is, of course, getting a whole new suite of Rebel Frontier promos. Yep, we got some of your favorite staples all across the board here, reimagined in a completely new light. And, oh man, if you thought Filled with Doubt this weekend was bad, those moment of normalcies might not last a single hour each day. It's going to be pretty intense. But, you know, if promos aren't your speed, we got some awesome stuff waiting for you too. Because, of course, we got a pair of new uncut sheets ready for this round as well. We're going to be joining both My Hero Academia Final Battle and, of course, Tekken 8 when it comes to the uncut sheet roster. The lineup just keeps growing and growing, and I cannot wait to keep handing these things out like candy. Now, when it comes to the schedule, I do not have a full side event schedule for round 3 ready for you guys just yet. The fun thing about round 3 is that it's going to come, well, you know, this sounds stupid saying it out loud, right after round 1 and 2. But round 1 and 2 both went up at the same time, same kind of schedule, a little copy pasted. But round 3's schedule is going to be the first one that actually has some changes implemented into it based on the feedback from both round 1 and 2 and just kind of how the schedule progressed. Nothing that you love is disappearing. Don't worry about that. You're still going to have a teams event. You're still going to have both Retro and Hero 2 1Ks. Everything that you know and love is sticking around. It's just going to end up a little bit more efficient and a little bit more slick. Stay tuned for that announcement in probably the next week or two, depending on how fast I can put these finishing touches together and depending on how much I learn by the end of this weekend. Well, you might be saying, Levi, you've already shown me those Rebel Frontier promos. I know, I can't fool you guys. I made a big old shtick of them around in Chicago, and I've already kind of shown my hand when it comes to those. Now, unfortunately, it's a little too early for me to show any round 4 Rebel Frontier prize wall promos. You'd think based on the cadence of the last couple events and how we've shown these, that's what we'd be showing here, but I just don't got it. What I do have, though, is an entire round 4 of Rebel Frontier to show you all. And so, if I can't show you these prize wall promos coming up, well, what can I show you? That means there can only be one more thing. What's the first thing that happens every time there's a new round in organized play? What starts the round? What series of events kicks it off?
The local championships.
It's the local championships. That's correct, my friend. And so, with all that being said, I got just a little sneak peek of round 4 in the tank for you all with these round 4 Rebel Frontier local championship promos. Now, the first thing you're going to notice is that these look a little bit cleaner than some of the ones you've seen before. These are going to be the first 2 of the new batch of Rebel Frontier art released, not from Hitch's archives, but brand new art commissioned exactly for these cards, and exactly so we could pick these cards too. You know, Hitch has got a pretty good sense of humor, so a guy with one arm, an unarmed non-combatant, is quite a fun play. But he's also a newcomer. You guys can welcome Takashi into the Rebel Frontier train alongside this roster of exciting characters that we're going to start seeing as some of these new promos churning out. Now, when you turn your attention over to our other card here, Disarming Blow might not look so familiar, but might read a little bit familiar. I'm going to need you to notice that handy-dandy little reboot stamp down there on Disarming Blow. What that means right there is that somewhere else in the game, that card's got a mechanical twin. Same stats, same zones, same everything. That reboot stamp is just letting you know that, and it means that when you're going to build your deck, these 2 cards are treated the exact same for deck building purposes. You obviously cannot have a playset of Disarming Blow and a playset of whatever unnamed card might be its identical twin. That being said, though, I think when you're sleeving up your 4 copies of whatever name you pick, you're going to want this slick Rebel Frontier one in your deck. Last, but certainly not least, the champion of every round 4 local championship is going to walk away with one of the most beautiful mats we have ever seen. I am absolutely in love with this retro fighting game inspired Akane and Rin throwdown here. So many cute little Easter eggs, so many dope things. I think my favorite is the little game win spots right up the top there. It's the little things. It's the little things, Hitch. That UniVersus is all I have for you today. I think it's finally time to get this round 2 regional underway. We've got 7 rounds with a cut to top 8 tomorrow in store for you all. So play hard, fight fair, And may the one of you that is the most worthy of immortalizing yourself in UniVersus history forever take home the gold this weekend. UniVersus Round 2 Regional, let the fight begin.
Round 1 has begun.
Thank you, my friend.
By a lot of cool stuff. We will break it down for you a little bit later, but right now we are heading straight into round 1. The players are already seated, and we're going to cut over to them in just a moment. Yeah, we're going to see what they're playing, and we're going to get our round 2 Las Vegas Regional started in just one moment. All right, we're getting the information right now. Yeah. Okay, perfect. So we have the talk of the town. We have
on those symbols
yeah, are available.
I'm not quite sure, but
we'll see. So this matchup, I guess I've never seen this matchup before.
I had not until game.
How did it go?
Not very well for Angarius. So
okay.
we'll see.
Yeah.
You know, Calvin is known for a little bit more eccentric choices in his decks.
Indeed.
So you know, maybe his acidic sludge combo is not firing off, and maybe the Angarius here is going to be playing a little more standard. I think that, you know, this is one where the die roll could matter, but at the same time, you know, we've seen Reiner get these immense builds from going second with the form, right?
Yeah.
So,
and both players did describe their decks as aggressive. I mean, I would agree with that. Angarius is definitely an aggro deck, and Reiner definitely has the potential. The inevitability of Reiner, I think, cannot be denied. After you flip, it's a whole different game, right?
Yes.
After you flip, I would say after you flip, Reiner is the most powerful character. Probably
one of the best characters, probably ever printed.
Probably ever, yeah. But the question is, yes, how consistently can you flip? The answer right now is pretty consistently.
Yeah.
But let's see how this one shakes
out.
The
backups could just get attacked, right? Like the heat, you know, destructive heat ray hit like a fighter jets is something that I dealt with a lot at Chicago, and we can see that.
So we've got a Humble 3 build with Fusion Transformation, Inspiring Song, and that Source Scramble promo, Defiant Roar, which commit a power token, draw a card. No power tokens yet, but Angarius is one of the best at creating those. Maybe without Titan of Terror in the format, he might be the best character at creating power tokens right now.
Yeah, and we see the fighter jets in hand. Is Reiner going to build it?
We're going to start off with potentially, I imagine they're just doing a, so Reiner form, -1 difficulty to the builds, as you mentioned. And
just tap my character every time. First one.
Yes. And what do you fight for?
Yeah, getting the draw cards out of the way.
United front, and no worries on the check because of the -1 difficulty from the Reiner form. And then a fighter jets on a 5, and it checks a 7. Well, fighter jets on a 4 checks a 6. Yeah, and then we get it all. So as you said, actually, huge build from Reiner off the back of the first form.
Yeah, but I can't help but worry a bit about that fighter jets.
Yeah.
You know, if I were respecting destructive heat ray, I might think about holding a low block and keeping that fighter jets out of play.
Michael reviewing the Dark Tournament Looms. That's not a card I've seen in
really
quite a while, but
it is enhanced remove, add a momentum to your hand and draw a card.
Yes.
And there's a 1 diff action.
Yeah, it was the box topper from the original Yu Yu Hakusho set, but it did receive a time shifted reprint in Dark Tournament.
That is right.
So Michael rocking the old school one from the original print. But leading off with Earthbreaker, is it going after the backup? Is it going? Presumably.
Think about building that fight. You know.
Yeah.
I assume you get to draw a card here. You get to destroy a foundation and deal with the backup.
If this was targeted at the backup, which I imagine it is, but I mean it could just be targeted at Reiner with no low block in hand. Is the other thing, right? That's another possibility. But
call out for sure.
If this makes contact, this is going to be quite the value, I will say.
Yeah.
Looks like they're working on the stats. Yeah. And then Earthbreaker with the card pool response, it drew a card from its Blitz because he controls Sphere Foundations, as you said. But the card pool response, anytime you draw a card during this turn, Earthbreaker will respond, and Earthbreaker will get +1 damage on the current attack. Very, very strong card. This was one of my favorite cards to play in Peak last format. Oh. But what are we just flipping? What do we fight for?
Which is interesting because if maybe it's not attacking the fighter.
Yeah, maybe it is attacking. Maybe it is attacking Reiner.
We're
only one card
block.
in hand. Could have just been, yeah. Could have just been.
Unfortunately, drawing the Cardboard Crusaders here, he has more foundations, so it wouldn't build when we blocked with it.
Yeah.
Which would be really great at this point.
All right, looks like it connected to Reiner, did not go after the backup, just called out. You don't have a low block. You only have one card in your hand.
Fortunately for Egger, though, both of those foundations are not as high impact as his other 3, so he gets to keep those for now. And interestingly,
Michael did not make a power token.
Okay. I was gonna say, blowing up foundations here is bad for Edgar, but at the same time, it might enable that Cardboard Crusaders build.
Yeah. Yeah, it looks like we are starting off with the 1/2 from Angris, and he will draw a card with the Blitz of Earthbreaker yet again. And now both Earthbreakers get to respond for +2 more damage, and he said, you didn't have a low block last time. You don't have one this time. We're going right for you.
So do we leave the fighter jets in play here, knowing that the first Earthbreaker hit? Are we just trying to kill our opponent?
Maybe. We did just check a 3 here, though, right? So we have no more ready. No more ready
you
foundations.
have to declare what you're attacking before.
Yeah. Well, yes. Yeah. Oh, you're saying, do you think he attacked fighter jets, or do you think he?
Looks like he did.
Looks like he did attack the fighter jets. We'll see. Oh.
I mean, missing the token.
Oh,
here.
we're going to
we
Crystal.
We did have a low block, but
Crystal
this
Formation.
is one you don't want to block.
You do not want to block with this card. Yeah. We are going to Crystal Formation. Did we minus the check?
Minus our opponent's check.
Yeah.
Which, knowing the Cardboard Crusaders in hand, I think I would have gone for the
Oh no, that was just a no. We did block.
Oh, we blocked.
Okay, we did just block with Earthbreaker. Okay, perfect. So, actually, pretty heavy punish, I would say there. He went for the first Earthbreaker, didn't see a low block, and as you said, just made a call out. You don't have a low block, but he did. Checked a 3.
Yeah.
His turn's over.
And on top of that, built a foundation so Cardboard Crusaders builds. Now, any tension move, I think I saw a Bloodsucking Universe, one of the LC ones in the end, and we get to flip.
Yeah, so we're going to see Reiner first form, -1 difficulty.
We chose not to short-live promotion here. I guess saving it for the kill turn, maybe?
Yeah, I would say so. But we're going to go -1 difficulty to the non-attack cards.
Yeah.
And let's see what we're going to start off with. I think it's counting the foundations. Going to go with, the Cardboard Crusaders. So that will build down immediately because he has fewer foundations than his opponent. So we have the rainbow now.
We have the 4 card types.
Yeah.
No Crystal Formation necessary.
Blood-sucking universe on a 5 here.
I guess when your opponent taps out and doesn't attack the fighter jets, you feel safe to not use the Crystal Formation there, right?
Yeah,
you can just block with it.
Yeah. And we're going to check out 5 on Blood-sucking universe. And
get our attention token.
Yeah. Just some communication from the judges. I think they wanted that tag to be used when an attack gains throw, not when it naturally has it. But we're going to go tension, get that Roman cancel with Bloodsucking Universe. And let's see.
I doubt Michael has much to say about this one.
Yeah, I agree. United Front is online, by the way. United Front is online as well.
But we've got Crystal Formation. Another card type to our stage with Crystal Formation. If we get back to our turn with all of these, that would be 5 card types plus 5 on our.
Yeah. I'm not sure what they're communicating here, but a lot of hand gesturing.
Just figuring out what enhance is being used on Crystal Formation, I guess.
Yep. And we're getting a power token. Yeah, so now we have 5 different card types in our stage. If we manage to flip over here, which it looks like we will be getting 5 damage from Reiner. But United Front, I want to point that one out. We have all the card types now. So United Front is available to us. We can scout our next check. We can draw a card.
Yeah.
And
this is really helpful, especially on turns where you have a crystal formation, because that puts you down a card in your hand. This helps you build out wider, and then Reiner's really good at, the minus difficulty, which allows you to pass your checks with that extra card in your card pool as you build out.
Yep, and looks like Angerus does take the damage and will be making a power token.
We are choosing to save the United Front here. Playing a Team Doctor.
Yep.
This is going to be a tall mountain to climb for Angerus, I think.
For sure, because Reiner presumably is about to flip over and unlock the flip side. No other builds, just going there, just going to take the, and we are going to flip.
I mean, as we've seen with Reiner before, you really don't need that many foundations.
Yeah. And then he will be triggering the target flip with Reiner's transformed side.
Let's zero mid block, I think.
What Michael has in response. Very strong turn from Edgar there.
Yeah.
I think that's basically the ideal outcome.
Crushing Stomp here.
Smashing Stomp.
Smashing Stomp.
And he's just going to go ahead and Fighter Jet's going to take out that power token immediately.
Yeah. I wonder if this one is aimed at the Fighter Jets.
Oh no, he committed Fighter Jets for the response of Reiner.
Oh, just denying card draw.
Denying card draw for Defiant Roar, yeah.
And this is something where, we really see one of the downsides of Angerus. He does not have any way to make it easier to pass his checks. This we see one right now, like Smashing Stomp, if he chooses to run this.
Yeah.
But in general, City Rampage is much less common now. There is,
for sure.
Titan of Terror used to do this for free, and Angerus just has to play these 5 difficulty cards and actually pass them.
Yeah. He's going to hit him with the EX from Smashing Stomp. Smashing Stomp does possess EX3. So we are going to get up. We are going to boost the speed there. And that's going to go to, looks like 8 speed with the addition of the speed from Angerus. So
we have 7 because of Reiner's static.
Yeah. We have an 8 low 7. Let's see what Edgar's got. He's already flipped. The Roman cancel is an option here. You don't need the momentum anymore. You might want it for Thunder Spray Barrages, but you don't need it. Looks like we're just going to take the hit.
You kind of have to think about what could be coming that could kill you, and I think the smart choice here is to hold that Roman cancel, because as long as you're above 3, you can always make your opponent have 1 more move, right?
Yeah.
And I think you realistically should need just 1 more turn, especially if those 2 cards in Edgar's hand are attacks. Because then you'll be able to enter the enhanced step, and you'll use a United Front to look for more, potentially both hands coaching. You'll see a lot of cards in your next turn.
And we do still have the short-lived promotion that was not used on the previous turn. That can dig for an extra card as well.
We figured we had everything but the tension move, right?
Yeah.
And we didn't need that extra card to see the tension move, and we were right.
But Michael's deliberating his next move here. We have a plus to the check from Smashing Stomp.
And he does have Inspiring Song.
And we're going to go with Attack Titans, Haymaker, on a 6, checks a 6, easy money. Oh. And this time, Edgar will be committing the power token to
tap an Inspiring. Yeah,
tap Inspiring Song down. Yeah. But Attack Titans, Haymaker, I'd say a spiritual reprint to back LA Haymaker, the ban card from My Hero's second set.
One of the many 5 diffs with Stun 2.
Yes, one of the many 5 diffs with Stun 2. So it's got Stun 2 with the Blitz, cannot be blocked by...
We might be canceling the Blitz here. We're thinking about it.
Yeah, the Blitz cannot be... Looks like we are canceling that Blitz.
So we do want to block this one.
We want to block with a low difficulty card.
I think he just flashed a Borderlands Walk the Dog in his hand. That might be the attack he was holding.
Yep. And Sun 2 from Attack Titans Haymaker. And we are going to fire off the United Front here. Maybe digging for a block and putting a 5 on top.
Check we can put on top.
Yep. And that is a block you can block with now because you canceled the Blitz of Attack Titans Haymaker.
Save ourselves 7 life here.
Yeah. We are looking a little bit low, right? We're at about half life. So makes sense to me.
I don't know what attack that is in Michael's, and I think that is Mega Burst. Oh, we have a Shin Hashigeki as well.
Yeah, he's got a lot of attacks, it looks like. But we're still working on this Attack Titan's Haymaker. So unless, okay, we're just correcting the stats.
Yeah, so we can block here on a 7 with that Horrifying Realization we added to hand and check the Inspiring and tap our Botan's Coaching to do it.
Yeah.
He's mentioning the minus damage.
Looks like
going through the
blocks. And we did cancel that blitz of Attack Titan's Haymaker, so we are able to block with the 1 difficulty attack. And as you said, check a 6, tap the Botan's Coaching, full block.
We can no longer block this turn. The top
Yes.
of our deck is a Fighter Jets, and I think our hand is What Do You Fight For and Walk the Dog. Because the block mods are too high, and his moves will be too fast on Michael's side.
Yeah. However, can Michael throw more than 1 more move? It'll be on a 7.
With the Inspiring Song tapped, it is not likely. I don't think he has any of the cards that
he's weighing the options here.
Yeah.
Can he play another attack? Can he afford to check a 3? Or is it time to pump the brakes? We're just going to build Titanic Combat and Ferocious
Attacker.
Yeah. So we're going to 2 more, but... Oh, and we do get the shift from the Attack Titan's Haymaker, so +3 foundations on the turn.
Now here, if Edgar does not see another move, he has to lead with Walk the Dog on a 6.
Yeah. But it looks like we're going to review What Do You Fight For? Flip the short-lived promotion. We are a 7-hander this turn, and we are going to draw 6 new cards. We're looking for something.
There's a Bug Bite. Oh, no.
That's Thunder Spirit Barrage.
Okay.
And we have quite a bit of gas. And we have United Front online, and we have Botan's Coaching. That Roman Cancel token is gone at the beginning of his turn, but I am confident that they will realize that before it becomes relevant.
Yeah, we should be able to find 28 pretty easily
there is
this turn.
the 1 momentum available. There he goes. There is the 1 momentum available for Thunder Spirit Barrage. Bug Bite can second attack. You can draw it with United Front or with Botan's Coaching.
Yeah.
I'd say it is
if
quite
Edgar's
likely Reiner
card
will
is
find
loaded,
it here.
It's pretty easy to go Bug Bite, stack Inventor's Creation, echo the Inventor's Creation. And that alone is what, like he's +5 on everything right now?
Yeah.
1 high 10 into 2 4 low 9s.
Yeah, looks like that's what's going to happen. We have the Bug Bite on a 3. It'll be a 1 high 4 10 damage on a 3 diff. 1 high 4 10.
Record levels on a 3 difficulty.
Yeah, 1 high 10. They're really pushing the envelope on these 3 diffs these days. I thought Besiege was crazy, but looks like we are going to Cardboard Crusaders for 3 more speed. Cardboard Crusaders response once per turn. And we've got the 4 high 10 Bug Bite.
I feel like at this point, I would just put damage on the Bug Bite just to see how big it could get.
Just to see how many.
Where's your high block at?
Do we have dice that large? I'm not sure.
Do we have enough D6?
I don't know if we brought any D20s to the event.
So expect to see a lot of Bug Bite this weekend. This card is Blitz. You know, I think when it first came out, a lot of people focused on the Ready Your Character and its interaction with like Deku and stuff. But the Blitz being really used this weekend a ton. With
I think
foundations.
I've now come full circle on this card. When people were trying to sell this to me as a defensive Deku tool, I was not buying. Yeah. I said, that's not realistic. I think that's putting too many eggs in one basket. I think if you're entirely relying on that, it's just not enough. However, as an aggro tool with the Blitz and drawing an attack you stack, I'm on board. Yeah. I think Specialized Sound Waves. We saw yesterday the Acidic Sludge combos. That was Specialized Sound Waves at home. Yeah. This is also, similar thing where that card on a 3 was one of the most powerful cards in the format in its time. And Bug Bite needs a little bit more help. It does need an additional way to draw, but as we said, with new characters coming out that draw on face, or with just any sort of combos with Botan's Coaching, this is 0 diff that we just saw here. United Front as well. You don't need that much to get Bug Bite.
Yeah, so
working
choosing
for you
to stack the Thunder Spear Barrage here, which I believe Edgar had a Thunder Spear in hand already, so we don't have the momentum to echo both of these.
And we are going for the half block from Michael with the short-lived promotion, the 3 mid, and we will half block the Bug Bite.
I think we're going for how many high blocks you got there. Oh no, that looks like the Walk the Dog might be the next one.
And it is Walk the Dog on a 5. and check a 5.
So I like this because you can kind of completely tap your opponent down, and then the math on what you want your Thunder Spear's speed to be is really easy.
Yeah.
You can figure out exactly how much of the blitz you want to adjust the numbers with.
And we are just going to tap down that power token for the Reiner target commit, or perhaps Reiner target flip. Let's see.
Likely a commit here.
Or not. I'm not quite sure.
I mean, the Cardboard Crusaders is a free commit, right? Unless you're...
Yeah, I'm not sure what they're delivering
you're unable
on.
to find 23 this turn, which I think would be
I'm
highly unlikely.
I'm not quite sure what they're deliberating on. Okay, looks like Walk the Dog stunned. Yeah, I'm not sure why Reiner was unable to activate there. There was some conversation there as to why.
So Walk the Dog originally from Dark Tournament, it was available in the Borderlands bundle, which is the one we're using.
So we are going to powerful it as well. So 6 low 11 becomes 6 low 14. What does Michael have
quite a bit
in response to that?
I mean, 6 might just be fast enough.
Yeah.
Because a 2 low would block on a 9, and you need to flip a 6 off the top.
Yeah. And we did see Bug Bite, a 4 high 10, not get full block.
We can half block this with the Shin Hoshigeki, I believe.
Yes.
Because that is a 1.
But it looks like... All right, we're checking Edgar's discard pile, thinking what can come after this. Notably, electing to use the momentum for powerful, not echoing the Thunder Spear Barrage that Michael knows he has.
I think Edgar's just saying less form's better. Let's just go to the next game.
Yeah. Yeah, for sure. And let's see what Michael has in response to this.
So if I'm Michael, I'm seeing that he hasn't even used the United Front yet, so I know that there are more.
Yeah, there have to be more.
So you have to deal with this 14 damage move, and then how many others? It's a tall task for sure. We still have the power token damage if we want it as well.
Yeah. We've got half block,
on an 8. Oh, checks a 3.
Checks a 3. That's going to fail.
Put us down to 9.
And Grace is going to take 14 to the dome from that Walk the Dog. And it gets another power token. If Michael can live this turn, he does have quite the number of power tokens available. That's an Advantage Creation in his hand. That's a Thunder Spear Barrage.
Oh, there is an Advantage already?
He's got 2 Thunder Spear Barrages and an Advantage Creation.
Yeah.
Thunder Spear Barrage on a 5.
Spear.
Checks a 3. We're going to commit 2. And that's going to be a 5 high for 7 base. We can -2 speed plus 2 damage to make it lethal on just this move if we want.
3 high for...
Looks like we are tapping the blitz there.
3 high for 7.
Perhaps. Yeah, it could be a 3 high for 7, or we can just let it rock.
I mean, if we have 2 Thunder Spears in hand, we can United Front to see a 5 and then play 1 more on a 6 if our opponent is somehow able to block this.
Looks like we are going to -2 speed plus 2 damage. We're just putting this one to be lethal. We're going to say you need to block this. This is a mandatory block. You have 1 card in hand. Even if it's a full block, we have another Thunder Spear Barrage on a 6, even checking a 3. But scouting the top with the United Front.
There are several ways to find 9 damage here.
Technically, this opens us up to 3 3s on top, which almost happened.
It did almost happen. You spoke.
Technically,
you almost spoke it into existence.
This did open us up to 3 3s on top, but we put the 5 on top. Now we have, if this does not connect, we have the final Thunder Spear Barrage. I don't see a way for Michael out of this one, unless a breaker block. Could have been a breaker block, but looks like another 3 on top. Cannot block, and Angrist goes down. Yeah. I think Michael's only way out of there was a breaker block on that last one. Otherwise, that Thunder Spear Barrage was coming down on a 6 with the 5 on top.
Yeah.
And another Thunder Spear Barrage would have been over.
It would need to be a breaker 2, which I don't...
It would need to be a breaker 2. That's correct, yeah.
That'd be really tough.
Yeah, it would. But game 1, going to Edgar on Reiner Braun.
Yeah, we saw the choice to not attack the fighter jets. You know, it actually paid out in a way where he got ahead early on life. But that enabled 4 card types in a turn 2 flip for Reiner as a result. So, you know, kind of the choices you have to contend with here where, you know, if the flip is inevitable, sometimes it is correct to just accept that he's going to flip and try and kill him quickly. But if you don't get there, or if your checks don't pan out as we saw with Michael, then, you know, here we are.
You need to control the backups.
Yeah.
Yeah. But let's see what they have in store for us for game 2. Reiner is back on the front side. The Armor Titan has gone back into hiding.
Sideboard either. Both players
Yes.
probably anticipating these matchups and just have their main board ready to accommodate.
Yeah. And Michael tossing back his hand, does not like what he sees.
Didn't see a ton of foundations.
Yeah,
in
I
that
didn't
second
see.
hand.
I couldn't tell. But looks like we have a Cardboard Crusaders going second from Edgar there. Definitely probably one of the best cards you can have going second specifically in Reiner, just building down immediately. Presuming your opponent builds any foundations, but
Yeah, usually because of the first form, you can almost always build out your hand anyway.
Yeah.
But it is nice to just make sure with one of the quick build assets.
we got just a 2 build from Michael going first. Not what he wanted to see.
Yeah, and this is so
in
tough
game 2
because
here.
you want to enter the enhanced step on your turn, but if
Yeah.
you check a 3, your deck is full of 5 difficulty attacks.
We are going to go ahead and fire off the first form for Reiner.
You just
We're
keep
gonna
that next
go-
to Reiner the whole time.
Yeah, really. Cardboard Crusaders going to build down immediately as Michael has more foundations than Edgar does. Edgar having 0 at the
Looks
moment.
like we have a pretty healthy build here too.
United Front on a 1. What do you fight for on a 2? Short Lived Promotion on a 3. Inspiring Song also on a 3.
And we can go on a 6, which is actually on a 5.
Yeah.
So it's on a
And
5
passes. Wow.
Yeah, that is-
6
Oh my
build
gosh.
from Reiner. Really,
If we
really
see a
just
crystal formation on our turn and
Crystal
just,
Formations is the last card in his hand.
oh my, okay.
I was gonna say really not respecting the Anger's 2 foundations, and I don't blame him.
Okay, we do check a 5.
So we do have a 5 here, and the Smashing Song giving +2 to our check.
We're choosing
So we
to seal
could
them?
potentially. We are choosing to Cardboard Crusaders seal. That's removing a card type. That means we will not
We
have
will not
Florida
have
flip
United
unless we
Fronts, yeah.
see soup on our next hand. That's the only way to get an asset quickly.
So we don't know how many Cardboard Crusaders Edgar is running. The card is unique.
Yes.
He could be anticipating seeing another one, but
He will have more foundations almost certainly, and it will not build
that
immediately.
also is true.
So we're going to need a soup if we want to flip on this next turn.
Yeah. Or Badgie.
Or Badgie. That's true. Or Badgie.
Yeah, it's
We
kind of a tough choice
drew
because you're
Walk the
forced
Dog?
to. Yeah, he's blocking here with Walk the Dog. You're forced to use the Cardboard Crusaders before you're allowed to enhance and use the United Fronts
Yeah.
because it is only the response only works on the first attack.
Yeah. He also couldn't use United Front because he does not have a backup at the moment.
Well, we could have Crystal Formation.
Oh, Crystal Formation for power token,
Yeah.
giving us a 4. Could he United Front? Yeah, indeed. So it looks like we are going to check a 5 on this on a 6. And because Smashing Stomp was sealed, we did not get the +1 to our check. So that is on a 6. Checks a 5. Committing Titanic Combat for the Attack Titans Haymaker. And then
This
we
attack at least will shift down into a foundation.
Yes. Now the question is, will Edgar use his Crystal Formation to make a power token, or will he use it to minus the check?
I mean, I think the absolute worst case is his opponent plays another 5 diff and checks a 5.
We're
Maybe
going to,
potentially
looks like we're
6.
going to Inspiring Song, potentially minus
Or opponent,
1.
you cannot play another 5
Yep,
difficulty attack.
minus
Yeah.
1 to Edgar's check. Oh, he's going to eat the minus to the check with Dark Tournament Looms.
Pretty good.
Even with no
Draw.
momentum, you will still draw a
Draw a card,
card.
clear the Inspiring
and
Song.
clears the Inspiring Song check. Really heads up play from Michael there.
And now we could play a third move if we have it.
Yeah, Edgar now, the decision is back on the table. Are you going to Crystal Formation to minus check, or are you
It's
going
a
to make
first
the
enhance.
token? Oh, it's a first enhance.
Yeah.
You can't even do it anymore. Whoa. Well, now the question is, are you going to Crystal Formation? Is the making a token also a first enhance?
No.
Okay.
So
So
he
we could
could
make a
just
token here.
use
He could
it.
make a token here, so he draws up back to his hand size, which it looks like he might do. Maybe he might save it for his own turn, for his own check. But looks like they're both deliberating. Man, I wonder if that's a consideration for Dark Tournament Looms. I wonder if that's one of the reasons he put it in his deck was to fight back the check manipulation effects. But we're gonna go on a 3 with Inspiring Song, on a 4 with Ferocious Attacker. And it looks like
So right now we're at even foundations. If we build another card and Edgar draws a Cardboard Crusaders,
Yeah.
it would build, but he stops.
the Haymaker will build to 5.
Yes, they're even.
Oh, they're at 5 now. Okay,
Yeah.
I see. Yes. So electing not to take momentum, electing to shift down, which I think that makes sense. I actually don't think I've ever taken attack with the Haymaker.
Cardboard.
And there's the Cardboard Crusaders. So potentially playing around the Cardboard Crusaders draw by not
flipped.
building. He would have flipped, yeah. Yeah. So now he must wait until the next end phase at the minimum. He's counting the foundations. He sees that, oh, we're the same. Cardboard Crusaders no good here.
Our stage is not going to look that healthy either.
Only one foundation, 2 crystal formations in hand. Elected not to use it on the previous turn, so he didn't get to draw a 6th card.
Yeah. I think if I'm Edgar here, I probably decide to go for a tension move just to have that safety net.
Yeah.
Because I believe... Do we have another one?
He's just going for the Cardboard Crusaders.
Okay.
It's going to stay in the card pool. Going to go with Team Hero.
Hoping that Team Doctor
Team Doctor, yeah.
keeps him alive as well as Cardboard.
And
I
then
think the tricky thing, though, is if we shotgun this Cardboard Crusaders and then Michael somehow forces the Team Doctor by presenting, a scary enough threat, we might not have 4 card types again going into next turn. Once again.
Yeah, that's true, because both of these assets remove themselves for their effects. So it is not guaranteed that you'll have them. And for the first time in this game, Michael has a stage capable of checking a 3 or 2. The first time in this round, he did not get a chance to build very deep last game, and now check a 3, but Smashing Stomp will give us +1 to our check unless it gets canceled. Looks like we're getting rid of Defiant Roar.
It did get sealed last turn, didn't it?
And once again, I noticed that Angress has no power tokens in his stage.
Yeah. It could just be a round 1 thing where we haven't played in a little bit.
Yeah. But it looks like Smashing Stomp will be sealed, denying the +1 to the check. Edgar has really been aggressively denying the plus to check for the 5 difficulty deck. Makes sense to me, right? He sees the opponent check a 3. We're saying, you check bad. You're not going to get +1 to your next check. We are going to keep you honest.
Yeah, Cardboard Crusaders, one of those assets that's just fantastic in Reiner because of the quick build, but we're seeing one of the potential downsides here where we could run out of card types if we use these remove assets. And,
Crystal Formation coming down to make a token. This time we decided we do want our 4th card type in stage. United Front is live. United Front is live now.
And that could dig us 3, maybe 4 cards for attention if we decide to press both of these right now for the next turn. It looks like we are electing to use United Front.
So there is a Bloodsucking Universe already in hand.
Oh, you're right. He didn't play last turn. Yeah.
So
that's 2 more attacks.
Looks like we've got put Thunderspray Barrage in hand, Inspiring Song on top,
block with the other Crystal Formation,
Creation
to stop
on bottom,
the draw off
maybe?
Smashing Stomp.
Perhaps, yeah. It's sealed, so we can let this one hit us if we want.
If we want to go to 15.
Yeah, if we
14,
want. It is a lot of damage, but we could let it hit us, right? But I didn't catch which card he picked up. I think it was Thunderspray Barrage, but I didn't quite catch it. I'll see in his hand. It was Inventor's Creation, which he's going to block with.
Oh, do we have a breaker on our discard?
So he picked up the Inventor's Creation from the Inspiring Song, putting a 6 on top with +2 to the check from the Crystal Formation. It passes.
We probably have a Monsterverse machine in our discard, Breaker 2.
It looks like we do, so we're going to staple Breaker 2 onto our Inventor's Creation. And that might put an end to Michael's attack string. Man, we talked about this yesterday. Angress doesn't have the effects to grease his checks, mostly 5 difficulty attacks. In the face of breakers and minus checks, it's difficult because we saw him play around the Inspiring Song minus check with the Dark Tournament Looms. Can't do that for Breaker because Dark Tournament Looms is an enhance. It is not a form. He had a second copy in his hand. I don't know if he reviewed. I think he reviewed it. I see it in the top of his discard pile right now.
Yeah, and the best case here is like we play a 5 diff, check a 3 and commit out.
Horrifying.
So we are going to build
on a 2 with -2 to our check, but we check a 5, so it is a 3 and no need to commit more foundations here.
We could play another attack here and pass it no matter
on a
what.
7.
Yeah, but we are just going to
short-lived promotion on a 4, and we're going to call it there. Breaker 2.
Reiner can't
pumping the brakes
until at earliest this next coming end phase.
Yes.
So we are not in that much imminent danger.
Yeah.
This turn as a game.
Reiner looking to review Walk the Dog.
Yeah.
Gonna draw 4.
It's not playable this turn, really.
Another Cardboard Crusaders in the hand.
Batch arrives.
Can we play it this time? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7 foundations versus 1, 2, 3, 4. He's counting it up, and yes, it is live. Cardboard Crusaders will build.
He might be having like 4 of this card.
Yeah, looks like it. He's drawn 3 this game, so he might be playing 4. He's drawn 3 this game and only seen about half his deck, but looks like we're not doing it. We're just gonna go for the Bloodsucking Universe on a 5.
And this one will very likely connect and heal us up to 25.
Yeah.
We also can fire off our United Fronts before the build.
Liberating here. We did get the tension, so we have momentum.
Yeah.
Flipping is online. Unless Michael does some incredibly powerful effect to force a Team Doctor, Reiner will be flipping.
Yeah, I don't see that happening.
Yeah, I don't either. But we are going to fire off the a second copy of Team Doctor in the main. Looks like we are going to pick up that Thunderspear Barrage. We're going to tuck.
Just check those 5s.
I don't know why I thought United Front put one on the bottom of your deck. Did you just put both on top?
It puts both on top.
Okay, puts both on top. All right. Yeah. I don't know why I thought one. I'm thinking of Ceratos, which is add one, one on top, one on bottom. Yeah. We're going to put the 2 5s on top, so we do know our next 2 checks are 5s. But we haven't flipped. So our moves are they're a little weak.
Yeah.
So not a whole lot going there.
Reiner to flip a foundation, probably?
No, it looks like we already took the damage.
Okay.
A second Bloodsucking Universe. We know a 5 is on top. Just going to commit 1. We're going to get another momentum with the Roman Cancel. Does Michael have anything in response to this? I don't think so. We get a second Roman Cancel token.
And this means we actually get to Roman Cancel next turn with both of the Roman Cancels, like for the yellow. So we will have 2 momentum for a potential Echo or Powerful Angle on the next turn.
Or we can freeze a foundation right now.
Or we could. That is true.
If we are trying to deny foundations for Michael, which seems to have been Edgar's game plan this whole time, minusing checks, breaker, then he's saying, you have 5 diffs. You got to pass them. But we'll see what Edgar wants to use for the Roman Cancel. I don't think we'll see a zone change. Maybe we'd see a card pool clear if we see a block, but
I will say,
not optimistic about that.
Hitting Angurius here a couple times is giving him the power tokens, right? And while it's not the most likely that Edgar dies next turn, that would be one way, is if we play enough moves.
Yeah, he's counting his Cardboard Crusader foundations again.
To build that.
Yep. Looks like that'll build. Yep. And perhaps maybe we see a Batra Arrives. Batra Arrives could cancel and seal the Aaron's determination, preventing the repeatable damage. Yeah, preventing the repeatable damage.
Or you could deny the short-lived promotion.
That too. Looks like Edgar electing not to use the Roman Cancel Blue, not going to freeze Titanic Combat.
We're going to target flip here as we transform.
Yep. We are going to flip the short-lived promotion. We're going to say Batra Arrives for Aaron's termination, or perhaps Inspiring Song. We'll see. But Reiner has flipped. I would say Edgar is back in the driver's seat, to be honest. It is looking tough. I don't know how Anguirus is going to pass all of these 5 diff attacks when his foundations are getting repeatedly committed by Reiner. We have Horrifying Realization. No commit Horrifying Realization stating if your rival discards a foundation, they have to commit a foundation. But Edgar didn't have any. He had Thunderspear Barrage, and the Crystal Formation. So...
I mean, it's also like use it or lose it. Reiner's going to start
of course.
taking out everything. So
yeah,
take your pick.
Yep. So from this perspective, assuming Michael starts playing attacks, if you're Edgar, are you going to start target committing foundations, or are you going to start flipping the ones he has left?
If I'm Edgar, I'm almost certainly target committing. Okay. My hand is Thunderspear Barrage.
Cardboard Crusaders on Smashing Stomp for the 3rd time in this game.
He does not want the Smashing Stomp.
He does not want Smashing Stomp to have its text. That one is too good.
Yeah, drawing a card it's too much.
Drawing a card, +1 your check, drawing a card, EX3, not relevant right now because no momentum, but that card has too many words on it. We're taking them all away.
I mean, so this one in particular, I really understand from a failure checks angle. If
So
we're
we
going to
are
start target committing, but we
target
flip
flipped,
instead.
target flip the errant's determination.
Electing to potentially go a bit slower pace this game because if we're trying to kill our opponent next turn, we're just saying tap that, tap that, tap that. So that on your turn, you know, your walk the dogs are 4 diffs and everything.
Yeah. We did see Edgar review walk the dog on the previous turn. Maybe that's not the angle he's going for here.
Yeah.
And we are going
We're going to
Roman cancel this. Yeah. We are going to Roman cancel.
Interesting.
Not spending the other Roman cancel.
Daring.
At this point, I don't think there's any effect that can use the other Roman cancel, but I could be wrong.
So
we're
we're
going to wait.
daring Michael here to find the damage. However, we did see Shin Hashigeki in this deck, and I don't know if he has one, but that is the kind of card where Edgar's stage could look very scary very quickly.
Of course, yeah.
It's only a stun 4 right now.
Earthbreaker on a 6, checks a 5. Only going to tap 1.
Do we draw off this? I don't think so.
I don't believe so. All right, Reiner's going to commit to target flip. Oh, target commit the Titanic Combat.
Okay, saving ourselves 2 life here.
And saving the Botcha Arrives. Now the Botcha Arrives is staring at that inspiring song. That's the only one left. That's not happening.
Yeah.
So we're going to have +1/+1 because the Anger's +2 damage is offset by Reiner's static -1 at this point after he's flipped.
Yeah,
Counting Foundation
Earthbreaker
thing. Do we draw? No, we do not.
is pretty likely to connect. His hand is
I'd say so.
Thunder Spear, and I didn't catch the third card.
He would have to United Front into a low block, which it looks like. I just saw his hand reach over it. Looks like he's going to try. Oh, no, he's getting the stun 2.
Picking the stuns,
Which should be the 2, the face down, and he's committing the Botcha Arrives to the, instead of the horrifying realization, to the stun 2.
Choosing really not to go for a you're going to fail your checks angle.
Yeah. And then we have the Crystal Formation to block the Earthbreaker.
Okay.
So the block is real. It's actually unfailable because we have nothing in our card pool.
But I know I mentioned Shin Hashigeki. You don't even need Shin Hashigeki at this point because he's tapping his foundations for us, you know?
Yes.
Like
Yeah.
with the Earthbreaker stun and then using oh no, we haven't used United Front, but
We have not used a United Front, but if we check a 3 on this block, we might be forced to tap it to pass the block. But we'll see.
oh, he used the Reiner response is what I'm thinking of. He tapped a foundation for Reiner
yes,
response.
he did tap a foundation. He did
Okay.
tap a face down
Yeah.
for the Reiner response, but we're still working on this Earthbreaker. We're still calculating damage on it. And it looks like it'll be a 4 low, 4/6.
Yeah,
We'll see if Michael has anything else. Michael just made a face of, I'll say, distress. That, not sure. Okay, so we're going for the block here with Crystal Formation. We are checking a 5. So block on a 6. We are going to tap that down. Yeah, so we did check a 5. So the United Front is safe. We still have one more foundation to tap for Reiner if we want. We could also tap down the
Shin
Team Doctor.
Hashigeki in hand.
Yeah, only 3 power tokens on Anger's side, though. Not a whole lot.
Can we check the Haymaker and the Shin?
On a 7, on an 8, you need 2 5s for that. Yeah, you
And
need
is
2
that
5s.
enough damage?
And we have a 3. That'll be tapping 4. We could have Inspiring Song on the previous attack, perhaps. But looks like we are going to Reiner respond with United Front.
We
Now
check?
we can't. Now we can't
Oh, because
Inspiring
Reiner
Song.
response, yeah.
Reiner
I was like, we can
respond,
check
yeah.
this through Inspiring, but
Yeah,
no.
we needed Inspiring Song on the previous attack before Reiner had the opportunity to cancel
Yeah,
it
so we
with,
won't be
or
able
before he had
to-
the opportunity to commit it if that was the angle that Michael was going for. But now, totally tapped out. Although there is no Roman cancel on the table anymore, so the most we can do perhaps is pump this with power tokens, say, you can't block this, but that will not be enough. Reiner is still sitting at a pretty high life total.
Yeah, I think it still didn't get there, even if you check the Haymaker plus the Shin Hashigeki. I think it is
Yeah.
6.
He would have had an extra power token,
Yeah,
assuming this attack
it's
Haymaker
6
connects.
and then 13, so it would
Yeah.
have been 19.
Yeah.
So we needed the Earthbreaker. If Edgar checked a 3 on the block for the Earthbreaker, I think that was the
Yeah.
only way we were getting there this turn.
Yeah. Because if he checks a 3 on the Earthbreaker, then to block, he has to commit Reiner to pass the check. He has to commit everything. But looks like we are nailing that block. We're going to take 6 damage, get another power token for Angress. He's building up his strength, but I don't think Michael can pass another attack this turn, and we are likely going to see a Reiner attacking turn with a momentum with all the stats. Although because Aaron's determination was flipped face down instead of committed, we can build this Attack Titan's Haymaker down because our unique got flipped.
Yeah, no,
Perhaps, yeah, I hadn't considered that, but it looks like Aaron's
giving
determination.
him just an extra resource. I mean, I don't know how much it'll matter here.
Yeah, I'm not convinced it will make a difference
That is
in
a
this
funny
at this
interaction
point,
for
but
sure.
that is a funny interaction for sure. Yeah. But let's see if Reiner. We know there's a Thunder Spirit Barrage waiting in the hand, and we have a United Front to dig for more. We have 2 United Fronts to dig for some more attacks, and a horrifying realization. I think it would take a lot for Edgar to not find a line here. Currently, it looks like only one attack in hand.
I think that's a monster versus machine.
But he does get to dig for quite a few.
He might have a second attack in hand. I can't tell.
That is the altar of monster versus machine. That is going to target, commit a foundation. Reiner is going to target, commit, or flip a foundation.
And now everything.
Michael looks like he's out of options here.
Everything is +4.
It is +4 from Reiner. We've got Reiner. We've got the Blitz from Monster vs. Machine, presumably. Let's see. We're still working on damage first for statics.
We can block with the Shin Hashigeki in hand here.
Yeah.
And still check a 3 on it.
We are blitzing the horrifying realization down. Michael is out of foundations. 3 mid 7 for Monster vs. Machine. We are firing off the United Front right away.
This allows us to see more cards because we check one of them on the next move. So if we United Front again on the one after, then we dig another card.
We're going to pick up another Monster vs. Machine, and we are going to put the 5 on top and then the 6 on top. So we can play 2 moves.
I mean, his hand is all 3 diffs.
Yeah. He can play as many as he wants.
Yeah.
But
yeah, these Monster vs. Machines, it's a 3 mid 3, but in reality, this card, if it's connecting, is doing 5 damage because of the power token it's creating.
Yeah.
Before any additional stats.
We have a second Monster vs. Machine, the one he just picked up from his United Front, checking a 5 that he scouted with United Front as well. We have no more need for Reiner, no more need for the Blitz of a Monster vs. Machine. Michael has no more foundations. Looks like Edgar is contemplating a target flip angle, but deems it not necessary.
I think we're thinking about using the power token for damage here.
Angress is at 16.
Because we still have 4 card types if we do.
Yeah.
So our
we're going to
Thunder's
crack the power token for 2 more damage. That is a 3 mid 9. Going to put Angress down to 7 if this connects. It looks like we have
choose to block with the Shin Hashigeki. However, we know that the spell's doomed because of the Thunder Spear Barrage.
Yeah. With the momentum and a 6 on top. I mean, he could pass both Thunder Spear Barrages checking 2 3s, but we know there's a 6 on top. So it is going to work out. And we're going to attempt the half block. Checks a 5. We get the half. We're going to take 5 damage here. Going down to 11. Looks like they're deliberating the exact damage, the exact stats. Okay, getting a power token with Monster vs. Machine here. And then we are going for the Thunder Spirit Barrage, perhaps the coup de grace, as we check the inspiring song we saw from United Front.
We have the 1 mid in hand to maybe block, but
we are looking at 5 high 7, 5 high 6. Yeah, 5 high 6. We're getting +4 damage at the moment. We're looking at a 5 high 6 twice.
We don't even need a blitz.
So no need to adjust the stats, perhaps, but we'll see what he elects to do. He is going for full damage.
Yeah, we're just saying have it.
It is going to be for lethal with the power token. And we'll see what Michael's got. It is a 2 high 4 lethal damage. 2 high for 11 exactly. And let's see.
Yeah,
on a 4, half block on a 4. We get there. We're going to take 5. We're going to go to 6.
Going to seal the deal.
We're going to take 6 and we're going to go to 5.
We're not choosing to echo respond.
I'm not. Yeah, it looks like we're not.
He might just be deliberating.
Looks like we're not going to echo, not going to build. Angress lives to fight another day. Let's see what he can come up with.
I wonder what we're respecting there.
All right. This might be the first time in this match Angress has a healthy stage.
Yeah.
I said that last turn, but now it is even healthier because we built
Roman
even more.
cancel on Reiner's side either.
Yeah, Reiner's at 18. He has the static -1. But let's see if Michael can make something happen here. This is his chance. Maybe the first time this match. We're going to lead with the horrifying. We're going to cycle. We're going to look for more attacks. And this time, Reiner will have to commit a foundation because Reiner discarded Inspiring Song. Edgar electing to go with a face down. And let's see what Michael's got. 5 power tokens.
Yeah, we've got
9 foundations.
quite a lot to work with here.
9 foundations. Any sort of stun to trim how many foundations Reiner can target commit would be
Aaron's
huge.
determination is +2 on everything.
Because we are under 10. Aaron's determination is +2 damage on everything. But Michael does not look like he has attacks.
Oh, no.
Let's see. What's he got? I think this is the make or break point of this game, right? Yeah. This is his last chance. He's only at 5. If he does not find a way to make it happen, Earthbreaker is a great start. Checking the 3, unfortunately, from Michael, but Earthbreaker, fantastic start. Looks like Reiner will be committing 1 to target commit 1. We are going to target flip the Aaron's determination. Oh, target committing this time.
Yeah, we learned our lesson with the unique.
We did learn our lesson with the unique from the last one, and then we do not have fewer foundations than our rival, so we will not be drawing a card. We do not pass go. We do not collect $200. But
we're getting stunned too.
Earthbreaker is going to stun too.
Edgar's stage looking a little anemic.
Yeah.
Way down to 3 foundations on the first move.
And you can't Team Doctor keyword abilities. So you cannot prevent this stun too. This is happening no matter what. You have no choice.
I'm down to 2 foundations, actually.
Yeah, going down to 2 with the stun too.
And if we choose to
Titanic
United
combat, commit another foundation.
Oh, it's tough. Notably, Earthbreaker's response destroys any foundation committed during this attack.
Yes.
So if he chooses to United Front, Earthbreaker can destroy it.
Yeah.
Which, I mean, I think Angaris can potentially find the kill here, but if it goes back to Reiner's turn, that will deny him, a really important resource.
We're going to fire off the Inspiring Song. We're going to plus to the check. Looks like Michael does have some attacks. Now the ball's in Edgar's court. Can he deal with this Earthbreaker?
Maybe thinking about if we're throwing some power tokens?
Yeah. See the bug bite in hand. Really good high block. Can't use it on a low.
Yeah.
Earthbreaker coming at a 4 low, 4-8 at the moment. Edgar could United Front for a low block potentially, put a 5 on top, but that might not be good enough unless he finds a 5. What's happening there? Oh, Earthbreaker connects. Botcher arrives, getting destroyed. Reiner going down to 10. As you mentioned, no Roman cancel this time.
10 damage in power tokens alone right now.
Yeah.
Even if we don't Angaris respond.
Yeah.
Players are discussing.
Discussing committed during this attack, perhaps.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think he's saying, well, it wasn't stunned, but yeah, committed during this attack. Doesn't matter how it was. Doesn't matter how. Unlike having piercing ice wall, which can only freeze the foundation stunned by its effect, Earthbreaker is okay. More stun. Titans Haymaker checks a 6 with the +1 to the check.
No ready foundations.
Yeah.
And Team Doctor can say nothing about this.
So Reiner potentially can respond here, committing the last foundation to target committed foundation.
I think we want to.
I would agree. I think we do want to, but we'll see what's happening.
We'll be at 4 ready resources.
Looks like he's going to. He's thinking about Team Doctoring the Blitz because he might want to block. I think that's what he just did, presumably. Presumably, he just Team Doctored the Blitz.
Which means our United Front is gone. We don't even have 4 card types for United Front.
That's true. We don't. We're getting stunned out. Stun 2 on the United front.
Oh man, and this is scary for Edgar because presumably this
Power
is going to
token
be
number
enough
1
this turn.
Yeah,
and we have 7 minutes on the clock.
Yeah.
Going to game
So
3.
this is likely going to end in a draw if Michael can close the game out right here. I do not think we can get game 3 done in 7 minutes, but let's see. We're going power token number 2, power token number 3.
This is
It's for 11. It's for 12.
No, we're sending all of them.
We're sending all of them. You would say
Maybe it's a half block you got
maybe
there.
it's a half. Yeah. It's going to go for 11. It's going to go for 16. We're at a 5 mid for 16. Show me what you got.
I mean, if we block with Bug Bite, we go to 2, and then any other attack seals it.
Yeah.
But here's
Gonna
there's the
half with Bug
We
Bite.
need a 5.
We're
We
going to get a
check 3.
check a
That's
3.
game 2.
That is game 2. Angress clutching victory from the jaws of defeat.
Really, yeah.
Really, Angress bounced back and found it on the next turn. All those power tokens, putting Attack Titan's Haymaker for lethal. I'm going to say I do not think they will have enough time to finish game 3, but let's see what they've got in store
It
for
would
us.
take a lightning round
It would
from Reiner.
take a lot, yes. But by all means, they're shuffling up. They're going quick.
They have the 6
because-
minutes and then the 5 over overtime.
That's true. That's true. That they do have the turns for overtime. So maybe we'll see it happen. But
Yeah.
let's see. They are going quick.
We need a turn 2 flip from Reiner here.
We
I think.
do. Yeah, I think that's what it will be. Or for the first time in this match, maybe a very wide turn 1 build from Angress, so he can
fabled,
put up some
front side Reiner kill.
the fabled frontside Reiner kill, perhaps. But we'll see. This time, Reiner is going first for the first time in the match. Angress did
Yeah.
go first both game 1 and game 2, so Reiner is going first.
This is one of the scary moments
I
for
haven't
Reiner, though. These
seen-
mulligans are
I haven't
terrifying.
seen a copy of Soup yet from Edgar.
Yeah,
I
I
don't
haven't
think.
either.
I've only seen Cardboard Crusaders. I haven't seen a copy of Soup.
I mean, it's one of those things we were talking about, right? Where Reiner's deck is so tight, so when you want to include these tech pieces, you have to cut like really good cards.
Yeah.
You have to make some very,
Really
very
strong
difficult
engine.
choices.
Yeah. And Edgar hasn't had too much trouble flipping, but last game was a little bit of a stumbling with the assets all removing themselves. So
Yeah.
he didn't have assets. He could not United Front at the last minute because he did have to remove his last asset before that happened. But let's see. No -1 to the difficulty because for the first time of the match he is going first, but he does have 2 Bodon's coaching, so he does get 2 easy builds with the zeros. 1 short-lived promotion, 1 Cardboard Crusaders. And let's see how much.
See if we can get higher than
Another
a
Dark Tournament
3 build.
looms in hand again.
I think Michael might run like 3 or 4 of that.
Yeah,
card.
we've seen multiples every game, and looks like he is going to fail instead of
Interesting. Valuing the
keeping-
power tokens, giving
yeah.
the time. You
Yeah,
know, wanting to
for
connect
sure.
it. Yeah.
Yeah, he wants to get hit. He
Yeah.
wants power tokens. He knows he has to end the game quickly. So we're keeping Angress up only with a 3 build.
No power token generator on Edgar's side.
Yep. And
Or
no
another
backups, it looks like.
Yeah.
So Reiner will not be flipping anytime soon unless we draw into Crystal Formation. We're going to first form the Reiner minus difficulty. We're just building. We're just going to say that's all we got. We're just building 3.
It's on a 2.
Yep. And that'll do it. Sending it back over to Angress. 4 minutes on the clock. Let's see what he's got. He's deliberating his review. Looks like he's keeping it all. I feel like maybe you have to just build and then go for a turn. But we're going to go Smashing Stomp. Is it going to get Cardboard Crusadered for the 5th time? Fourth time. Smashing Stomp has no words. Smashing
No.
Stomp is
That one's
a vanilla.
too scary.
That one is too scary. It does so much. Cardboard Crusaders again. Just be a 5-8? Yeah, just a vanilla. Just a vanilla
we do have the
5-8.
Inventor's Creation in hand. I don't remember if we checked a break or 2.
Yeah, but we'll
That would
see
be
what
a
Michael's
hard
got.
stop on Michael's turn, I would think.
Michael's turn seems real, or Michael's early game seems really, really reliant on the +1 from Smashing Stomp. His attack package so far, from what I've gathered, seems to be 4 Smashing Stomp, for Earthbreaker, for Attack Titan's Haymaker. I'm not sure what his other attack. Shinashigeki is in there, and then we saw Destructive Heat Rays get checked. We haven't seen him play a Destructive Heat Ray yet. We've just seen him play 5 Smashing Stomps this match and like 6 Earthbreakers.
And I can't help but think that that's the one he probably wants to see.
Yeah, Destructive Heat Ray for sure. But Earthbreaker coming down. Looks like we will be drawing a card unless there is a Team Doctor here.
Yeah, we blocked the Inventors, but we didn't have a breaker here, so this allows Michael to safely play another attack.
Yeah. We're going to draw the card. We're going to get the damage.
Probably blow up Botan's here on Edgar's side. We'll see what gets stunned.
Yeah. We're going to commit what do you fight for, and Botan's coaching. We are going to Inspiring Song.
Saying you will not play another attack.
Yeah, please stop hitting me. Very, very politely. Please stop hitting me. Your check is -1.
Oh.
You'll
Can't
be
be happy seeing that Crystal Formation go to discard. I mean, oh no, he has Bug Bite in his deck. Okay.
He's plusing his own check. He's saying, I want to block this.
Huh.
He's saying, I do
guess we
not
have
want you to
another
show my
low one.
foundation.
Yeah.
He's plusing his own check here.
Oh, wait, I think he has a Walk the Dog.
Yeah. What are they? Okay. They were deliberating something.
Oh, no, it's another Inventors. Okay.
Yeah. Looks like we are confirming Edgar is choosing himself for Inspiring Song. So we've got the 4
It
low.
still fails on a 3, though.
4 low, yeah. And a 4. Does it fail on a 4, though?
Ah,
So it
that's what
checks
we were
a
playing around.
5. Yeah,
He needed exactly to check the 4.
that Inspiring Song +1 to the check. Maybe he does play 4 cover. I think they're actually just 4 in his discard and removed right there, actually. But yeah, playing around the 4 there with Inspiring Song. And we're just going to build out here for Michael. World's or history's greatest monster, ferocious attacker, and passing it back over. We are going to review the Walk the Dog. No good here. A 7 difficulty attack. Can't do that. So we're getting
And we need to flip.
6 new cards. Yeah, we need Crystal Formation. We need a backup.
There's a Bug
and there's
Bite.
nothing there. He does Bug Bite to
we
stack.
don't have momentum access, I think. Oh,
Yeah.
we can get attention, but then we're still short a card type.
Yeah, electing not to.
Oh, we didn't
Short-lived
short live either.
promotion.
Maybe we're saving it for what we think will be our final turn.
Yeah. But if his turn doesn't end in the next 23 seconds, this will be the final turn. Horrifying on a 1 here, and we're gonna see. That looks like the end of our round timer. I don't know if he declared the end of his turn before. We're going to see if the judge gives him the final turn cycle. It looks like that's what's happening here.
Yeah, so we get
he declared
one
the end of
last
his
shot,
turn, but he had not physically put the cards
But we
down.
can't flip.
So, yeah, Reiner cannot flip.
So we have to win on the front side, or this is a draw.
Yeah.
Or Anguirus has to find 30.
He is Team Doctor canceling short-lived promotion to prevent Angus from being a 7-hander. He's saying, you got to work with just what your printed character gives you. And Michael going up to 6. Can he find it? This is his last turn. Can he find it? Smashing Stomp. No Cardboard Crusader.
Cardboard
Smashing
Crusader to
Stomp
save you this
will
time.
live to fight another day. Check to 3, but no worries. We have History's Greatest Monster to re-ready. Smashing Stomp will give +1 to the check, and it will draw a card if it connects, which it looks like it will.
So
From what I
5
saw,
low
he
for
does.
8.
He does have a low block in his hand, I think.
Yeah, I
But
think.
I believe that was a what do you fight for? But yeah,
And if
Smashing
we
Stomp,
are using Team Doctor to cancel short-lived, we are probably using our low block on this one.
probably. I would. Yeah. So 5 low 7 +1 wear check for the first time. It seems like I think this is the 6th Smashing Stomp he's played, and the second one to add to the check.
Yeah.
But we are blocking on a 7. Checks a 4. He's playing 4. That is the 4 Cardboard Crusaders confirmed. I've been counting. There are 4 of them. Unless that was 5, and I was counting wrong. There are either 4 or 5 on my count. I'm gonna assume 4.
Oh, it looks like we don't have any more attacks.
Yeah.
Okay, so time
like
actually was called on Edgar's
Time
turn,
was
and that is a draw.
called. Yeah. All right.
Just showing the hand of Dark Tournament looms.
Yep. So, round 1 ending with a draw for Reiner and Angus. But
Yeah, well
what
fought
a
on
game
both
2.
sides. I know.
What a game 2. That one, I did not expect Angus to be able to pull that one out. But as we said, from the jaws of defeat, Angrist managed to climb back, and finally he had a stage to string together his 5 difficulty moves. Stunning with Earthbreaker, stunning with Attack Titan's Haymaker. Reiner didn't have any more foundations to commit, didn't have any more cards in his stage to commit for his own response. And then Angrist was able to break through with the power tokens.
We talk about how powerful the flip side of Reiner is, but the problem is when your opponent has a wide enough stage, maybe committing 1 card on every attack is just not enough.
Yeah.
You know, if they're able to get that far ahead, and part of some of the choices really adding up, you know, like not, they're choosing to flip the Aaron's Determination and not commit it, enabling Michael to have an additional foundation. Really,
that was
really
a crucial
mattered.
one. That was not something.
And it was not something on our radar either.
No, definitely not. Once the second Haymaker came down, I was like, oh wow, that one he gets to build that now.
Yeah. So I don't think. I mean, obviously there won't be a winners interview since we had a draw. Hopefully we can view some of these Tekken cards that were floating around in that presentation. I need to get a good read of them.
All right, might be next round, but
we'll see.
So
we could look at the LC data if we have that.
Yeah. But we did see. So Reiner had its first showing. All right, so
we were talking about this a little bit earlier.
Yeah.
So we can dig in a bit.
So Reiner at the top of the charts here for entrance for local championship in round 2. I wouldn't say bad. And then Angrist second. I actually didn't realize that Angrist was the second most entered character for round 2 LCs. The other characters that we did talk about earlier were King Ghidorah.
Monsters we didn't mention.
Yeah, we did not mention King of the Monsters. Pony actually all the way down at the end of the first row.
Yeah.
I know.
So I know Pony won 2 LCs, and I think that's why the buzz was, you know, sort of there.
Yeah, but
interesting to see some of these up here above that, like Jamie. You know, Matenkin I've seen a little bit, so that kind of makes sense. Nagoriyuki kind of the same boat.
Yeah,
but,
Rodan, I think we've seen a lot. Rodan has been a mainstay since it was printed. Rodan has been one of the most popular characters since its introduction in the Challenger series. Even the combined firepower Arata taking it away from Rodan wasn't enough to prevent Rodan from being.
There will always be that void control 7-hander.
Yeah,
you know, that's
for sure
one of the cornerstones.
Banning sweeping daggers wasn't enough.
Nope. None of it will be.
Now we've seen Rodan take a new shape in this air aggro, in addition to the void control. But
yeah, we saw both flavors yesterday.
Yeah, we did. Mitchell Tremino, we talked about earlier.
We were right before Levi's presentation.
Yeah,
I think that's one that there are so many things to talk about with that deck where we could just go on forever about it. Hidora at 12, I think it's kind of like Angarius, where it is. This is a character where if you aren't really sure how you want to approach the meta, it has a very simple question answer. You know, does my opponent have ways of dealing with these throws? No. Okay. Well, I'm just going to play these moves and connect. And kind of like Angarius, at a certain point, the quantity of attacks will just kind of get there, except for against the most defensive decks.
Yeah.
You know, and these decks aren't really interested in defending that much. They're just kind of, they're playing their game plan, and if it works, great, awesome. You know, from the rest of this, I don't know if there's anything that really jumps out. And you see Kai Kiski on the chart. Happy about that.
Kai did win an LC.
Yeah.
And we did see Kai perform quite well in the feature match yesterday. But
anything that is surprisingly missing?
Surprisingly missing. I think Pony is lower than I thought it was. I think just from the way people have been talking about it, I expected Pony to have shown up a bit more, but that might be the only, the only one.
I'm surprised to not see any Mikasa Kizaru's Hope.
Yeah.
Because Dean won our LC in Virginia.
Yes, he did.
And maybe it's because we're friends with Dean that we hear about this deck a little bit, but he might be the only one.
Yeah, that's true. He might be. There were 2 Mikasa Kizaru's Hope in the tournament for teams yesterday.
Yeah.
Because there was Team Mikasa. There was a team that entered with Mikasa from AOT 1, Mikasa from AOT 2, every Mikasa but the challenge, but the Clash deck of Mikasa. Yeah, so they played all 3 Mikasas. But other than that, it's been lost a lot of steam from rotation in that the death deck lost Dual Needle Lunge, which is one of the ways that it clears the card pool. But I think Dean was showing off an air aggro approach.
Yeah.
Bug Bite.
And Queen of the Monsters.
Yeah, as we talked about earlier, Bug Bite stacking a card. Mikasa draws on face as well. Mikasa sacrifice, draw 2 cards, So Bug Bite can stack a 6 if you already have attacks, or stack attacks to draw.
So
many options.
I mean, a bunch of interesting one-ofs here, but I'm wondering if we can view the slide with the winning, like how many characters, or how many Reiners won their LCs, etc. I believe it was like 8 Reiners.
One more to the winners. Yeah, so we have some of the data from the LC winners, which we're going to put up on the screen in just a second. But yeah, that is, I think, the biggest outlier for me.
Okay,
Reiner winning 8 LCs, winning 28.6%.
Really high win percent.
Yes, almost as high as Titan of Terrors from round 1.
Notably, this win percent is actually of the total number of LCs. It's not the number of entrants. So Pony Tsunotori actually is a higher win percent relative to entry.
Yes,
because 7 entered and 2 won.
Yes.
And Grog is 33 because I think there were 6 Grogs.
Yeah.
So
yeah, this is just the winners. So what I think is actually fascinating, of the LC wins, only 4 characters won more than 1 LC. And Reiner won more LCs than every other character that won multiple LCs combined.
Yeah.
Right? This is a dominant performance at the local championship level from Reiner, I will say.
Yeah, it really speaks to the... I mean, we sort of felt this in playtesting, but Reiner just feels like such a high-quality deck that it's very hard to build something that consistently outperforms it. And the results kind of support that. I mean, we'll see. The regional could be different.
Of course.
But
because it is a different game of a large tournament versus multiple smaller tournaments. You know, different decks will rise to the top, but we do see a lot of the higher represented decks do have LC wins. Like we see the Mothra had 10 entrants, it picked up a win. Metenkin had 8 entrants, it picks up a win.
And Anguirus had what, 25?
And Jamie, as you mentioned. Oh yeah, Anguirus had
1 in 25 is rough.
Yeah, Anguirus might have the lowest conversion. Actually, does for sure. Other than the characters that did not win in LC, Anguirus has the lowest conversion from LC entrance to LC wins.
Yeah, if you've been to some of these regionals and played, you know, some of these characters like Zeke Yeager, you know, I anticipate that's probably Maxwell Pipkin's local, or you know, Aiden, one of them. You know, there are certain notable players, or like.
TC on Ymir.
Yeah,
I believe he loves that
TC
deck. He's
Ymir.
I've seen him play that deck so much.
I know. I've seen Dan Mosley playing Metenkin recently. I love Metenkin, so I've been keeping my eye on that one. But a couple of these, you know, it's like you see that character and you know a notable person has been putting in the time and effort.
Yeah.
But it also goes to show that if you do that and you have a character that has a decent enough synergy, you really can get your World's Invite with, you know, one of these characters that you really enjoy. For sure. Awesome.
But
I think we're about to go into round 2.
We are about to go into round 2.
That means I'm hopping out.
So we will be.
Or no, you're hopping.
No, I'm.
Yeah.
Yeah. We will be right back.
Yeah.
With round 2.
Very short break.
Don't go anywhere. Very short break.
my pants, I say clash for it. Old enough to be grams, the bank balance so and says she like the conquer like Khan. She holds back on it. I ain't about economy class, I lean back for it. Right about high enough, I'm low battery. Then the credit card comes up and I'll be handing it out. Life for luxury, mature women touching me. Can't lie, say I don't like how the tissue feels. Few folds, I'm sure that's where the treasure is. She impressed by my high school in the registry. She gon' ba-bum, 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 something. She gon'
And we are back with round 2 of the round 2 regional here in Las Vegas. Now, what was subbed out for Snuggie? This is our first time today, but we have Biollante versus Devil Jin for round 2. We talked about Devil Jin. Well, when I talked about Devil Jin a little bit during our opening, where Devil Jin's one of the few characters that have received an errata and is still played, still sees consistent play. So it's interesting. Devil Jin can no longer, as of even a year ago now, can no longer add Goblin Bolt to his card pool on the opponent's turn, but still extremely potent offense. And Equipment Heist is banned, which was
thankfully
mostly Devil Jin's fault. I'm gonna give some credit to Hawks as well, but Equipment Heist is banned. So Devil Jin has had, and teaming with the Attack Titan ban, Devil Jin has had so many cards, including himself, errated or banned around him, and is still kicking. Very, very resilient character. Let's see if that offense can keep up with Biollante. Biollante, one of the most defensive characters we've seen in a long time. Definitely the most defensive character from the Godzilla Reign of Kaiju set. Lots of damage reduction from Biollante. Playing on water, very defensive symbol. I think I've seen most Biolantes play on life, to be honest.
I agree. I haven't seen too many that are going strictly for water as the primary symbol. And Devil Jin Chaos makes sense. I think I've always seen it played on Chaos.
Yeah, I saw a couple evil Devil Jin decks pre-rotation where you could play with Featherstorm and actually the Hawk's Feathers, because Featherstorm makes them not count towards progressive. So then Devil Jin could continuously add Hawk's Feathers from discard pile, and they would not count towards progressive and just stack up the damage bonuses. But without that, I'll be honest with you, I don't think there's a whole lot Evil has going for it right now. So definitely Chaos makes sense to me. Biollante on water. Water gets some really good tools. I think the most relevant one, in my opinion, Scales of Juno. Yes. I would be shocked if that card was not included in the Biollante deck. I think that is an extremely powerful card right now, and I expect to see it quite a bit. But Referee Jury on water as well. But let's see what we've got. Starting off with Military Airship, extremely strong card, and especially in Devil Jin, who can add a different card to his card pool and then pick it up with Airship. So you can basically tutor an attack. We're seeing those Titan arm bars, an infinity symbol card with the static. If this card's in your card pool, your attacks get +2 damage. So when Devil Jin adds it into the card pool from the discard pile, even more damage, just outrageous damage pump. So Devil Jin might be able to combat Biollante's damage reduction with something like that. And we see Scales of Juno.
Scales of Juno is there.
The reward store promo, very beautiful card.
It seems like a standard build for Devil Jin as well. Short-lived promotion, horrifying realization, and inspiring song. Yes. It seems to be a default in anybody that's playing on those symbols.
For sure.
I don't blame it. It's a great card.
Yeah. All three of those Chaos attuned, most of them in every Chaos deck that is allowed to. So 5 build from the 5-hander for Biollante. We have Godzilla versus Biollante there.
That's one of the local promos.
Yes, one of the old mood posters. We have 2 Guardian Angel of Chinatown as well. And I believe that is the alt art for second wielder. But Devil Jin drawing his new hand. Let's see what he's got. Superfly Stomp. An incredible card for Devil Jin. Evil attuned, 4-4 Frenzy. Blitz. Add 1 card from your deck to your discard pile. So Devil Jin can go ahead and tutor out anything he wants, and he chose Camouflage Counter. Absolutely the most pivotal Devil Jin piece. In my opinion, if they ever decide to hit Devil Jin in another manner, Camouflage Counter will be the one that goes. This is basically the last bastion of the super abusable Devil Jin attack card pool package. So getting that right into his discard with the Superfly Stomp. Immediately, first action.
Superfly Stomp just adding to the combo that it used to exist with Camouflage Counter and Aerial Goblin Bolt. Yep. We saw that a lot, not only at local competition, but regional competition as well.
Yeah, for sure. And the Titan Armbar hitting the card pool, so that's +2 damage from Titan Armbar static, +2 damage from Devil Jin. That's +4 already. A ton of damage there. Biollante's damage reduction has its work cut out for it. If Ross is relying on damage reduction and not on blocking, I think he's going to be in for a rough time this game, because multiple Titan arm bars in the card pool is just tons and tons and tons of damage. I don't know if Biollante's damage reduction will be able to keep up. But we'll see. He is deliberating on his first enhance, maybe thinking about firing off the Biolante button. No, just going to go for
Acid Screen.
The deflect. There was no check made there, so it looks like we're just going to go with the deflect 4 from Acid Screen. So it looks like we're going to take 4 damage there. Besiege on a 5, checking a 3. Will we respond, Devil Jin, to pump our check here, or are we just letting it rock? So, yeah. Let's see. Looks like we do. Devil Jin's once per turn has been used. Now, Besiege is... I'll be honest with you. I hate this card.
Yeah, I think I was going to say, I think you said that
playing
yesterday.
against this card. This is a card that brings me nothing but pain. The Blitz makes it super tough to block. Can only be blocked by block modifiers 3 or greater.
Yep.
I think we have a lot of, we say very jokingly, lovingly, seriously, when we do not have a +3 block bot in our hand to block Besiege, I say, sorry, my deck is too good.
Okay.
My deck's too good. I don't have +3 block.
That is fair. That is fair. You know, I default to looking at some of the 4 block mods as well, because there are some cards very, very powerful that have 4 block mods.
Yeah.
Final Wars, I think, is one of them.
It is now, yeah. Final Wars, the +4 mid block that we saw played in the Potemkin strategy.
We did see played yesterday
during top 8.
And we debated whether or not why would you play that?
Yeah. To block Besiege. We didn't mention that either. Yeah.
There you go.
But looks like we're gonna minus.
He just checked Final Wars.
He did just check Final Wars. He just checked Final Wars. Yeah. But I believe that's end the cycle that was just committed.
Yeah, that was in the cycle.
Yeah. Which looks like it. I don't remember. I think end the cycle was minus speed. Because he's going to Biolante, pick up Dumbfounded. Lines up perfectly for this interaction. He's going to make it the slowest, the absolute slowest you've ever seen.
Dumbfounded, just basically saying, I'm going to ignore all progressive difficulty. And in the cycle actually is minus speed. It's for every card in the card pool, for all card pool. That's plenty.
Yeah. But he actually ended up going with Scales of Juno because he did make it a low with Camouflage Counter. I think it was, he picked up Dumbfounded, and Chris said, you know this is a low, right? And he was like, yeah.
Wait,
yeah. Camouflage Counter did make it a low. Well, or Devil Jin did make it a low by adding in Camouflage Counter. So minus a million billion speed, minus 6 speed here. So even though you can only block with a block mod of 3, it is a -3 speed move. So
reminding each other of, hey, I changed the zone and everything like that. That goes to show the quality of players that we have in these competitions.
Always love to see that.
Like even at the highest level, we're not trying to cheat one another. We are making it as fair as possible, because if you're going to win, you want to go against the best. You want to make sure it is fair.
Definitely agree. So we did fire off that airship to pick up the Supervised Stomp that Devil Jin added to the card pool, and we are going to go for the block. This is on a -1 still, maybe, or maybe on a 0, but we do get the block there. So -6 speed on the Besiege still allowed us to block with the 3 low. But Ross is out of cards in hand again. He's used the Biolante once per turn to pick up a block. However, he does still have Godzilla versus Biolante commit draw if it is deemed necessary. But Chris is debating perhaps throwing that Superfly Stomp on an 8 with +1 to the check from Inspiring Song. So it could pass no matter what. Even if he checks a 3, it would still be +1 from Inspiring Song. He would check a 4. He has used Devil Jin. Looks like we're not going to go for it. We're going to go with team strategy.
Team strategy.
Or exam strategy, sorry. Exam strategy.
Exam strategy.
Yes,
that's
exam strategy.
Right.
This is another very, very potent piece for Devil Jin. It gives +1/+1 for each attack in your card pool. So this is a huge one for next turn. It'll be a very explosive turn with exam strategy. Looks like a Father's Sin as well.
Yes. Gonna mill as part of a Father's Sin on play.
Yep.
And something.
He gets the draw, and that's another Camouflage Counter.
Oh, gosh.
That's exactly what you want to see.
And something on exam strategy that we've seen a lot of so far this weekend in teams and already starting off this morning is deflect. Everybody seems to be saying, okay, well, if I can't block, I'll just reduce it immediately when I take damage.
Yeah, deflect 2, not the largest deflect count, but Devil Jin's pretty beefy. He's got He's got a lot of health. So the deflect is
Hey, like I always say,
relevant.
last health is the only one that matters.
Yep. When Devil Jin's got over 30 health, even just deflect 2 is quite a bit.
We are seeing a lot of thick characters out there and health-wise, but I know that we're going to see some that are a bit short. The 7-handers out there.
Yeah, we got a lot of ponies running around.
They're stomping around all over the place. Invisible Infiltration.
Invisible Infiltration, yeah. The Girl Power reprint. That card was a My Hero 3 card that rotated 2 years ago, but its legality was extended by getting reprinted in Girl Power. Very tricky card. Remove a foundation from either player's stage after this attack resolves. Build it. So it allows you to reset foundations that were committed, essentially, or that were committed or flipped, or if you really, really, really need to get an attack through, you can target remove one of your opponent's trickier pieces. But looks like not a whole lot of value for it here. I imagine we're going to see commit Godzilla versus Biollante, draw, then Invisible Infiltration, remove it, build it back again. But we'll see what Ross ends up doing. But we were giving it some stats with Biollante, I believe, because we do have the face down in the card pool.
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay, and we're going to see...
We can't see it because it is off screen, but he does have the once per turn because they're indicating whenever they're using it.
Yes, he did just add back Scales of Juno. So yeah, we saw Godzilla versus Biollante commit, clear the face down, clean up the card pool, draw a card. Invisible Infiltration is going to remove it, and it is going to come back ready to use again, presumably on Chris's turn. I don't think Ross will fire it off a second time. I imagine he'll save it for when he has to use Biollante on his opponent's turn, but we'll see. Comes back, ready to go, and Cheerful Teen. That's a... I don't remember exactly what that one does, but I do know it is a card people were really talking about that would be good in Biollante. I know it's a Mina card, so it has to do with face down card pool.
Correct. It's after arrival. After arrival card is destroyed, foundation is destroyed. Yeah. You draw a card, but you can enhance flip. Each player adds the top card of their deck to the card pool face down.
Yes, and Biollante checks both players' card pools for the damage reduction, I believe. So Cheerful Teen basically says -2 damage to everything for the whole turn.
And there's the alternate art for Fast Friendship. I haven't seen that one in a while.
Another card from the water symbol. Looks like Chris is going to go ahead and flip Shortly Promotion. Going to go be a 6-hander this turn. Let's see if he fires off the Horrifying Realization as well. Can't quite tell how many cards are still left in Ross's hand, but I think it might be one. But he does have the Biollante Enhance live again, but does not have a Momentum, so he cannot pick up 2 cards. Was unable to find Momentum on the previous turn. Invisible Infiltration did get blocked. Chris is going to lead off with the Superfly Stomp he added to his hand with the Military Airship on the previous turn. And let's see what he digs for. I'm not sure what he's going to send here. He already has 2 Camouflage Counters. He already has 2 Titan Arm Bars. I don't know what you want. I don't know. What do you get for the Devil Jin that has everything?
I don't think we've seen it played much.
Aerial Goblin Bolt is what you get for the Devil Jin that has everything.
Yeah, there you go. I don't think we've seen it too much as far as people actually triggering it or relying upon it, but Superfly Stomp being a frenzy. Can you talk a little bit about that as far as what frenzy does?
Yeah, so frenzy is a keyword, in my opinion, underutilized keyword.
Yeah,
that
I agree.
Is a blitz, get +1/+1 for every time your rival has blocked this turn. So we do it. Frenzy is a bit of an odd keyword to put on Superfly Stomp, but I think it just gives it a bit more utility in that Superfly Stomp is usually going to be your opening move. However, if you want it for later in your string, it does have Frenzy.
Which he was debating that earlier.
Yes, he was debating that earlier, yeah. Electing not to use the other blitz, spend momentum, your rival spends 1 momentum and sacrifices 1 face-up foundation. If Biollante had a momentum, I imagine it would have been used to deny it, so Biollante could not pick up 2, but sacrificing a foundation, not super relevant here. I have played Superfly Stomp a lot, and I'll be real with you, I think I've used the momentum blitz never. I actually cannot remember a single time I've ever used the momentum blitz. It is just, it's always nice when cards have dual usage or you know, multiple effects, but I truly have never used the spend momentum of Superfly Stomp. I've always had better uses for momentum in the decks that I've included it in. But we are going to go ahead and Titan Armbar on the first one, going to beef up the attacks for the rest of the string, electing not to put the Goblin Bolt that he just sent to the discard pile, because no need, you have one in your hand. So he's just going to throw Goblin Bolt down from his hand on a 5, checks a 5, easy money. And now Goblin Bolt can cancel the Biollante Enhance. Goblin Bolt not having the magic words non-character. Goblin Bolt can cancel anything at once. Any blitz, any enhance, just for flipping it face down.
One of those cards that if you're playing against it, just outright feels unfair.
Yeah.
But
however,
hasn't been hit yet.
However, flipping itself face down will fuel Biollante's damage reduction. But it looks like we are going to go ahead and fire off the blitz for Goblin Bolt and seal one of the Godzilla versus Biollantes. Another, you know, another line of text that card has. Goblin Bolt does so much. That card is so strong. But we're adding in Camouflage Counter with the Devil Jin, making Goblin Bolt a low, presumably. Maybe keeping it a high. We'll see. We're getting +6 damage with the Titan Armbar and the Devil Jin Enhance. And we are changing it to a low. See, Ross has presumably no cards in hand. He has one draw available with Godzilla vs. Biollante, and he has the Biollante add back from discard effect. But Goblin Bolt can cancel on one of those. So Chris has a choice here. Do you flip Goblin Bolt to cancel Biollante and abort the attack, or do you let Biollante resolve and then perhaps you cancel something else? It looks like he's letting Biollante resolve his effect and is going to use the cancel later in the turn. And the card he picked up was Referee Jury. Going to reset Goblin Bolt down to 4. Still above printed.
Yeah, still above printed.
And then he will draw a card if this attack connects.
And I had to double check as far as second wielder because it says it's 6 foundations or more. Chris staying under 6 at 5 right now. It looks like.
We are going to go ahead and fire off the Cheerful Teen. Going to flip at a face down to both players' card pool. Going to stuff Devil Jin's card pool. Stuffing Devil Jin's card pool with attacks can sometimes feel irrelevant because of the Devil Jin response. But when you put face downs in and perhaps force him to flip his own Goblin Bolt's face down, then that is actual progressive that his once per turn cannot get around. But Ross is going to go ahead, fire off the Godzilla vs. Biollante that is not sealed, clear the face down from his card pool, draw a card, and then assuming he takes the 2 damage now from this Goblin Bolt, he will draw another card from the Referee Jury. We talked about fake five-handers yesterday. Biollante looking like the fakest 5-hander I've ever seen.
Yes, for sure, for sure. That's one thing I will say that seems to be a consistency, at least lately, is 5-handers always have a good engine that they can utilize in order to make sure that they're not just a 5-hander.
Yeah. And then we see the response on Referee Jury. I actually forgot about this one. When Chris used an enhance, Referee Jury respond, flip face down, commit a foundation. Your Alva commits a foundation, putting another face down in Biollante's card pool to fuel the damage reduction moving forward. But right now, we're still working on the Goblin Bolt, the exam strategy, +4/+4 on the Goblin Bolt. Chris says, I'm going to cash this one in now. I'm going to make this hit you. You use the Referee Jury on it. You only have 1 card in your hand. You're going to have to block on a 9, maybe? But let's see what Chris has got. He did take the damage from the Referee Jury, so he draws a card. And Scales of Juno that we talked about earlier, it is going to cancel the Camouflage Counter. Camouflage Counter is going to stay right where it is. If an effect would cause a card to leave your rival's card pool, cancel it. Not clear. Leave.
Not clear. Just cancel it and it stays there and it will count.
Yeah. Do not think Chris was expecting that one. He did have to read Scales of Juno. I don't think he realized how all-encompassing that card was.
Yeah, non-character ability. It's not even response. It's not enhance. It's just
anything at all.
Anything at all.
Anything at all. I believe that was horrifying. Just flipped there. Horrifying realization.
Yeah, horrifying. Discarding.
And then Ross is going to ditch a Dumbfounded. Going to have to tap a foundation for that because it was a foundation that was discarded. Horrifying Realization is a card that I think has gone in and out of favor since it was printed. Usually, this is the spot it finds itself. It gets in a lot of decks post-rotation, I'd say. We just had a rotation. A lot of one-diff people were playing, and it's a solid card. It's not an auto-include, but it is a solid card. Does quite a bit. But it looks like we're just building out here. So
now it going in and out, I think it is because it is form rather than being enhanced.
Yeah.
Because you have it in your stage and you have to use it on form rather than being during one of the enhanced steps. Which still not bad, but not as always going to be an auto include in anything that can play a chaos.
Great card in Devil Jin because in theory, when Camouflage Counter triggers and puts stuff on top of your deck and +1s to your check, in theory, when the Camouflage Counter does that, you play, it gives +1 to your check because you know you're checking a 3. So it goes, okay, we're going to put this on top. You're going to check a 3, but we'll make it a 4. Well, Horrifying at form speed, drawing, lets you draw the Camouflage Counter. So then you get +1 to your check, and you might even check a Foundation. You might have a 6 when you play your next attack. But
trying to see exactly what's in there.
Rolling Movement. A lesser utilized tension move. I will say, in my opinion, Water did get the short end of the stick as far as attuned tension goes. I think Water has some of the weaker attuned tension cards, but Rolling Movement, a Bridget card, has some face-down synergies as well, I believe. Its block mod is -2.
Yes, correct.
When you have a face-down card in your card pool. So in Biolante, a very defensive deck, tension's great. 0 high block when you have a face on your card pool is also great. So definitely see the value in this one. This card is much less generic than the likes of Gunflame Feint, Stun Edge, right? There are many more attuned Heat Tackle, very...
Stroke the Big Tree?
Stroke the Big Tree is fire attuned. Yeah, it's definitely, I think Water has much more specific tension attacks than the much more generic cards from the other symbols, in my opinion.
I won't disagree with that.
Making good use of it here.
Lots of people love Bridget, but it didn't exactly get the buffs with its own set that I think it needed.
Yeah, I think Bridget and the Bridget decks that do see play don't really include the tension stuff because Bridget is good at getting momentum herself. But the tension token momentum for Biolante is huge, and it makes contact, meaning Ross has another momentum. If he wants to, he can fire off Biolante's effect this turn to pick up 2 cards, and on his rival's turn to pick up 2 more cards, because that Rolling Movement did make contact. It is going to momentum at the end of the turn. But Invisible Infiltration, resetting Cheerful Teen. A huge, huge piece against Devil Jin. I will say, I must apologize, Biolante. I was not familiar with your game. I thought for sure multiple Titan armbars. When I saw the first build from Devil Jin and saw 2 Titan armbars checked, I thought for sure +4 across the whole string would leave Ross high and dry, but Biolante's been blocking more than I thought, and the damage reduction has been pretty significant. Ross is going to go ahead and fire off the Spend Momentum effect, picking up 2 cards. That's a Growing Grasp. Face downs do not count towards progressive difficulty to play this card. I think it says that.
Yeah. I believe you're right. Because I was playing against one of the UVS employees that was playing Growing
the card slinging yesterday?
Yes, correct.
Yep.
And it is a throw.
Loop the Loop, one of my favorites. I love this card. I love Loop the Loop.
Did he have the alt? I missed it.
He did.
Big Bear, let's go.
Yeah, I love Loop the Loop. Loop the Loop is, I think, one of the most underappreciated cards from Guilty Gear. I think it is absolutely a fantastic card, and Ross is just gonna stack the stats, flipping more cards in his card pool. Both of these cards ignore face downs when accounting for progressive. We're gonna see a big Growing Grass. We're gonna see a Loop the Loop afterwards. Biolante is a 5-hander that just picked up 2 cards from discard and is gonna pick one of them up back during the end step with Loop the Loop. But this Invisible Infiltration is getting big. It's got 6 low 9 right now.
Yes, I think that's right.
And let's see what Ross has to say about this. We're gonna go for a half. It's gonna fail. Just want to get the card out of his hand, I imagine. Devil Jin getting chunked down. Cheerful Teen coming back.
I was trying to think about it. I had to look it up just to make sure. All the face down foundations not counting. Very Mina 2 coded.
Yeah.
And
yeah.
Rob playing Mina at locals all the time. I'm kind of having PTSD seeing this right now. I'm happy she rotated, but it didn't really go away with cards like Growing Grasp, unfortunately.
Yes, we got Growing Grasp only on a 6. Don't let your eyes deceive you. That is 4 in the card pool, but only 1 counts towards progressive. And we are getting 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 plus 6 damage.
Every face card in both card pools is going to give it damage.
Every card in both card pools, including itself.
Oh yes,
including itself somehow.
It's all cards. Excuse me. I'm still having PTSD from the face down cards.
And then Biolante is going to give it. Now Biolante does count only face down. So Biolante is going to give it 6 damage because Cheerful Teen just put 2 more in the card pool. So we're going to get 6 damage.
12 plus 4, 16?
Yeah, 16 damage throw. There's a 3 low for 16.
And we haven't seen any throw hates thus far in Chris's deck that I've seen.
This is on a 7, checks a 3. Devil Jin response makes it pass. Devil Jin response makes it a 4. I believe now the half block is successful. Yeah. So Devil Jin respond. Gonna draw that card. Gonna half block. Only gonna take 8.
Only 8.
Only gonna take 8 from that throw.
Can you explain that? How the Devil Jin response actually plays into that?
So Devil Jin says when you check an attack, you can respond, add the attack to your card pool, and then plus your check equals number of attacks in your card pool. Well, the attack he puts in this card pool counts. So we will get a 4 essentially from that check.
And Ross coming out with another Growing Grasp.
This one only on a 7. We got plus, look how much damage that's going. Stacking up the damage. Devil Jin does have 1 card in his hand now because he did draw from his response. However, he knows he cannot pass this block.
Not gonna be
and
enough.
That will be the game, Ross, with the Growing Grass. That Growing Grass was about to get 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 17 damage, something like that. That Growing Grass was going to be for 21.
21. No big deal. 21 damage throw.
Yeah.
No big deal.
So that is it. I
am having such flashbacks, man.
That was very impressive offensive string from Ross there. The 2 Growing Grass. And there was a loop-the-loop on top of that, which also doesn't count face down towards progressive. And just like Superfly Stomp has Frenzy. So presumably, if more blocks were able to be used on the Growing Grasps, that loop-the-loop would have still been +2/+2, and Biolante would have given it 6 more damage anyway. So I really think Devil Jin would have been very, very difficult for Devil Jin to live that turn. So
I'm trying to peek a little bit at the side.
Yeah, I was going to say, what do we think is going to come in for Devil Jin here?
On Chris's side, he Stroke the Big Tree is in there.
Yeah. I don't know if that's that was one of the Jet Jaguar attacks, I think. I believe that's one. I don't know if it's Jet Uppercut. No, not Jet Uppercut. There's the rare. I think it's Jet Haymaker, maybe. I believe is what it is. That is a discard pile hate tech piece. I believe, if I saw the card correctly, that shuffles or places 2 cards from your rival's discard pile on the bottom of their deck. But I believe that was the rare. I believe Jet Uppercut is the ultra. I think it's
Jet Uppercut's the ultra rare.
Yeah. But I believe I saw the other Jet Jaguar attack. Its name escapes me at the moment, but hopefully he will play it. Jet Haymaker, maybe?
Haymaker.
Yeah, I believe Jet Haymaker is the one I saw. I did see the big comic wham. Yeah, add 2 cards from your pile to the bottom of their deck in any order. I believe it's Chaos. Yeah, so I believe that's the card I saw.
Yeah, Chaos, Good and Void. So.
Yeah, this would be a great piece against Biolante.
For sure.
You put the cards that Biolante wants to pick up back on the bottom of their deck, deny them the recursion. So you're going to say, if you want to Growing Grasp me this game, you got to draw them. Because I'm going to put the ones in your discard pile back on the bottom of your deck. And they're not coming back. They're on the bottom. And you're a 5-hander. You can't draw your whole deck.
Yeah.
It's not allowed.
Well, I don't know. You could.
Yeah.
You could.
Maybe.
I definitely play 5-handers that are it's certainly capable. Biolante, probably not so much.
Yeah. And it looks like we are going with Stroke the Big Tree as well. Gonna get some more or less guaranteed damage. Stroke the Big Tree very, very interesting card. We did talk about it, and Gunflame Feint. We talked about all these cards.
Yes,
yeah.
exactly.
So here, I think Devil Jin is eating a little bit better than Biollante as far as the Guilty Gear Tension attuned cards are concerned.
For sure.
Where Stroke the Big Tree cannot be blocked by mids. And now you might say, well, it's a low. Well, that's whatever. So you can't half block it.
Except,
yeah,
because I've run into this, except unless you change it to a mid.
And how would you do that?
And there's plenty of different ways to do that.
Maybe the Roman cancel token.
But Roman cancel,
yeah,
gives you the tension.
Yep.
You use the tension, change the zone to a mid. It can't be blocked by mids. I hate this.
You can only half block
it's happened to me so many times.
It becomes essentially a throw that you can't even use mids to block. And why that is also so good right now, not that it's relevant in this matchup, but a card that we've seen pick up a lot of steam has been Protector of Life. It's actually the participation promo for this very event.
The foiled participation promo.
Yes. Where it is a 2 mid that says if you block, the attack deals no damage. And that is usually a very powerful card against the throws like Growing Grasp. It's a great card to answer Growing Grasp because Growing Grasp is slow unless they have a momentum for the EX. But Protector of Life can go ahead, block that, Breaker 1, no damage, get a power token. Well, Stroke the Big Tree is not a throw. Stroke the Big Tree cannot be blocked by mids. So the best throw hate tool currently in the format cannot be used against Stroke the Big Tree. And I think that is what Chris is counting on here. You're going to have to damage reset with Referee Jury. The damage reduction with Biollante might not be enough, finally, if he can stack up those Titan arm bars. But we will see if it plays out for him like that. I wonder what he ended up siding out, what attacks he ended up siding out. Webb and I talked about this a little bit last round, where it can be tough to side in Reiner, and it can be tough to have tech pieces in Reiner because so much of your deck is engine. I feel in Devil Jin specifically, it can be a little difficult to side attacks because so many of your attacks are just strictly engine.
And one thing I'm thinking about it right now, because I can't get off of that. You said the attacks. What attacks he sided out?
Yeah,
he was pulling out foundations as well, but I'm not sure that you want to skew it that way. Unless he was foundation stacked to begin with.
That's a good point. So generally speaking, when I side in this game and when I build side decks, I generally keep the ratios of my deck the same or at least very similar. So if my side deck is going to be very attack heavy, I'm going to, in those matchups, plan ahead of what attacks can I afford to side out in this matchup. If I'm putting in, for example, Jet Haymaker, what attacks can I afford to side out in the matchups where that card's applicable? If you are siding out foundations, that can be very high risk, high reward. Because if you get flooded with attacks, you won't be able to have enough foundations to play them. But if you do get the foundations early, then your hands are going to be really aggressive. So, yeah, I did not catch what cards he sided out. You are right. If he did side out some foundations,
I saw him pull short-lived promotion out. I was looking at it.
Yeah.
So.
And if you are going to side out foundations, I would probably side out the higher difficulty ones.
Yeah.
At least, because like if you're going to side out like 1s and 0s for your more attacks, so your deck is going to look crazy after siding. But so we have Devil Jin starting off.
So as they're getting started, as a competitive player yourself, never mind, there's short-lived promotion. I was wrong. As a competitive player yourself, how is it that you go into a tournament like this, a bigger tournament like this, and prepare to try and figure out not only, okay, well, we have a general idea of what people are going to be playing and what the deck composition looks like, but the side decks are all over the place.
Yeah.
How is it during the game that you're able to kind of judge what might come out?
Predicting your opponent's side deck can be really tough. Generally speaking, I think I would just try to be aware of if I'm playing the most played deck in the format, if I happen to be, not that I have ever done that actually in this game. I've played, when I played Jiro for a while, that was one of the more popular decks. I did expect people to have stuff for me. When I played Hawks for 2 years, right?
Wait, you played Hawks? No way.
I was aware of cards that were popular against other decks that could have overlap. So, for example, a card I was hyper aware of in the most recent events for Worlds, especially, I was hyper aware of Scales of Juno because that card was very, very strong, and it could cancel Feather Control, cancel Big Fist Bash, stuff like that. If you're going to play the most played deck in the format, you need to be aware of the cards that people are using to counter that deck. If you're playing an off-meta deck, you need to be aware of what overlap your deck has with the hate pieces used against the best deck. If your deck has a ton of cards that lose to the really popular tech pieces against the best deck, and your deck is also a rogue deck, you are not going to have a good time.
Yeah.
If you want to play an off-meta pick, you need to make sure that your deck is positioned well into the popular cards. That's how I would approach it.
Got it. And something I did see, he was trying to build in, I want to say the Desperate Plea.
Yes, Desperate Plea.
It was on a 4. He checked Mighty Blitz, checked a 3.
Decided not to commit Biolante, really valuing, Biolante being, that is something that can be a blessing and a curse with these characters with defensive abilities on face. For characters that only have aggressive abilities, like I think a classic example was like Endeavor from Jetburn was a very popular aggressive character for quite a while. When you check a 3 on your 4 when you're going second, you train him sideways. He does nothing on defense. He actually has no effects you can even use. When you're playing a character like Biolante, it is a decision. Do you want to commit Biolante or do you want to keep it ready? And Ross says, I value the defensive ability of Biolante more than the extra foundation.
And going against something like Devil Jane, I completely understand that.
Yeah. And here we have already +5 damage on the Superfly Stomp, right?
We got Superfly Stomp, Titan Armbar.
That is a Final Wars in the stage. The glare is a little bit, but that is a Final Wars.
That's +1 to everybody.
Yep.
+1 damage for everyone.
Yep. We are going to go ahead and fire off the Biolante, picking up the Mighty Blitz, getting a 1 low block, I believe.
Yes. And Mighty Blitz, I think, undervalued card in a lot of decks that we have seen as of recent.
Yeah, a very, very cool combo with Loop the Loop that we saw in the first game. We didn't see him play Loop the Loop, but a really cool interaction with Mighty Blitz and Loop the Loop. Mighty Blitz is another card that can snatch an attack from your discard pile, put it in your card pool, and then Loop the Loop can add the card you added back to your hand during the end phase.
And the thing that I love about it is the second Blitz, where if you have a high attack, then you can get an additional 3 times. But if you have a low attack, get your rivals spend 2 momentum.
2 momentum. That's such 2 momentum is so much for an attack momentum denial ability. There are a couple of cards in the format. Absorb the Energy Spirit Strike is probably the most common one currently in Standard. And that card has a great effect where you get damage you get a damage boost, but 2 momentum is so much. And that's so relevant right now for Roman Cancel specifically.
Exactly.
Because they will have a Roman Cancel and presumably a Bloodsucking Universe along with it. Mighty Blitz is a great card to deal with that specifically.
And on 4 symbols as well.
Yes. Yes, on 4
That's
symbols.
why I can't necessarily understand why more people aren't playing it, especially in the format as it is.
It is powerful for every symbol.
Hey, guys, chat.
Yeah.
But we need this to happen. Play Mighty Blitz more.
Yeah, it's a very, very respectable card. But Goblin Bolt's going to seal Scales of Juno. He saw what happened last game with Scales of Juno canceling the camouflage counter. He said, this time, I'm taking countermeasures. Going to use the Goblin Bolt to seal the Scales of Juno because while we did talk about how many things Goblin Bolt can stop, Goblin Bolt cannot stop responses. Goblin Bolt can only cancel enhances and blitzes. But we've got Ross deliberating. I think he's thinking about trying to block. Oh, we're going to deflect 4. We're going to acid screen, deflect 4 again. Acid screen, another face downs do not count towards progressive effects. However, in this instance, deflect does not need a check anyway. But Devil Jin, for the first time in this match, is going to resolve camouflage counter. And we talked about Final Wars. He's going to sequence the Final Wars after the camouflage counter, and the Final Wars will draw camouflage counter. Another foundation that lets him get the camouflage counter off the top of his deck after he stacks it.
And that being a once per turn, just timing it correctly is everything.
Absolutely. He's going to go camouflage counter. Going to go on a 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 with +1 to his check. checks a 5, which becomes a 6. Only gonna have to give up 2 there. Let's see, Ross is out of cards in hand, and he's out of card draw. We're gonna stun 1. Yeah, Ross is done. He waved him on. He said, "Go on, I got nothing." Ross only has -3 damage. He's used the Bylante once per turn. No more cards in hand. No more foundations with abilities. This camouflage counter.
I was going to say he does have the Inspiring Song to give him a bit of a either a buff or just another. Okay, yeah.
Yeah, Chris
a buff to
says
his
+1
deck.
to my check. He says, I've still got Devil Jin. I'm going to +1 to my check. I think it's possible we see a lethal this turn.
And there's Aerial Goblin
Adding
Bolt that he
Goblin
just
Bolt to the card
picked up.
pool. Gonna go +5 damage. And the -3 damage from Bylante getting completely offset by the combination of Final Wars and Titan Armbar. So we are getting the full 5 damage from this camouflage counter. It is going to hit Ross for 9. I don't think there's anything he can do about it. No.
Now, if you're sitting in Chris's position, you can smell the blood in the water.
Yeah.
As far as he has no cards, he has no defense.
He's going for it.
Do you full send and try to make it happen right now?
I think you still have the Devil Jin response. If you have another attack, I think you have to.
Mm-hmm.
I think the best case scenario is you are hoping to check a Titan armbar.
Yeah.
You're hoping to play an attack and check a Titan armbar. But we
like he
have
has one.
Superfly Stomp. It's going to check a 6, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. It's going to check a 6. He has to commit Devil Jin here, actually. Maybe? Unless I'm not counting this correctly. Maybe Chris checked too well on this turn. He needed to check a 3 to pass this, actually, I think. Because now... is it gonna commit Devil Jin? It's gonna commit Devil Jin.
Oh no.
Wow. He checked too well. He needed to check an attack to get the Devil Jin response. He didn't have an opportunity to use it a single time this turn. Looks like the Superfly Stomp's only gonna be for 4 damage.
Which honestly was along the lines of what I was thinking as far as, well, he's adding a bunch of attacks. Maybe he had too many foundations.
Yeah.
You take the foundations out, it'll give you the opportunity to be able to use the response more. But it's unfortunate you run into this situation, and I've been saying it yesterday, and I'll say it again. You can have perfect ratios in your deck. It could be set up perfectly, but it still does have a bit of RNG to it as to whether or not you're going to actually
And we had the
draw
opposite
our
problem.
check.
He just checked too many foundations.
Exactly.
But so the Superfly Stomp will come in with Final Wars is a static. So
Yes.
Final Wars will still be +1 damage. Titan Armbar is a static, still be +2 damage. So this Superfly Stomp also has Frenzy. I don't know if I guess he's declaring it now. Maybe it has Frenzy for +1/+1. So it will be a +4 damage +1. Yeah, there we go. +4 damage +1. They're going off the table. It's fine.
Mm-hmm.
But Bylante has the -3 damage.
And so 2 things to say.
Yeah.
Static, meaning that happens no matter what. Doesn't matter if it's committed.
Basically a continuous ability. You don't have to even say it. It is always applying. It is on the card text. It's not a response. It's not a blitz. It's not a enhance. It's just always applying.
And it looks like
Even
Ross
if your card is committed. So even though Final Wars is committed, it still applies. Yeah.
It looks like that's going to end the turn. And the other thing, Frenzy, the reason we're questioning it is because it's a blitz ability.
Yes.
So you have to declare it in order for you actually to get the damage, which we
And
have.
he did. Yeah.
We did see him do it, but we have seen, especially last night, there was an instance where if you don't declare it, you can't do it.
There were a number of times.
Very unfortunate.
Yeah, we had some in round 1 where a couple abilities were not activated, where they were not triggered, but. Let's see what Ross can do.
There it is.
Yeah, Loop the Loop.
The bear.
One of my favorite cards from the Guilty Gear set. I absolutely adore this card. Very, very cool. And the alt art is delightful.
I mean, everyone knows why I love the alt art, but still, it is a great card, and it's one that I've been trying to figure out a way to fit it into some of the characters that I do play, or figure out exactly what I can start transitioning towards, especially Water. Water is a symbol that I've never played in all my time.
Yeah.
And Good, I've dabbled with. Good's about to get a lot of love.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Loop the Loop. Rob and I talked about it a little bit earlier, where Loop the Loop hasn't quite found its home. I think I'm happy to see it here in the Bylante deck. My best use case for Loop the Loop so far in our building has been on water or air main symbol character with order attuned. We've seen Thunder Spear Strike or Thunder Spear Barrage be a very popular card recently. Loop the Loop has fantastic synergies with Thunder Spear Barrage. Thunder Spear Barrage is a very slow, high damage move that encourages blocking. Well, and then it flips face down because you echo it. Loop the Loop ignores face downs for progressive and has Frenzy. So if they block Thunder Spear Barrage, it flips face down, Loop the Loop is on a 3, and then it gets Frenzy, it gets the extra stats, then it picks up Thunder Spear Barrage in the end phase. And if it hits, it goes to your momentum and it pays for a Thunder Spear Barrage on the next turn. That's been our favorite use case for Loop the Loop. We haven't quite found the home for it. Even the best case scenario characters with Order Water haven't quite panned out, but...
And we did see one of the other effects of Loop to Loop. The response being in the card pool at the start of the end phase, you can add one card from your card pool to your hand. I didn't see what it was because it was the face down.
The face down, yeah. So he put the card from his hand face down to trigger Biolante's Enhance, and then picked it back up. It was probably a defensive card that he had no use for on offense, and he just puts it down, picks it up in the end phase, and Loop the Loop keeps it going.
And I was questioning whether or not you just pick Loop the Loop back up, but it goes to momentum, so he can have
other. I think Loop the Loop cannot pick itself up. You can pick up other Loop the Loops.
Hey,
if you have multiple.
That's why he didn't do it.
Yep.
I understand.
Yes, but Loop the Loop can pick up other copies of Loop the Loop. It just can't pick up the same one that's being used. And Loop the Loop also notably can be used on block. It can be used. It's a card pool response at the end phase.
At the start of the end phase.
I think it's quite possible we could see Ross spend that Loop the Loop in the momentum, pick it up, put it in his hand, and then block with it. And then pick up another card during the end phase. But Goblin Bolt might put an end to that. Goblin Bolt will cancel Biolante's Enhance.
Referee Jury setting it back down
deems
to 4,
it necessary. We are sealing, I believe that's Frantic Rescue. I believe that is the card that was sealed there. I believe that adds difficulty to your rival's attacks if you take an unblocked attack. Yeah, Frantic Rescue. That one is sealed. That one is taken off the table.
And it is the rival attacks for the rest of the turn.
Yeah, +1 difficulty for the rest of the turn. So that is a huge anti-aggro tool that it looks like Goblin Bolt is taking off the table here. Goblin Bolt, such a powerful card against Biolante. Let's see, is Goblin Bolt going to cancel? No, he does not cancel Biolante. He lets it go.
Team Doctor
We're picking up Team Doctor and Referee Jury. Team Doctor's an interesting... Oh, he has Desperate Plea.
Yes.
Ah, I see.
It's starting to come together.
Yeah, for sure. Very good. Okay. So we're going to try to block with Team Doctor at some point in this turn and then build it down with Desperate Plea.
It can be face up or face down.
Yeah. Desperate Plea, notably, unlike most of the other on-block build cards, doesn't care if it's a foundation, an attack, an action.
I've used it so many times.
An asset.
Just to grab an attack and
build it face down. Yeah. So Chris has got to be wary of that. Oh, you can't can't block Besiege with Team Dr. Ichigaki.
Oh, God.
So playing around that play that Ross put on the table here. Going to get a camouflage counter. Going to presumably make it a low. This is such a devastating combo. When you make Besiege a low with camouflage counter, it's so tough to block. It's so tough to stop camouflage counter from going back on top of your deck. We did see last game, though, Ross did block it with Scales of Juno, but I don't think he has access to that. He did not pick up. We know the only cards in his hand. He has a Referee Jury and he has a Team Doctor. But we are going to see Referee Jury's response. Going to flip that face down. Going to make Chris commit one. And we got 2 face downs with Biolante now in the card pool. So we got -2 damage across the whole string, if we so choose, to offset that Titan armbar. But Ross is not in a great spot right now. He cannot block this Besiege. He's just going to go ahead at -2 damage. Let's see what he's got here. Oh, wait. That is Skills Juno.
Yeah, that is
We didn't know his whole hand. Hold on. Okay. We didn't know his whole hand. That is the Scales of Juno. It is going to block on an 8. Checks a 5, 6, 7, 8.
And that is an alternate art of one of the My Hero.
Expression of Friendship. Can you pull that one up for me? I believe that added to his check. It looked like that's what it looked like it did.
I was going to say it's
I
friendship.
I don't remember what that card does exactly.
Expression of Friendship. You sacrifice it and you get a +2 to your check if you have a face down card.
Fade Sounds. It's one of the Dark Deku cards. Okay, so the check was +2 by sacrificing the Tenacious Expression of Friendship. Very good. And then his Desperate Plea, he elected to just go ahead and build a second Scales of Juno instead of saving it for the Team Doctor. Now he doesn't care if he gets hit. He has 2 chances to cancel the Camouflage counter from going back to the top of the deck. So a second Scales of Juno. We did see that come up very much in game 1. And it is the card that we talked about before the match even started. The reason to be on the water symbol right now.
Exactly.
Scales of Juno. Very, very, very powerful card.
And you were talking about it was Jet
Haymaker coming down.
Coming out
like.
once again.
Yeah. Oh no, that was he checked the Jet Haymaker and then responded with Devil Jin to pass the foundation. And then we are gonna fail the last foundation. And we're gonna go ahead and build down Fearsome Transformation. And it looks like, did we make contact with anything? Maybe not. Maybe it was all blocked that turn.
Yeah.
Wow, Ross has been playing such good defense here.
And I just thought about it. Loop the Loop is Frenzy as well.
Yes. Yep. If they block your Growing Grasps, you can play a Loop the Loop at the end, probably on a 4 or a 5. Oh, Shoulder Toss.
Great
This
throw
is
card.
such a cool card.
Great throw card.
Yeah. Works super well. It looks like he is going to plus damage. Sometimes you would use your enhance to minus damage on Shoulder Toss, because Shoulder Toss does get an ability if it deals less than printed damage, but he is going to go ahead and he just says, I'm going to throw damage on this. I want to hit you. Let's see. He is going to go ahead and fire off the Biolante, perhaps. Oh, they realized I didn't have anything in the card pool, and he's like, oh, I'm going to use Biolante first. And they're like, yep, that makes sense. So, what is he going to pick up? I'm looking at the Loop the Loop there. I hope it's Loop the Loop. I like that card. I also like saying it.
Yeah, Loop the Loop.
I hope that's what he gets.
We like saying Loop the Loop until it's infinite loops of combos that we're seeing over and over again.
Looks like he's going for End the Cycle.
End the Cycle.
Picking up a defensive piece to build. Yep, End the Cycle. But
in the cycle we did see earlier.
Oh, the +1 damage was from the Final Wars, not from the Biolante. From the static of Final Wars. And then he just...
I completely forgot.
I'm not sure how it's at...
It has stun 1 as well.
Can you pull up the Biolante text for me real quick?
Yeah.
I'm not quite following how it's at -1 damage. Unless I missed something, it should be at neutral. It should be +1 from Final War, -1 from Biolante. I definitely missed something. I'm not sure how that dealt less than printed damage. I definitely missed an effect activation here.
Well, the Team Dr. Ichigaki coming out, we saw that earlier.
Yep.
He's toying back and forth. Weapon Clash actually coming out.
More damage reduction.
Yes.
And it looks like we are going to go ahead and crack the Expression of Friendship to pass that check. And then we are going to play End the Cycle. Checking A5. And we're going to call it there.
Checking Godzilla vs. Biolante. Hate to see that, especially when it was such a valuable piece in his setup last game.
It was so strong last game. I'm a little surprised he hasn't added one from discard to hand, but maybe it's because there wasn't one. Maybe that was the first one he checked. Now that I think about it. So maybe we will see that come out later. But Chris has got another chance. Biolante is at about half. What can Chris get going with Devil Jin? Final Wars applying 1 damage automatically. So Final Wars being in the stage does mean, just like we saw, that it can combo with Camouflage Counter and draw it. But Chris has 2 Scales of Juno now. And Frantic Rescue is online. There was no Aerial Goblin Ball to seal it first action this time. We will see if Chris can break through Ross's wall here. But with 2 face down foundations to pop with Weapon Clash, that's so much damage reduction. The Biollante damage reduction. He's going to go ahead and pick up 2 cards with Biollante immediately right now. What are we getting? A Referee Jury. And
Acid Screen for the Deflect?
Perhaps, yeah, for Deflect 4. Let's see what we got.
He has been liking that Acid Screen using the Deflect 4.
He has, yeah. Acid Screen for the Deflect 4, it looks like. So we've got 1 card in hand to block with, 1 Referee Jury that will draw a new card and reset to 4 damage, and then Acid Screen to Deflect 4. He could combo those 2 together to take no damage on anything. You reset it to 4, and then you Deflect 4. But Chris going to go ahead and add in the Titan Armbar. That's kind of been his bread and butter this game. He's put that in as his first attack almost every time.
Devil Jin, one of those characters that once you have an attack package that works, you don't need to change it.
Yeah. Referee Jury resetting to 4 damage. And we'll see if Chris has anything to say about that, but I don't think so.
Down to 16 health. Reset to 4, Deflect 4 makes sense. Especially going against somebody like Devil Jin that can just play attack.
Yeah, he's going to go ahead and draw a card with Fearsome. So the consideration here, you can Deflect 4 and take nothing. We are going to go ahead and respond with Referee Jury to make... No, we're not. I think Ross would rather use his foundations than commit them, and I kind of agree, but we'll see what he ends up doing here.
And he still has a Referee Jury in hand, it looks like.
I don't want to commit any of these foundations if I'm Ross, I'll be honest with you, but it looks like, I mean, Referee Jury is a very strong effect, and he is deciding
Weapon Clash would be the only one.
Yeah, but if that was your line, I think Ross hesitation was he was like, probably should have flipped Weapon Clash first. He was likely thinking about using it for the damage reduction, and then when he decided to use Referee Jury, realized that he would have been better off flipping it previously. But you can't always know. Referee Jury is not an effect that you can control when it goes off. You have to wait till your opponent uses it enhanced, and he decided now was the time. But as I was about to say earlier, there is a consideration for deflecting, reducing damage. If you take no damage, then Referee Jury does not draw a card. But you do want to take an unblocked attack because you do want to Dramatic Rescue. So Dramatic Rescue is going to +1 difficulty to Chris's entire turn now for the attacks. And Ross has got 2 face downs in the card pool, so he's sitting pretty with -2 damage to everything to offset that Titan Armbar. And the Deflect 4 on top of that. 14 health. It's doable.
14 health is still completely fine. We have seen a lot of great attacks that Ross has. It's whether or not he can keep them in hand.
Yeah.
Because he keeps going down to 0 cards in hand virtually every single turn.
We got Gun, Flame, Feint. One of the tension moves that we mentioned earlier. With -1 to the check. Or I guess, is Dramatic Rescue? I don't remember. I guess it's -1 to check. I thought it was +1 difficulty, but I guess -1 to check is the same thing. So Gun, Flame, Feint effectively on a 7 because it is because of a Dramatic Rescue. But getting the Roman cancel token. Scales of Juno also notably cancels Roman cancel purple or Frantic Rescue. Yeah,
Frantic Rescue. Yeah, that's what I was going. So it's Dramatic Exit and Frantic Rescue.
Gravel second. Yeah, so they put a marker for check -1. Technically not accurate, but it's more in this instance. It's effectively the same thing.
+1 difficulty for all the rest of the decks.
Gunflame Feint would be on a 7. Check to 5. Had to commit 2. Gave us 2 face downs. Gonna go ahead and Devil Jin put Camouflage Counter up. So now Ross in a position again where if he doesn't block, then both Scales of Juno will be required to cancel these Camouflage Counters. So Ross did plan ahead, and he did put a second one in play last turn, but 2 might not be enough. We have 2 Scales of Juno, and we have 1 Team Doctor Ichigaki. Referee Jury is going to put that back down to 4 damage. It was a behemoth a moment ago at plus 7. It was at 11 damage or something. Yeah.
Not quite lethal, but getting close.
Yeah. We're going to go ahead and referee jury. And then we're going to Biollante -2. So this Gunflame Feint is only 2 damage. However, again, Gunflame Feint, very, very high utility card. Even though it's only 2 damage, if Ross decides not to block it, Gunflame Feint response, after this attack is not blocked, your next turn to play a card gets +1.
Completely negates the
Frantic Rescue.
The Frantic Rescue +1 for the attacks.
And looks like both Scales of Juno are going to hit, are going to cancel the camouflage counters. It was unblocked, so Gunflame Feint +1 to the check should be in effect. But we'll see if, I think he's reading it, if it has to do damage, if it does, whatever, but I think we are confirming.
That's an important distinction you just made. It's if it is not blocked, not if it deals damage.
Yeah. So he did not. This should be on a 7. This should be on an 8 with +1 to the check. He did not declare the +1 with Gunflame Feint, and he committed 3 foundations. So we're gonna go ahead and try to Goblin Bolt, Seal, and the cycle here.
And again, button presses, you have to be able to call it.
Yep. Because Gunflame Feint should have offset the Frantic Rescue,
+1.
yeah. But we are attempting to Seal and the cycle, and Ross is considering a cancel with Team Doctor. In my opinion, and he goes for it. In my opinion, if you're Chris here, your first action, assuming there is a Goblin Bolt in the discard, which I feel like there might be.
There should be.
I think you have to put Goblin Bolt in the card pool because you must cancel End the Cycle. You have to.
Mm-hmm.
And then you have to stack as much damage as possible. And there he goes, putting the Goblin Bolt in the card pool. You have to cancel End the Cycle. We are approaching time in the round. So Chris needs to win this turn. It's do or die. He needs to win right now, or he will take a loss. He can force a draw here if he wins this turn. We're looking at referee jury, but there's no foundations. He's just flipping it. He's flipping it for the extra damage reduction.
And I got it pulled up in the cycle. It's going to be so crucial because it is -X speed for all cards and the card pool combined.
It'll be -9.
-9.
Looks like Goblin Bolt's going to have to cancel that. This Goblin Bolt is 1-off lethal, I think. It's 1-off. It's currently 1-off lethal if I'm counting correctly. This Goblin Bolt should be for 12. Biollante appears to be at 13. He's going for a block anyway. It's a 3 high with 3 in the card pool. Looks like it. Oh, -3 damage. Okay, we're off by 4 damage now.
4 damage.
So Goblin Bolt's for 9. However, if this Goblin Bolt connects, both camouflage counters are going on top. The check is +2. He can pass an attack with no foundations because he gets the Devilgen plus to the check and the +2 from both camouflage counters. Full block. Full block.
Full block.
Ross gets out of there. And now, even with Devilgen, because there's a face down in the card pool, even with the Devilgen response, I don't think he can pass another attack.
Mm-hmm.
He really, really needed that to connect. It's just not possible. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Checks a 6. It was actually on a 10 because of the plus difficulty.
Yes.
And that is the game. It fails.
And
congratulations to Ross with the round 2 victory with Biollante.
Sometimes it just ends up that way.
That was a paper's width, I would say. The thinnest of margins.
The final block was, I think, the most crucial. Even though we called, he had to cancel in the cycle, did have the aerial Goblin Bolt, was able to cancel it. That prevented it from being immediately blockable.
Yeah.
But still was able to pull off the block regardless. Massive kudos to Ross for being able to pull that off. Was a close match.
Definitely. But looks like we might have a winner's interview coming up soon. We are a little bit into overtime from round 2, so I'm not sure what the schedule looked like. But when we get word, but yeah, so that game was not at all how I thought it would go. No. I thought for sure the Titan armbars would be able to fight through the damage reduction from Biollante. There was just so much.
There was, and
a lot of blocking.
Yeah, seeing so many blocks come out, we saw an entire string on Double Jin side, and Ross being able to block every single one of them, which we even questioned.
Yeah, we're like, none of those hit.
None of those
attacks
hit.
In the card pool. He takes no momentum. We're like, none.
Picked them all up, and it was great that we were seeing the interactions on both Double Jin side and Biollante side as far as how they were playing and manipulating their own card pools in order to be able to counteract and react to what was happening on the opposite side.
Yeah.
And it looks like we are going to have a players in.
Yes, we're going to have a short player interview, and then we're going to do the deck breakdown while we're setting up for round 3. So don't go anywhere.
I know you guys want to tune in for, because there's some surprises happening this weekend at Regionals. So stick around. We'll be ready for the player interview in just a second. In 10 seconds, maybe. Okay.
Yeah. So, yeah, as I said, I didn't think that was how the game was going to go at all. I really thought the combination of the Titan armbar and then the Goblin Bolts. The Goblin Bolts were so crucial. We saw Goblin Bolts steal really crucial pieces turn after turn after turn, and then it really was just the last piece of interaction. It really came down to the absolute last piece. And then when Deviljin needed the 3s for the response, he did not see them.
And the only thing I didn't see, Growing Grass, that last game.
We saw it in game 1. We did not see it in game 2.
Maybe Tim will be able to find out exactly what's going on. So we're going to send it over to the winner interview. Tam, you can take it away when you're ready.
What's up, everybody? Round 2 in the book. Some people say watching Biollante is as boring as watching grass grow, but not when Ross is behind the deck. Ross, after that incredible victory against one of the old school devils in the room, how are you feeling about that matchup, man?
It was a little scary with the damage output. Jury felt really good, so I had two other juries on my sideboard. I decided to bring those in to really sort of just like play carefully, but you really have to like pick the right one to jury, right? Otherwise, you're cooked. So
yeah, 100%. And like the nuance of this matchup is so interesting because you're both cool card pool stuffing decks, right? You're stuffing on mainly defense, right? Adding juries, flipping them, making duels. They're obviously stuffing on offense, but there's this really neat dynamic of you don't want your things canceled by Goblin Bolt unless it's another -1 or +1 damage later. And so like there's this really cool eloquent dance whenever you like dig deep into like what this matchup looks like. What are some of the pieces that you felt came in really clutch inside of this matchup in particular that also could affect the rest of the field?
Yeah, so Scales of Juno is a 4X in my deck. It feels very good into a bunch of different decks, so that felt incredible. Being able to like build it in, tutor it with my character, and then Desperate Plea, build it in to like really sort of assemble the pieces feels very good. So Scales of Juno is really cool. I love Unnatural Growth. It wasn't super good in this matchup, but I just love that card in Biollante. It's super fun.
I saw that, and I also saw like there was some really high-level skill plays to the point where like I reviewed your game, and I was like, why did you do that? What's the foundation that is, if you have a face down in your card pool, Tenacious Sacrifice +2 to your check? You were using that to keep more ready foundations up than normal whenever you were bombing checks on your bad turn. It was very, very high skilled. What's the name of that card?
Expression of Friendship. Yeah.
Very, very cool find. Only available on water?
Water Biollante is the only one that can play it. Yeah, maybe Life. I don't know the other symbol.
Who cares? Who cares, honestly? Ross, round 3 is up and ready for you. Incredibly congratulations. I'm excited to see how far you can push. If you keep playing like this, man, you're going to win the whole tournament. It was great. Right. It was great. We're going to shoot back to the casters real fast to talk about our character breakdown of this event. So don't go anywhere. We're going to rock it. We'll be here. Welcome.
Here with Wub, actually. Snuggy had to pop out for a second, but he will be back for round 3. I will be subbing out, but we're going to do a quick event breakdown
Yeah, I think we
It
have
looks like. Yeah, we have the
infographic.
We should have the event breakdown while we're leading into round 3, while round 3 is getting set up. So, a shocking development.
I know.
Rodan, most represented
Reiner tied for
deck.
second.
Reiner and Pony tie. We have Angress, as we saw, the second most represented LC deck is only in 4th place here. My boy Kiryu somehow made the scoreboard.
Yeah.
And Mitchell Chimino as well.
When we get down there, there's probably several more that are at like 3 numbers.
Yeah.
So, these two got shown. I think 4.5 is 4 entrants. Yeah. I think we mentioned most of these decks. We didn't really get a chance to say much about like Burning Godzilla, but that's one of those where eventually a Stroke the Big Tree will just be for enough damage, or when you get to the point that you have 50 cards in your discard, the Enhance gives how much? I don't even know. It's like 10, 11 damage.
Yeah.
So you can close out the game pretty quickly.
And we've seen people stumble against the card pool clearing effect of it on defense as well.
Yes.
We've definitely seen people stumble around that.
When you hit him to below half,
a little bit tricky.
The Enhance to remove 2 cards.
Yeah.
From both card pools if you wanted.
Yeah.
Not that you should. We advise against that.
Yeah, but you could. So.
And Biollante, I wish I could have talked about
You
that
wish you
game.
could talk about that
I'm a
game,
big
yeah.
enjoyer of that deck.
And he might be back. I think Ross played very impressively, and it would not surprise me if we see Ross again tomorrow in the top 8.
Growing Grass was already a great card, but like in that deck, you just get to see how truly insane the numbers can get on it.
Yeah.
So really cool for sure.
Mothra as well. That's the last one, and the King Ghidorah that we talked about. Actually, we did talk about almost all of these.
We really did. Yeah.
Other than Burning Godzilla, I guess.
It didn't. Yeah.
But,
or Kiryu.
Yeah. But I'm a big Kiryu enjoyer. I have not yet found the build that I think is the most appropriate, but I do enjoy him immensely. I've had a lot of fun trying to play him, but haven't quite found a build I think I would take to a tournament yet.
Yeah.
But maybe with the release of the My Hero decks and some more good simple support.
Yeah,
could see.
that could make a difference. Yeah. Looks like we're getting our feature round set up.
Yep. But
looks like we'll have Marvin on Pony, so
yes,
I get to talk about Pony.
You will
again.
get to talk about Pony. I will be stepping out. And Snuggy will be replacing me for round 3.
Excited to talk about Pony.
Yes,
Yeah,
Snuggy loves
talk
Pony.
about Pony.
So it will not be the 2 documented Pony non-believers on the Pony feature match again.
Who knows?
Yeah, it's possible. I mean, the one that we saw yesterday definitely did a bit to convince me, I will say. So
yeah, and clearly these players are doing well. So definitely a lot of people's favorite to win this tournament.
For sure. Okay.
All right, we'll be back right after a
We'll be
short break.
back just a moment. Stay tuned for round 3.
welcome back, UniVersus players. Snuggy, now joined by Calvin. We're getting into round 3, and I'm excited because I get to talk about Pony.
I know you are. Yep.
Yeah. Most people know I am. But
I'm excited for the other reason, for the character on the other side of the table here.
Who's that?
We have Sasha Blouse, Food Fanatic. Now, this is a character that has not seen a ton of play recently. It was a really interesting one. For people who don't know what Sasha does, she has an enhance that is commit and adds a difficulty 1 card from your stage to your momentum. A lot of times, soup is the common choice here, and that's because it says you draw a card, and if you had added an asset, you draw 2. Sasha additionally has this enhance of gaining speed or damage equal to your momentum, which is really, really potent when you're doing this like stacking up momentum thing, as we were talking about before before we went live. Really good to like give a bunch of speed and then have like a powerful move or something.
Especially going against Pony, who can counteract that by giving -2 speed using some of their horn counters. That's always going to be good to have that counteracted to speed, because
you have
Pony
a little bit, right? But at a certain point, the amount of momentum is going to race ahead. So I think we're cutting over to the match in a second here. Yeah, here we go.
There we go.
But
now Marvin on Pony. Marvin
is
firm believer.
One of the people who has stuck by playing Pony since really the beginning. Yeah.
I've only deviated once. I only let her down once. That's it. I'm sorry.
Yeah, so seasoned veteran on this character. I believe he did very well at Worlds with Pony. When any means necessary was legal. 2025 Worlds.
Just being able to draw repeatedly over and over and over again.
So it'll be really interesting to see how this plays out, because I think that the race is on for both of these characters. Pony has to assemble a kill, and if you can't get to 30 in time, Sasha can just make a move that is so tall that it requires like a referee jury, because the speed comes from the, whether it's armor or the Wolfie X. I guess we'll see what symbol. I missed the symbol that Sasha was on, but I assume Chaos.
And I think it was Chaos. And I will say, Marvin having the googly eyes on Pony, absolutely hilarious. But just as a note, Pony has been errated and did get nerfed. The using of 3 horn counters in order to clear the card pool can only happen once per turn.
Yes. Oh, that's so unfortunate.
Build 1 pass.
What is it about our commentary that ends up in people 1 building?
I have no idea.
It's the second time now, right?
I see Queen in hands, Aaron sidestep coming out first.
And it's not even a 1 diff, which you wouldn't want to put into your momentum at this point, but he has hand of 5 attacks on Sasha's side. Marvin getting a healthy build here. Not checking any lethal slashes.
Using that analytical observation Rebel Frontier promo. Just coming out from regionals.
Yeah. His stage doesn't do a whole lot, but it's just quantity of foundations to pass checks, and Sasha has to decide now if we're going to get some of these moves out of our hand, enter the enhanced step. Going for a rapid speed slash, but we won't be able to draw a card here off it or gain a momentum because we just don't. Oh, okay. Now I see what we're doing. Okay. So Let's Rock was just discarded for Sasha Enhance, which gives a momentum to activate rapid speed slash. Not a card we see super often because Let's Rock is like a once per turn, and it sort of showed up at like the tail end of Chaos characters really doing very well. So, the end of last year with Guilty Gear. We're going to see a Pony Enhance here to draw a couple cards. Really great on your opponent's turn, because you really don't get a use for all the cards in your hand. You're not going to block, 5 times in this turn. Electing to discard the Wish Heart, though, on his opponent's turn, which is interesting. Going to give minus speed and choose to block here with Pony on Pony's side.
It looks like you might be using the Queen of the Monsters just for the 1 block mod.
Yeah, potentially. One of the things about Sasha is if you take these little pokes, it just makes her enhance that much scarier, right? Because you have so much more momentum. So fighting over these moves does actually matter quite a bit. Checked another 3. This is Young Warrior candidates, and this is a asset, or sorry, this is a foundation that is form, commit, add a momentum to your hand. So had rapid speed slash connected, we would have been able to add it to hand on the next turn. So we're going into Pony's turn.
This guy saw a Wish Hard in hand. We're going to lead with a Lethal Slash. This is not what we want to be doing. It does draw us a card, so, you know, that's good. But Lethal Slash, notably, you need 2 cards here.
Yeah.
It needs to be a second or
It needs to be the
card
second
play.
or greater in order for it to clear out of the card pool after it resolves. Using Pony Enhance, discarding 2 cards, drawing 1, but one of them is a Wish Hard. It gets removed, response, you can draw another card. So discarding 2, drawing 2, just getting through and cycling a little bit. Did see a Hunter's Ally in hand as well.
Yeah.
Hunters and Queen.
I mean, he can definitely check the Hunter's Ally here. It's just kind of a question of how much risk you want to commit to on this turn, because checking a 3 or worst case a 2 here would cost most of his stage on Marvin's side.
I'm one of the people that play Pony that is a firm non-believer in Lethal Slash. I can't play 2s.
I think it's just, since the errata, Pony really needs as much card pool clearing as possible, and that's why you see all the ponies on it right now.
Queen of the Monsters just being able to help out and assist with that card pool clear using analytical observation. 2 of them for Pony Enhance.
And Christopher's side, I don't know if we're going to elect to block anything here. Interesting that we didn't use the Falling Debris block in hand, because that card is a high block with Breaker 1, I believe. Seen it a couple times. He could have blocked the Lethal Slash, even checking a 3, but now is in a position where if he chooses to block, he just doesn't choose to block. That one had speed on Pony, I believe, or from Pony.
Yeah, from 1 home counter, giving it +2 speed. Queen of the Monsters actually clearing out the other Queen of the Monsters.
Yeah, Marvin showing that the errata does not really stop Pony when you have this, like, quantity of attacks that remove progressive on their own. So he still hasn't used the actual Pony Enhance to clear his card pool.
No, he hasn't. And he does have enough horn counters in order to do so.
And if Christopher does not block this, we're at 12 life already. That's brutal.
Pony notorious, even pre-errata and post-errata, for being able to, if they get in a healthy enough of builds on turn 1 and turn 2, being able to do even a turn 2 or turn 3 kill.
Yeah, we finally check 3 here. This is going on a 6 3 times is... I mean, our stage was healthy, so we can just kind of keep doing this until we check bad one time.
Team Hero coming out as the ally. It's building down.
So we get 2 more ready foundations here because of that Mother's Embrace if we choose to clear with Pony.
Yeah.
So we still have 4 ready, and we've played...
and he is
attack this turn.
He is going to use that clear Mother's Embrace, re-reading.
Yeah, drawing off.
Flipping, re-reading.
Press the advantage, I want to say.
Yeah, press the advantage.
And Marvin's just using all these horn counters for speed. Senses that Christopher can't really block 5 or 6 high moves. And we're already at 7. This might be a turn 2 we're looking at.
Electric Moth. That's one of the world's top cuts.
Yeah.
Electric Moss.
We checked a 2 on a 5. This is not enough on its own. We're cycling. This is going to put Sasha to 3 if Christopher cannot block this. I don't know if we're going to use Pony for speed here. We probably are. We are. And if Christopher does not Breaker 1 Marvin here, even if he does, and Marvin has a 4 difficulty attack, it won't be enough damage, though, if this is blocked. We're going for... Okay. Oh, we check a 3.
Check a 3.
This puts Christopher down to 3 life, so we don't get the breaker there. And Marvin needs a 5 on top and 1 more move to seal this game, 1 turn 2. Does he go for it?
Now Sasha having no momentum.
We don't.
Yeah,
okay.
Dumbfounded.
I mean, just 27 damage, you know. No big deal.
All the naysayers out there.
I mean, that's what it looks like. You know, when you have a couple Queen of the Monsters in your hand. And that was a Lethal Slash start. That wasn't even using Lethal Slash the way we want to.
Exactly. That means that Marvin was able to pick them up whenever he was drawing using Pony's Enhance.
Yeah, so Christopher does find Soup. This is an important piece for his deck.
And
This
because
will allow him to draw 2 cards with Sasha.
and because of the stage size, soup being played immediately comes and built down.
It builds regardless.
Oh,
It's
okay.
not like cardboard. Yeah.
Which one am I thinking
You're
of?
thinking of Cardboard Crusaders.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Ready shot here. This might heal Christopher a couple life. I don't know if that will be enough. We get to pick up another 1 difficulty card from our discard. Gets another soup. The thing is with Sasha, her enhance to add the card to momentum is a commit, so that soup is just gaining him a life. He won't be able to use Sasha this turn cycle to put a second soup into his momentum. So we're gonna draw 2 cards here. We'll have to see if Marvin chooses to block this. Looks like he is posturing a block. I'm actually a little scared for Marvin here because that's our last card in hand, isn't it?
That is the last card in hand.
And we are going to have 3 momentum minimum on Sasha's side.
His last card in hand, and he does not have an ability to draw
Yeah, he can't pony enhance at this point.
because you have to discard 2 for the cost.
I mean, we'll see if he's punished for it, but I can't help but think that we might have played 1 too many attacks here on the pony side.
And as somebody that does play pony and is notorious for still losing, that is what.
Oh, we had a
normally
sidestep
happens.
draw. Okay.
That is normally what happens. Is you overextend just a little bit, you will be punished for it.
I think we might be okay with the sidestep draw, but we'll see. Christopher playing a soup out. Just a free +1 damage if we're attempting to count to 22 this turn. Here is 16 instant slashes. This is a card from the original Dark Tournament set, reprinted in, or the original Yu Yu Hakusho set, reprinted in Dark Tournament in 2024.
A card I consider a bit hard to play because it does give you a major bonus if you have 16 cards inside of your discard pile.
That's a Hiei enhance. So this one is...
Yes,
This
thank
is
you.
more or less... so a lot of the attacks we might see in the Sasha deck are going to give 1 speed and damage for each card and momentum, which
Yes.
is very likely what we're doing. We might have buffed our check instead, though. Yeah, so we're using the other enhance, which gives +3 to your next check.
Because 3 cards of momentum.
Yeah.
Yep.
And I know the falling debris was in his hand, and that gets 3/3 as well. This is hitting Pony to 16 damage. This is a readied shot that is going to pass off the check bonus. Gain Christopher a little life. However, by playing this one, I don't know if we're going to be able to do 16. I think
No.
we're just hoping that we can live.
Having a Knots Flask picking up in hands.
I'm curious if we'd played the falling debris, what it would have counted to. I think it's 12 damage, which would put Marvin to 4. And then if we had a way of making the ready shot connect, which we do because Sasha's enhance gives speed. Yeah, if we had gone for the falling debris, I think we could have killed Marvin this turn. But doing this is a little more safe in case Marvin rips something like Referee Jury off the top of his deck. So we're going to heal a little bit of life, but with the stage on Pony's side, I'm not sure I feel very great going into Marvin's turn. It would take a really, really underwhelming hand on
Playing
Marvin's
it
side.
first to water next. Having to commit in order to pass the check.
Yeah.
And Knots Flask.
Trying to get Knots Flask out. Oh, we check a 4, which means it costs us our desperate play.
Nah.
Yeah, I think we might have had a shot at killing if we wanted to go for it, but just hoping that Marvin is not able to find the moves he needs. So we cycle the Feral Shriek because we just want to see attacks to get us to 8 damage. That's an Electric Moth.
Electric Moth. Unfortunately, checking Genghis Frog, something that is very crucial in a lot of decks, giving the damage bump on static.
I mean, we can, if we see a Hunter's Eye, we can build it, but at this point, 8 life, it's not really a question of needing that +3 on everything. I saw a battle aura in Marvin's hand.
He checked a battle aura earlier, so
Yeah, he did.
it's almost certain that he hasn't. Yeah, he's got another one in hand and another electric moth. It looked like.
Yeah, Marvin's been using Pony for speed quite a bit here. Just making it really punishing for Christopher's, start of the game with the one build.
With the one build, that's
Blocking on a 5. We do pass the block here, so Marvin probably needs 2 more moves, but
going to use Desperate Plea.
that is pretty easy. We're going to build down Airship face down as a foundation because we are just so short cards. There's another Electric Moth. There's at least another move in his hand. That is a Battle Aura.
Yeah. And pulls
Battle Aura on its own is 8 damage, so
pulls
we are
the frog
just
off the top.
forcing Christopher to interact with these moves so that when we get to the point that we play the Battle Aura, there is really nothing that he'll be able to do.
So it looks like there was a lot of interaction with that. Just to explain it really quickly, Electric Moth allows you to discard a card and draw 2 cards, which is what he did first. And then he went for the Pony Enhance, so discarded 2 cards. He discarded Genghis Frog and Feral Shriek. Feral Shriek allowing him to draw another card, so discarded 2 and drew 2 twice.
Yeah.
It looks like he is digging for more attacks. We know. Yep.
Okay, so we are playing a 3rd Electric Moth here. The block here is Potato, which I believe has an enhance to build. So he can actually... We're doing a pretty good job keeping our card pool clear on Christopher's side. And this move still is not lethal.
Did pick up a Lethal Slash on one of those.
I believe Christopher's out of cards in hand, though. So it just takes any other move, and that is...
There's the Lethal Slash. That is the game.
Game 1 going to Marvin. An unfortunate start for Christopher, but we still came very close to having the tools we needed.
I think you're right, and that the one builds at the very start, which had to have been, he just had nothing but attacks in hands.
Yeah.
Is what broke this match.
It's possible he didn't have the falling debris in hand too. I'm pretty sure I saw it, but
Okay.
those moves, you can see how quickly they got out of hand. +3, +3 when you have 3 momentum, and then Sasha for 3 damage. Suddenly you're looking at a 5 difficulty card that is like 7, 8 speed for 12 damage. And when Pony is 22, that's...
Yeah.
You need 2 of them.
Yeah.
See if our
Ryan
players are
and I-
going to sideboard here.
Ryan and I were talking about it earlier as far as the amount of health and damage that you have to do in order to take down a lot of the characters that are being shown prominently throughout the weekend. But we do have a lot of 7-handers as well that's not necessarily big on health, but also big on defense. And Marvin kind of showcasing that, using Pony's Enhance in order to minus speed on almost virtually every attack that Christopher played.
Yeah. So Ryan and I were kind of addressing the idea of these like aggressive, we call them air decks. I know Pony is on Earth, but a lot of these same cards are Earth Air and or Air attuned, like Team Hero. So trying to figure out what character really fits that package very well. You see a lot of people on Pony. Rodan actually being the most represented deck in the tournament. Some of them are on Air. And then you see, I don't know if I've spotted other people trying to do this like air aggro thing, but the point I'm making is like these aggressive air characters also tend to have speed manipulation to offset the fact that a 7-hander is less life. So people are gravitating to ones that have the ability to -2 a couple things, block. People are sort of expecting to try and block with essentially no stage because of Reiner, you know?
Yeah.
Reiner's ability to tap down all of those resources and make it very hard to interact. But I think we're going into game 2 here. Marvin is deciding on his mulligan. Christopher kept his... No, he shipped his hand again. I certainly hope we have enough foundations this time. Let's have a good build on
It would be
Christopher's side.
super unfortunate to see such a low build like we did game 1.
It's also the kind of thing, though, where we saw both Soup and Potato, and I don't know how many assets he's running, but usually those take the place of, like, other foundations. So, probably not running, like, Reiner ratios, but he might have slightly less foundations in his deck.
So when you're thinking about deck building, and I know that you had played Mimic in the past, so it's a little skewed with regard to that specifically, but whenever you're putting in assets, how do you counteract that whenever you're doing ratios?
It kind of depends on what the goal of your deck is. So I've definitely played, you know, like some of the backup decks like Zeke War Chief. You can increase the number of backups, but you still want a certain amount of foundations, and you sort of decide like how many attacks do I realistically want to draw, and you can get as deep into the math as you really want, or you can just kind of vibe it out. Players choose to do whatever suits them best. And a lot of times the simple answer is play a whole bunch of games with it, see how it feels.
Modify as you go.
Yeah. I think we got potentially a 4 build here. We do have a safe 4 build for Sasha, which is very good. Dawning Horror is interesting in Sasha. It allows you to get access to soup, which is quite nice. It's a bit slower though, because usually Sasha's going to commit to get that momentum, so that Dawning Horror has the enhance of flip, spend a momentum, pick up an asset from your discard. So at that point, you've already used Sasha, so you don't get to then use Sasha to draw by putting the soup in your momentum in that same turn cycle. Marvin is answering with a 4 build of his own, plus a team hero, which is whatever the best foundation in his discard is at any given moment.
Which he did have Genghis Frog and immediately reviewed it because it is a 5 diff. However, we know he has Hunter's Ally, so...
Yeah, we want access to that through the Hunter's Ally. We don't want to be building it on a 5. Once again, leading with the Rapid Speed Slash. Potentially, we have something like a Let's Rock in hand to get us a momentum on Sasha's side. This card is a 4-4 that has an enhance where if you have 1 momentum, you can gain another momentum, or you can draw a card. Okay, once again, discarding the Let's Rock to Sasha enhance and then responding with Let's Rock to get a momentum, which then proceeds to give Rapid Speed, looks like 1 damage. Marvin is debating a team hero build here. He will use it.
Grab
Chooses an Aaron sidestep.
Aaron sidestep. Something that we have seen as a staple of some of the decks this weekend.
And then we're looking at potentially a pony enhance here. He might want to block with that Wish Hard so that he gets the draw of sidestep if that is where we're headed. Yeah. So we gave speed with the Sasha enhance. Drawing off Fearsome Transformations. Oh, this is quite nice then. We can Dawning Horror for soup and draw 2 with Sasha now, because we got a momentum without committing Sasha. So we get to see a lot of cards on Christopher's side this turn.
Going for the block with the Wish Hard. Picks a Feral Shriek.
Yeah. Just a safe block here. Wish Hard has a 1 low, so.
And was able to draw with Aaron sidestep afterward as well.
Yeah, which... those cards might not be used to block this turn, but then they're just chucked for horn counters, right?
Exactly.
So, Christopher taking a horrifying realization here, the form on that card, which is interesting because against Pony, that can trigger a Feral Shriek or Wish Hard if you're not careful.
Yeah. Because Feral Shriek and Wish Hard are, if you discard it on during the combat phase, it doesn't have to be your attack. It can be during any combat phase.
So Find Your One Way is actually an interesting card that Christopher just discarded. I don't know if we'll get to see it in a stage in this game, but it is an enhance that is sacrifice and gives your next check plus X, where X is your momentum. So in Sasha, when you have like 6 momentum, you can just pass whatever attack you want, which is incredibly strong. We're choosing to build here. Interesting that we didn't Dawning Horror. We might be saving it to pick up soup on defense and then block build with soup, because that is a block that clears our card pool. I noticed on Christopher's defensive turns, he was using a lot of block build between Desperate Plea and Potato's card pool enhance. You know, things keeping his card pool clear because he doesn't have a lot of speed reduction. So if he is chain blocking, it'll become very difficult to not get hit. And as Marvin, strings out.
And it looks like he will have to be doing that. We saw 2 checking a 2. This is why I don't play Lethal Slash.
It doesn't hurt as bad here because we committed a Mother's Embrace, which we're ready, and then 1 card. So it was not... It could have been a lot worse. We could have gone on a 6. Yeah. We could have led with Hunter's Ally and had to pay an additional card.
Which
Hunter's Ally might get us back a foundation. It just depends on what he chooses to build.
Which Mother's Embrace says you can flip it. Tenacious response. After you clear a card from the card pool, you get to re-ready it, which we know he's going to do because he has a Lethal Slash in hand. He'll be able to build up the horn counters, and he's going to string out to try and get as much damage as possible.
Right, yeah. So what I was talking about here is Christopher did save the Dawning Horror to get a block. So we picked up this soup by spending a momentum and flipping Dawning Horror.
Mm-hmm.
And then we will half block something here. Maybe the Battle Aura. And then we can build on Marvin's turn. Flipping an Inspiring Song here. Potentially reducing Pony's next check. I don't know which player was chosen by Inspiring Song. Choosing himself.
It's choosing himself for a +1.
Yeah, Battle Aura will be for 6 damage here, I want to say. Yeah. We had the sidestep flip, and then we flipped one off the Battle Aura. Checks a 6. We will commit 1 foundation to pass this, and then Soup will leave our card pool, which then Sasha could use to draw 2 cards.
And Lethal Slash we see being played second this time, so auto clear from the card pool
2
after.
into a 3 is rough, though, on Marvin's side. I can't imagine there's too much more on the offensive side going, but we did just discard 2 foundations with Pony.
I think Marvin at this point is digging for some attacks.
But we have 1 ready foundation at this point, so you know if it's a Battle Aura, we might be fine. But if it's a Queen of the Monsters or something, we're looking at the potential of committing our character.
Interesting though, because he used 3 horn counters in order to clear the Battle Aura from the card pool.
Oh, we do have Mother's Embrace. We have 2 ready foundations.
Yeah, have Mother's Embrace, able to get another ready foundation, and Lethal Slash is going to auto clear whenever it resolves.
Yeah, so we'll have a clear card pool, but not a lot of resources to work with in stage. Christopher did build Find Your One Way as well, which might come up next turn. I think sacrifice for +2 to check right now is not super relevant. Blocking with 16 instant slashes here. We're going to respond with Lethal Slash. Keep our card pool clear. Then leading with a Hunter's Ally now. We checked another 3. Okay, now Marvin probably wants to be done with his turn.
Yes.
And you can see how different this looks when you're going with 5 difficulty checks, or on a 5 on a 6 type, and you're rolling 3s instead of 5s. His stage is just non-existent at this point.
And interestingly, is going to, rather than build in something like Genghis Frog and go for the damage, built-in Team Hero with Hunter's Ally, immediately uses it to remove it.
Yeah, he just needs foundations
and get another foundation.
We can get another Hunter's Ally, and when we want to go for Frog. But if we had built Frog here, there's a decent chance it maybe dies on the other turn, and somewhat similar quantity of moves here, but like to the previous game when he was attacking. But Sasha's at 28 right now instead of 12.
Big difference.
Yeah, I mean that's when the checks go this poorly. That's kind of where you end up at.
Going to use a horn counter for +2 speed, taking up to 6 high.
We do have a Queen of the Monsters in hand if we are healing backed into a corner. We'll see how aggressive we're feeling. It looks like we're setting up foundations in our hand to figure out the build. Asking something about Find Your One Way. So I don't know what the discussion is here, but I think we're trying to figure out what the... No, I'm just not really sure what's going on.
I was going to say plus...
Marvin is building, right? Like, I don't think...
Well, I think Marvin would be building at this point, yeah.
Yeah.
I think there's discussion about 16 instant slashes...
I mean, it's 2 high block. We did block a high. Okay, so going into Christopher's turn here, you have potentially through momentum if you can get to a soup or another one difficult card. Do we have enough? Can we get there against Pony at this point? I think, you know, an EX3 move or something is a potential way to cash out, but you don't have like a huge number of momentum.
Don't have a huge number of momentum. Marvin does have plenty of cards in hand in order to use the Pony enhancers to get the horn counters.
His momentum right now are soup and a random card off Let's Rock, so I don't know if Young Warrior candidates can like really get him anything particularly notable. Okay, I think we're continuing now. Christopher's stage is pretty blank otherwise, though. He has a buff to his check, and he can pick up a momentum, and that's really about it.
Yeah, playing Moment of Normalcy.
Now proceeding to the build.
Another team hero.
We do have a reset on Marvin's side, which is really good. However, because we built a team hero and not another foundation, if Christopher leads with something like a readied shot, we can stun the Moment of Normalcy as the first enhance, which might clear the way here. We'll have to see what attacks Christopher is able to find on his turn. I'd be really afraid of that stun one at this point, if that's how we're starting.
Hugely afraid.
Marvin does have a 1 low in hand. We have Queen, Hunter's Ally. Yeah, we just checked a bunch of 3s and our hand was all 5 diffs, it looks like.
Which was something I was doing in the past before it was nerf. City Rampage Pony was popular for a little bit of time. City Rampage getting hit, unfortunately, ended up nerfing Pony because most of the time, Marvin did it in this case, but most of the time you aren't taking momentum because you're clearing the card pool so much.
Yeah. Marvin, I don't think he ever really played that deck. I did see him do like maximum hardening stuff before that card rotated, and giving like 2 damage to a whole string. You know, it was kind of similar to something like a Hunter's Ally building Genghis Frog, but before that, you would just form this, get +2 damage for the turn, and then clear it with Pony. Okay, we're getting ready to go into Christopher's turn. Couldn't really see what those draws were. Marvin has a 1 low, a 2 mid. I don't know what Team Hero can build here. Check that Walk the Dog. That would have been nice to have in our hand. Double soup.
Double soup.
This is the kind of thing where it's good in Sasha when you find the first copy, and the second one will take a turn cycle to be good. Yeah, leading with 16 instant here does enable Marvin to build a foundation if he is afraid of the Moment of Normalcy getting stunned out. We're going to first enhance, and I don't know if we're doing check bonus or stats.
I think check bonus. Yeah, check bonus.
Okay, that means at least we have something else going on here at a minimum. Let's go up to potentially... This could be for 9 damage, or we could elect to give speed for Sasha enhancing. I don't know if we are. Marvin looking at his discard, trying to decide what the Team Hero build will be. Marvin can also choose to Pony enhance, but realistically only like 1 time. And he has to be kind of careful because Pony is a 7-hander and Sasha can represent so much damage. You know, he can't really just chuck blocks away, you know? Discarding something like the Queen could be a fatal mistake.
Oh, without a doubt.
We're going to soup for damage. I mean, at this point, we're just using Sasha anyway on these cards, so we might as well just gain our life, put some stats on it.
Soup damage
Pony
twice.
is going to reduce the speed, or are we zone changing?
Reduce the speed, it looks like.
Reduce the speed, yeah. We're going to draw our 2 cards with Sasha.
So that puts it at a 3 mid right now, I think.
Yeah, this is a mid. This should be for, I believe, 7 damage. We're going to draw our 2.
5 plus the 2 soup that were used, so yeah, it should be 7.
We can Sasha for speed here. I give +3 speed to this move. And I don't think Marvin would be able to block it. He might with like a Team Hero build into, you know, sidestep or something like that. We are going to give speed with Sasha. So now we're telling Marvin to do something else about this. And without hesitation, we reach for the the team hero and go to our discard. I'm imagining a sidestep gets built here. No, we might just not have had a good choice in our discard. We just need a resource.
So Tough Skin doing some damage reduction, but that's about it.
Yeah, I don't think it's really... I think he just needed a card in the stage.
Yeah. It's just another foundation that you can use in order to help
part
block.
about that, though, is if we're choosing to block this one, it might cost us our moment of normalcy.
Yeah, I don't think I would choose to block this one.
I wouldn't either. I think if anything, well, we're getting +5 to our check.
Find your one way.
That I wonder what enormous move is getting put on the table next.
Colossal Destruction. No, I'm joking.
I mean,
it would be really funny. It would be really funny.
You'd be 1 short on a 3 if you went
okay.
detonation on a 13. You'd check 12 total with 8 plus the 4 foundations you could commit.
It would be great to see detonation go off.
Yeah, I don't know if I like my odds playing detonation to when the pony player just shrugs and says, "I'm up a game, let's just roll some 5s."
Yeah.
You know, because that could happen.
yeah, that's true.
We are using... Okay, so Marvin took the damage on 16 instant slashes, and Christopher has now... Oh, this the big one. Okay, so we formed Young Warrior candidates and added a card from our momentum to our hand. We are now playing on an 11, and we checked a 10 with Colossal Titan attack.
Colossal Titan attacks.
Now, this is a 6 mid-10 throw that has Blitz gain 2 momentum. So we are already representing a 14 damage throw if we want. Oh, we're representing a 15 damage throw. This will cost us 2 foundations to pass this surprising strength. This is an enhance. It goes to his momentum, and it gives this attack EX or powerful 2. This might kill Marvin? I think it does.
I think it does as
because
well.
Because we Sasha for damage. Marvin resets with moment of normalcy. No, he can block this. We can use Pony Enhance and block and take half. However, if we... It depends on how Christopher plays out this Sasha Enhance versus using the powerful 2 on this 10 damage throw we've played. Absolutely enormous. Okay, we're -1 here. Going into this, if this doesn't kill Marvin, though, Christopher's stage is committed. His character's committed. And Marvin would be untapping with 8 ready foundations and Pony, and a hand of, at minimum, Queen of the Monsters plus Hunter's Ally if it's not used to block here. So that's... That might do it.
That may be game.
Yeah. So we'll have to see how this form resolves first. Because this one is a big one that Marvin needs to deal with.
Completely. So it would be...
Be discarding for damage with Sasha.
Yeah, so that's 14 right now.
14's not enough. If we don't powerful 2. And Marvin has the moment of normalcy.
Which would
Marvin might be living at 1 life.
Oh, man.
The Tough Skin.
Hey,
one of those cards I constantly
minus,
discount.
Minus damage.
Marvin knew the Colossus Titan attacks was hitting the table. Yeah, we're pressing the powerful, but this is just going to get reset.
I say it all the time. You know, the last health point is the only one that really matters. And
I do remember you saying that going over my tough shot.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Going into your topic, I said it in Chicago. I'll say it again.
Yeah. No, it's just wild.
Moment of normalcy.
We powerful 2'd and
reset it.
Got reset, so it's for 10 now. Do we have a way of playing another attack? I don't think it shouldn't be possible unless unless we shrug, play a 4 diff, check a 6, or we run a 3 difficulty attack. And I
was going to say 3 diff, maybe?
I don't know of any that would be in a Sasha deck.
Yeah. Well, I also didn't expect Colossus Titan attacks to be in a Sasha deck.
No, I didn't either.
So, you know.
He's got some tricks up his sleeve, for sure.
We're not sure exactly what could be in there.
I can't believe we're watching Colossus Titan.
I can't believe that. I play Beast Titan. I don't even play this card.
Yeah.
Because it is so difficult to get to 10, even if you have something that can help buff up your check.
Yeah. Okay.
But for Sasha, it makes sense getting 2 momentum right off the rip.
10. Pass this hungry for fame, and we have 1 ready foundation going into Pony's turn.
Oh,
yeah,
and
Christopher sees the writing on the wall. He has a low block against the mono high assault of Pony, and that is going to be the game. Well, Christopher went out with a bang. I can't say he didn't.
Yeah, he wanted to do the thing, and he did the thing.
He sure did the thing. That is true. Yeah.
I played so many decks like that where it just has the one interesting piece or one interesting combo, and I'm like, just let me get to that point. I can almost get to that point. Let me get to that point.
Oh, that's so tough, though. You see the Walk the Dog in his hand, and I'm pretty sure he drew it with Sasha, which means the stun 1 killing the moment of normalcy that I talked about, it could have happened if the Walk the Dog had just been the leading attack, but I'm pretty sure he drew it off Sasha.
I'm pretty sure he did as well.
So he wasn't able to do that.
He had the setup.
Yeah, no.
He had the setup.
Really cool deck, though. It's great to see people, you know, trying these strategies that have existed, but with new tools, you know. It's so neat to see this. Okay, yeah, Marvin was the winner. It's so neat to see, like, these Guilty Gear, like, this momentum package. This is actually something that I was messing with a bit, particularly with Walking Fortress is another foundation that says sacrifice, give +3 to your next check, and if you have 2 momentum, you also get to build a card. You choose one mode or both if you've gained 2 momentum this turn. So there was, like, very fun ways of stacking a bunch of momentum and getting, like, these massive check bonuses to play these goofy, you know, giant attacks like Colossus attacks. So it's really cool to see that happen here, even if we were a tough skin away from victory.
Hey, that tough skin mattered, man.
He still could have potentially blocked the Colossus. I think with Pony in hands, he probably was able to.
He would have to discard 2, have both the horn counters, be able to use one of the horn counters and give it -2 speed. Would have put it at 4.
Yeah, so putting it at 4 speed at that point.
And it was a throw. He had Queen of the Monsters in hand, so it would have been a 5.
Yeah, you can block with Queen of the Monsters no matter what.
Yeah.
And take, you know, 8 damage maybe if it
about
was
8 damage,
pumped up to lethal. Yeah, and that's just not going to be quite there. If we had, like, the foundation in our stage and had the ability to have 1 extra foundation to pass, like, the Walk the Dog in our hand, but we were just, you know, 1 egg short of an omelet there.
Unfortunate timing.
But it was still very cool to see. I think we're about ready to cut over to the interview now with Marvin.
Yes, Tam is going to be
setting up
the interview with Marvin here in just a second. And we are going to, after this, the competitors are going to take a quick break for lunch.
Yeah, there'll be a lunch break right after this interview. But while that is going on, I think I get to play the Deku deck early. So I'm going to be playing against Matt Smith in game design on Shigaraki. And then Ryan is going to be in the booth here talking with Tim Free about the decks.
I'm sorry, sir. What?
Yeah. So we're going to actually be showing off some gameplay from the decks after the interview.
They just kicked me to the curb. I don't get to do any of the cool stuff.
We can alternate. You can hop in game 2.
Okay, that's all right. I can handle that. But we are gonna jump on over.
We're good
to
now,
the
so we're gonna cut over the interview.
So we'll catch you guys here in a bit with some new
cards, the new challenger deck.
New cards. Take care, guys.
See ya.
3 is over, and before we head to lunch, I want to have a small chat with Marvin, the leader of the Pony Club here at the Pony Cabal at the Las Vegas Regional. You know I'm a massive fan of this character.
Definitely. The OGs.
I appreciate that, but I've been totally off this season. I've not been playing any competitive games, and so when I saw Pony, especially as highly represented on the character breakdown as she is, it feels like you and your team are the blame. Why Pony? Why in this event? We saw a little bit of action yesterday in teams, but it was good enough to bring to singles? Explain this idea to me.
Yeah. I cannot take credit for this at all. It was my teammate, Daniel Buchanan. He's like fully the believer in this deck. He had believed in it before Chicago when the Godzilla reveals were coming out. He was actually playing this air deck with Bug Bite and Queen of the Monsters. Bug Bite, stack and attack, Pony, draw. Didn't really believe in it. I told him he shouldn't take us to Chicago. That one's on me. Sorry, Dan. But yeah, I finally saw in action. We were team testing on TTS. He showed me how much Queen of the Monsters. Queen of the Monsters genuinely uneroded this character. It truly did. If you have one Queen of the Monsters in your hand, you've uneroded Pony. If you have 2 or 3, it plays better than it did before the errata.
Yeah, clearing your card is pretty good. Clearing the card by building it is even better, right? Like Pony needed more foundations for sure. And so Queen of the Monsters, big player here, but has the air and the earth symbol. Was on earth, was on air rather.
Yeah.
Now on earth. What's making the difference between air and earth? You would say
exactly a single foundation and analytical observation. Almost every aggro deck in the format that isn't these like Pony and air piles are trying to defend with a single breaker 3 block. Your Reiners, your Pumats, everybody's trying to block with their breaker 3 move. If you can flip that, you will absolutely turn 2, turn 3 them. There's nothing that stops you. So Bug Bite was neat, was not stopping those aggressively defensive decks. Breaker 3 kind of killed the air deck. You could not play your queen on a 6. If you checked a 1, it's game over. So exactly analytical observation was the difference there.
I love it. Man, I'm so happy Pony's back, first and foremost. But
I'm happy too.
I'm sitting here thinking about, like, what does the rest of the room look like? Obviously, this puts you 3-0.
Oh, yeah.
3-0. So obviously, we've prepared quite a bit.
Definitely.
What do you think Pony's strength is into the rest of the field? Is it just how aggressive and explosive she is? Is it the consistency of discard redraw?
Yeah.
Well, why Pony instead of something else that is more disruptive, like that classic Reiner that has won so many LCs already?
Yeah, for sure. The main difference is that Pony can defend. If you can full heel turn as Pony and just decide I'm never going to take a single point of damage, which I do not think Reiner is very good at. Reiner, Pumat, I feel most of the time they can barely block 1, and then they're just kind of left to -1 damage, my interaction pieces, where Pony can block 1,000,000. So if you get paired into these Void Rodans, these Mothras, if we have to go into the long game, I feel better about Pony's long game than I do Reiner's.
I love that. But incredible, intelligent, eloquent answer. Marvin, again, congratulations on your 3-0 victory. Congratulations moving on to gamble a little more in Las Vegas on this Pony deck. Any shout-outs you want to give before we cut to a small break?
Yeah, I'd love to. 2 main shout-outs. My brother, Grant Emery. Me and him go to every event together. He's the entire reason I'm playing. He's playing right over there. Super excited for Grant. He's playing Pony. Second, shout out Dan. He's the creator of the deck. And then shout out the Cabal. The Pony Cabal completely changed the Vegas Regional.
Totally agree. With that said, congratulations, man, again. And we're going to cut to a small commercial break. When we come back, we have some exciting showcases. We've got an interview/gameplay with the lead designer of the MHA Challenger decks. We're going to be playing them on stream and talking to Tim Friedlieb. So, yes, we have a lunch break, but that doesn't mean you get the break from watching. Don't go anywhere. We will be right back.
right, and thank you for joining us. I'm here. You were the lead designer on the My Hero Academia Challenger deck, the final battle.
The final War Arc Challenger Sword, yep.
So we're going to go over the characters, and then we're going to have a showcase match with the new cards. So why don't we just jump right into it with Armored All Might, and then can you walk us through how you put this character together? I'm super excited for this guy.
So Armored All Might, one of the big things about this, right, is he's become quirkless. He's lost all of the power from his quirk. So he supplements that, able to... thank you. He, finds a new way to fight by having his friends develop technology into this powered armor. One of the big things originally, and we changed a little bit direction, was focusing on the different quirks of the students, and we'll talk about that through the other cards. But one of the really big things I wanted to do with both this character and Deku was focus on the good symbol. It hasn't been around for a while before these decks. Was missing from a few different sets, so really wanted to focus on being a good guy. And you can find that, of course, if he's playing good symbol attacks, he gets more speed and damage. And then I really wanted to focus on the all for one hits and damages one of his systems. He shoots that part of his armor off and he pops on another piece and gets a new power. And so that's why we have the Sacrificing a Foundation, drawing some cards, and also the, his armor takes damage. Hey, let's go get a new piece.
Yep. It's a lot of utility. There are a bunch of different armor cards. The one that I like the most is the Briefcase Armor.
Yeah.
It reminds me a lot of a Tekken Clash deck card that I tried to make work a couple of times. I think it's a Adept Parry, where it is a 2-low, 2-diff, and it has enhanced spend momentum added to your hand. And so many times I tried to slot that card into decks, and I thought, man, if this was just Tenacious, I would feel a lot better about it. Well, Briefcase Armor, Tenacious, put it back in your hand. If you get hit, All Might can build it. You can pop it back in your hand and get a block out of it.
It's also a revisit out of My Hero 1 with the Todoroki Foundation that does the same thing.
Yeah.
That one was in development, was originally Tenacious. We removed it because it was a little bit too strong. I just felt, hey, it's time to finally, I wanted to do that card. Let's do it here.
Yeah, definitely. So All Might has a lot of utility, and he's going to need it if he wants to defeat All for One, the other big bad. So you mentioned the good symbol getting a highlight. It's been absent for a couple releases. The evil symbol has also been absent, and I believe both All for One and Shigaraki feature the evil symbol?
Correct. Yeah, the decks are evil symbol decks with a couple of attuned cards. This version of All for One doesn't necessarily worry too much about the evil symbol. All for One does not constrain himself to any limitations, any worries about that. And this character also kind of is a look back at the first version of his character card, but trying to do things just a little bit better. He gets to play on the evil symbol, like kind of archetype of worrying about like kind of removing cards. He gets to go into his momentum again. So I really wanted that. Okay, you knock me down, I'm going to come back up. I'm going to grab another tool that I have hidden away. You don't even know all the quirks that I have hidden in me. So after taking some damage, he'll go get something from his discard to his momentum, and then he has that as a tool to, play that on any turn.
Yeah, his response to ready him is once per turn, but his enhance is not. So if you start ready, you can use it, and then his Tenacious response will ready him again. You can use it again, so he can potentially get 2 cards from his momentum every turn cycle.
Well, and it's not even limited to after he takes damage, right?
Yeah.
It's after an attack dealing 5 or more, so it's also quite useful on offense.
Yeah. So I guess for turn cycle, you could use it 3 times, because you use it twice on your turn and once on your opponent's turn as well.
Absolutely.
Yeah. I don't have as many thoughts on this character. I've really looked in mostly to the All Might and Deku decks, but also on the Chaos symbol, a lot of really powerful momentum tools that a lot of them rotated. A lot of the Chaos Symbol momentum effects were rotated, but All for One definitely providing some supplemental support for the last hurrah of stuff like Black Abyss that doesn't have as many cards that can support that card anymore. Right. He can just fetch Black Abyss or the other face of momentum effects and put them in his momentum.
Absolutely. This isn't necessarily a character that has a this is an obvious way to build him. This is more of a thinker's character, more of a I want to play around with the toolbox and slowly figure out what I want to do with him. But he has a lot of potential.
Yeah, for sure. Speaking of potential, Deku has finally reached his potential. He can include any vestige regardless of the symbol. He has access to every quirk. How was this, like, how did you decide on this direction after we saw Dark Deku terrorizing us for the last 2 years?
So one of the things I really wanted to expand on Dark Deku in the whole vestige archetype, but that was a base life deck. Because this was a base good symbol deck, I still wanted him to have access to every single one of those vestige foundations. There just wasn't a way to do that because everything was shared around the life symbol. So this was okay. There's not that many cards other than that other deck. It's limited to foundation, so we're not worried about any of the assets from Critical Role. So I was like, does it really hurt to give him access to every single one of those previous foundations? And we tested it, and it ended up being, maybe there's some good stuff to play, but it wasn't that backbreaking, and it's limited to a very, very small portion of cards because of that keyword.
And he's rewarded for playing all the vestiges because he gets higher stats if you have more vestiges, for sure. I think this is a very simple character on the front, but he has a lot of options because you can include any vestige. You said it is not a wide variety of cards, but there are a lot of them, and you can't just go 4 of every vestige. Your card's going to be 140. Your deck's going to be 140 cards if you do that.
Right.
You really have to pick your spots of how many of each vestige you want to reach a critical mass of. You want 6.
Yes.
You really want to hit 6. That's your important number, and I think it'll be interesting to see optimizing this around getting 6 vestiges, because once you have Tenacious +3 or -3 on everything, I think that's when this character starts looking really, really strong.
Right. And then there's the balance too of some of those vestiges flip for cost for their added effects. So making sure that you're getting that maximum benefit as often as you can.
Yeah. And he can even get more vestiges into his stage, because when he blocks with foundations they build, he is life attuned, so he has access to Desperate Plea. And if you play him on good or air, you also get Creative Counter from the original Deku Challenger deck, which helps you build all those vestiges that have keywords. So he can really build a lot. He can build a lot of vestiges very quickly if he wants to lean into that keyword archetype.
Yeah, the challenge with this character was, how do we do a character that has developed and matured out of the Dark Deku character when we all know how good the Dark Deku character was? I didn't want to just take that character and make him better. So this was a slightly different direction that still has lots of possibilities, like you said.
Yeah. And he does have 4 symbols, still not as many. He doesn't have 5, but he does have more than the average character.
Correct.
I imagine, to showcase the different quirks.
Yes.
Which I do like the inclusion of the all symbol. I think was not on the previous iteration of Deku, right? So this is a new, he loses Void, he loses Water, but he does gain All. And I think All has a lot of very strong attuned cards that will be interesting to combine with these other symbols.
I'll let you in on a secret. Dark Deku originally had 6 symbols.
Was it all?
He had the All symbol. We cut it because it just felt like a little bit much. But yeah, and again, he shares the All symbol with All Might in this, because that was the big thing in the very first My Hero set. They shared 2 symbols. It was a very much wanting to, or did they share 2 symbols? No, they did not. I'm sorry.
Well, All Might had so many different iterations. I'm sure one of them shared 2 symbols.
But I really wanted to show that this is a Deku that has been taught by All Might, and he's using all of that knowledge and all of that skill to kind of synergize with his mentor and just be the best hero, the greatest hero that ever was.
And I'm going to add some headcanon that he has the Gran Torino scarf, which is why he has the air symbol. I'm just
Yes.
going to throw that out there. That's true
that's
now.
absolutely correct.
So I think we will soon be ready to showcase some games, but we have one more character,
Yes.
Tomura Shigaraki, All for One's successor.
Yes.
So Shigaraki, I'm a big fan of the League of Villains Shigaraki. It's been a while since I've seen him played heavily, but he was a very popular character when he came out. He had some really cool tools, but this is a new take. Instead of minusing checks or manipulating checks, you're adding breaker to any half block, and then he has some manipulation with removing cards and playing them from different zones, which is a mechanic. Playing cards from other than your hand is a mechanic that hasn't really been visited since Undaunted Raid.
Not a lot. I mean, we see it a little bit in the Godzilla Challenger decks, but that's more just about removing cards than playing from different zones. I wanted, again, to revisit. This is supposed to be the evil symbol, like, boiled down. And that's, like, one of the biggest, I think, kind of, like, themes of evil is removing cards / bringing removed cards back, or at least in modern times. And so I thought that was a really good way. Other than, like, I mean, we've done so much check hacking and whatnot. I wanted to go in a different direction. Going back to here really kind of felt like the right way to, and, not to spoil the show for too many people, but what does he do during this fight? He is constantly adapting his body and changing it and making new, like, appendages, and it is crazy and insane, and he's always finding a way to, like, not worry about that, like, his quirk being erased. So this is less about destroying things, because in that fight he can't do that, and this is more about still always, no matter what, being able to pose a threat to the heroes that are trying to stop him before Deku shows up.
For sure. And I think we are ready to start our show match. We have one of our other commentators, Calvin Harrigal, aka Wub. I believe he'll be piloting Deku. And then I imagine, again, Shigaraki. But we will see. Yes, so we have Deku versus Shigaraki here.
Yeah.
And Shigaraki will take the initiative.
Oh,
Very evil, rolling a 12.
Absolutely.
Speaking of evil, I think I just saw a foundation in his hand. It's called Good and Evil in Deku's hand, and there's two different arts of it in the set. I'm a big fan of the one where it's the split between All Might Smile and All for One Smile. And God, I see a card that just actually triggered me with All for One just choking out odds in that one. I felt that. I've been in that situation a couple of times.
Oh, there we go with the optimal form. What a great card.
Yeah, this is one of the more impressive cards, I think, when we were looking at the reveals, that pretty much everybody agreed that card was going to be pretty strong. It's a foundation that very much warrants it being a 3 difficulty. As we see there, it just failed. And that's the
Battlesuit HUD.
Yes. You can look at the top 2 cards of your deck, and you can either keep them or you can put all attacks on the bottom.
Correct. Yeah. Again, wanted to really kind of, like, represent basically All Might's version of Jarvis there.
Yeah. And then there
we go.
Although that was failed too.
The other art of Good and Evil.
Yeah.
Which is a great throwback card from the past.
Yeah, and that's Gear Shift. That one is very interesting. It's a foundation that has both a card pool. Is that the one thing? Is that the one I'm thinking of? Where it has a card pool response? Or enhance?
It's an enhance. So it has deflect, and it has a card pool enhance to flip for plus or minus speed.
Yeah. So on offense, if you put it in your card pool, you can flip it and give your attack speed. Or on defense, after you block with it, you can minus their speed.
Yes. Yeah. I really wanted to showcase on that one the quirk to, like, change directions and speed at a moment's notice.
And I believe that one is a Vestige Foundation as well. So it synergizes with, I don't remember the exact name of it, but there is an attack that counts the vestiges in your card pool to give stats in that deck as well.
Yeah, so that would be 1A configuration that cares about vestiges in your card pool.
Looks like they're both going to go for a second build turn.
The smart move, didn't get really big stages to begin with, so.
Oh, and
there we go. Bomber jet ride.
You just checked the asset, the Hercules, which helps you pick up armors and just gives you more access to even more. I guess Armored All Might not need to include that card because he naturally just builds the armor cards, but Deku can definitely make use of it as he doesn't have any way to recur them from his own abilities.
Yeah, that's correct. Although it's useful for maybe sideboarding if you're All Might, just in case you're facing off against a deck that has destruction.
Yeah. But let's see if Matt can put something together. He finally has a stage that can maybe support a couple bad checks. Let's see what Shigaraki has in store. Looks like he's going to go ahead and form with optimal form. Yeah. It is the optimal form indeed.
And we get a draw here.
Yeah. The condition is draw or your rival can sacrifice a foundation. Is that right?
Correct. So a little bit of old Shigaraki schemes there.
And then what attack was just played there?
I believe this is Massive Optimal Punch. Response, after you play this card, seal a foundation.
Some more support to that archetype. We have quite a few on the Void symbol now that can seal foundations, and quite a few cards that gain stats depending on your rival sealed foundations that this card could definitely slot into those archetypes.
Yeah, and it's just a solid 5 difficulty, 5 high for 5.
Yep. It looks like he's going to go ahead, maybe using the Shiraken Enhance to remove it. Going to be able to play it as his next form if he wants. And if this attack deals damage, he will draw a card because he removed one. So even if you don't deal damage, you don't lose anything because you can still play the card you just removed. But if you hit them, you actually draw a card and get to play that card back. So it's just strictly plus.
Yeah, the safe route is definitely to go with one card. But if you do 2 cards, the upside is even better because you end up plussing.
Yeah, if they can't block, if you think their shield's down, they have no cards in hand, just you can start tossing cards away and drawing even more.
And here we go with Demon Lord's Blast. Or no, that's Combination Blast. Sorry, yeah. That's the one that gets +1 speed, +1 damage if it's played from a different zone.
Yes.
There,
we're gonna go
that's
ahead,
Demon Lord's Blast.
Get another speed from Shigaraki's Enhance. And then we have the option of playing that as our next attack. But it looks like this one... Oh, clearing a card. That's a jet bomber or...
Bomber jet
ride.
Yeah,
Clear a card played as a block from your card pool. It looks like we are going to get the block on this one. Denying Shigaraki the card draw yet again. But... Oh, I almost said... I spoke too soon. I almost said, but we're out of cards. Nope. Deku's going to build that foundation and draw a card. And he still has the Tenacious minus speed. I don't remember if Deku says 6 different named foundations or just 6 different vestiges or just 6 vestiges, but
he is 6 vestige cards.
Okay. He might have that now with that build down, but I don't.
I think we have 5.
I might have 5. Okay, so we're still
yeah. Bomber Jet Ride is not a vestige.
Yeah. Like we're gonna go with the speed from Shigaraki once again. We did check a 3 on that one, so we did have to commit quite a bit. But Shigaraki also triggers, I believe, if I remember correctly, when you're getting attacked. You can, if you want to just get rid of these cards and see some new ones, you can remove 2. You can play a half block from your removed. You can draw 2. You can breaker them. Like I feel like on defense, he's a very tricky character to navigate around.
Absolutely, yes. Getting rid of a card, then half blocking with that card and still drawing afterwards.
Yeah.
It's a really nice play, and because that second ability that he has to give Breaker 1, slows down the rest of the turn.
Yeah, it seems really well positioned against the 5 diff matters decks. Now that we have removed the no check from Titan of Terror and City Rampage is no longer a free activation, your checks matter a lot more. And Shigaraki putting Breaker, even if it's not every single time you block, because eventually you have to full block something. Right. You can't just take it because especially most of these 5 diff matter attacks are going to be really, really damaging. You can't have block everything, but
Yeah, you can only take so many half blocks there, right?
But you can get a couple, and even just breaker 1 on some of these, if your rival is really banking on 2 5 diffs in a row, even Queen of the Monsters, building 1 down, when that Queen of the Monsters ends up being effectively on a 7, even just 1 bad check on their turn can end it, despite them clearing their card pool and getting more foundations.
And imagine, removing a card that already has breaker.
Yeah, you can just stack them up. I'm a little disappointed that Vile Season did rotate before this character came out. That would have been such a fun one.
Know.
Maybe in Hero 2, I'm gonna put this together with some Vile Seasons. I love that card. And
we had another build turn by Wub.
Yeah.
And here we see Matt using optimal form again. And now
this time, I think he sacrificed the foundation. I believe he sacrificed the face down.
That makes a lot of sense.
Ride, yeah. But that's got a decent number of attacks in hand.
And at this point, when we go back to Deku's turn, we definitely have the 6 vestiges.
Yes. Yeah, so they're going to be +3 on everything. And it is going to be tough, I feel, for Shigaraki to block with +3 everything. But he does have 33 health, and Deku does not give damage. So if he doesn't see... I think the biggest one is his ultra rare. It's a Gear Shift Overdrive, I believe.
Overdrive Uppercut.
Overdrive Uppercut, where he can either... Well, it'll put a vestige in his momentum, and then he can either powerful it or he can echo it. And I think that stacking those up is probably how he's going to have to chip Shigaraki down and hope he just doesn't get, half block twice.
Yeah.
So we're going for 1 card again. Getting the speed. Gonna maybe draw some cards afterwards, but let's see. Deku -3.
Yeah, it is going to be difficult to get through that natural -3 now.
Yeah. Looks like we're going battle. Oh, HUD. Are we going to keep them both on top? Or are we going to put them both bottom? I don't think he has any draw on stage. He will, if he wants to, he would have to check a 3 and then draw with Deku if he wants that. He's electing to put them both back. Yeah.
And as expected, he puts them both on the bottom.
Yeah.
Going to a block.
Yeah. I'm not quite sure still how I feel. I'm going to have to test that card out a little bit. I'm not quite sure how I feel about it in terms of All Might, where I feel like a 3 difficulty on that card probably is not worth it for most decks, but when All Might's building it for free, I think that makes the conversation a bit more interesting, where you will really be able to force your checks to be, like, you can control your checks very well. I think one of the worst case scenarios is looking at 2 3s, because then even if you put them back, you still don't know what you're checking. You can hope there's another 5, but I feel like when you look at a 5 and a 3, and you put that 3 away, and you're checking a 5, and then you can, or you don't put them away, and you just sacrifice it, draw with All Might is the other option. I think that card seems very, very strong in the All Might deck. But if you don't have card draw...
and here we go with Concealed Power.
Yeah.
This he's using the response to get rid of the card that was built.
I think they're deliberating on stats there. But I'll be honest with you, I'm not sure what dice is meant to signify what. They're kind of just dice all over the place on that one, but... Let's see, he has another one. Is he going to play the removed card as his next form, or is he going to go for a foundation? Wait, did he just play the action from his hand, so now his next card isn't the removed card? Or is it... I don't remember if that's exactly the wording on that.
I think it's as your next form. I'm not sure. We might have a little mistake here.
But it's okay. We're still learning all these brand new cards. Not even out yet, I guess.
Was this adaptive stabbing?
Yeah.
And this one, of course, now being a throw because it was played from removed.
Yep. And another 3 on. Although he did... I guess he did draw a card with the Deku response, but even the HUD showing 2 3s, putting them on the bottom, does not guarantee that your next check will not be a 3.
Okay, so now if we can draw some attacks, We've got a lot of room to play around here.
I saw at least 2. There might only be 2.
There's a Hercules in hand. Got 2 black chains. Not a ton to work with here.
The action is card draw, if I remember correctly. Maybe I'm thinking of the.
Yes, it can be. It can be card draw. Actually, that would have been really nice to play into black chain.
Just putting the 3s. Yeah, and as you said, I think it will be very tough for Matt to contest this 3 speed coming from Deku and everything.
Yeah, that's the thing about this deck. You either have to flip his cards, or you got to attack him before he gets set up.
Yeah.
Yeah, 1, 2, 3.
Oh, it was only 2. Okay.
Yeah, we flipped one of the ones on the previous turn.
Yeah. Because battle armor HUD is not. It is an armor, but it is not a vestige.
Correct.
Is that correct?
Yeah. So
Okay.
some of the cards are both armor and vestige.
Yeah.
That one is strictly, I think, tech and armor.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna go.
Oh, stealing card. That's you spend your opponent's momentum if you.
Yes.
Yeah, not applicable here, but I remember reading that card as well and thinking that was going to be pretty interesting. Spending your opponent's momentum for something like powerful or EX, because momentum denial is really, really powerful right now. Just denying your opponent's momentum, and if you get to use it for your own benefit, that's just even better.
Yeah. And what is this? This is blocked with Persistent Malice.
Looks like Shigaraki is pretty close to tapped out here. I don't know if he'll be able to block. And well, I guess it is a +2 speed from Deku, but we have the action. And I believe this one gives your next attack stats, and if it deals, it draws a card.
Correct. Yeah, and that's of course why we didn't play before the first attack, because since Shigaraki is not committed, Black Chain isn't guaranteed to deal damage. It doesn't gain throw.
We're piling on the stats now.
Oh,
for
yeah.
This. Yeah. Oh, optimal form has the tenacious -1 speed.
As a matter of fact, it can only minus speed while it's committed.
Yeah.
Oftentimes, I'll find when I'm playing, I don't want to commit any of my cards. So having a card that you actually are excited to see committed is actually kind of really nice. All right, we see giving into fear, and we're digging for some attacks here.
Yep.
And there we get a good chunk of damage. Yeah, having so many of those down can make something hurt real good.
And will Shigaraki? I don't think he can block on an 8-speed move at this point. We're going again.
Oh, here's gonna be another 4 damage.
Oh man. All right, so we got 16 damage. Is that a base 6 printed? So it's 18? Because it's printed 6 damage?
Yeah.
Okay, 8 mid for 18. I don't think Matt has anything for this one. He's got to check a 9 or something. All right, drawing a card from the action because it did deal. And he draw another black chain, or is it something? Is that a different attack?
That looks like Armored Rush. Oh, we're gonna build a Hercules.
Yeah, no, Hercules checks a 3.
Come on. Nah. We know we can't get there, so...
Does the action not count towards progressive difficulty?
It doesn't count towards progressive to play attacks.
Oh, okay. Well, then I think he should have committed one more.
I believe that's correct. I could be wrong. It might... No, maybe it just doesn't count towards progressive. I know the cards pretty well, but sometimes we forget some of the details.
Yeah, of course.
Right, got plenty of foundations to play defense with. But Shigaraki, if we can get some... Oh, we got 1 attack here, so we're going to definitely be kind of digging to try and get some more heat.
Yeah.
If we throw an attack.
And that's the asset in his hand right now? In the far left, or is that the action?
I think that is the asset.
Yeah. Which I remember that one. I don't remember the specifics of what it does, but I do remember reading it when it was first revealed and thinking, oh, that one's a good one.
This is a great one to get in play. It's a little late in the game, but all of because they're evil,
that's the art of good and evil that I think that one looks so cool.
So from here on out, all of Shigaraki's attacks are going to be +1 speed, and all of Deku's attacks are going to be -1 speed. And then, of course, if his attack gets completely blocked, he can commit it to remove it from the game and add the top card of his deck to his momentum. I will tell you that Shigaraki really does enjoy playing with King Ghidorah Unleashed.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Let's see what Deku can do here. Just going to build again.
Yep.
That's the, I don't remember the name of this card, but it's if you have X number of vestiges, it's +2/+4.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Evoking the Wielders.
Huge stat buff if you have the setup, which I think now he does. And it itself is a vestige. So I think
Yes.
you have to have 3 vestiges, but it is a vestige itself.
Correct.
So you actually need two other ones. Yeah, which, half as difficult as Deku's own requirements.
Sadly, Matt is unlikely to draw off of optimal form for a while since Deku has so many cards he's happy to get out of his stage. Get them back in the discard pile and even potentially use them with, there we go.
Oh, when you rival Treasure Foundation, you build an armor. Now, that's the other.
I do think that this is an incorrect play because he chose to sacrifice as a cost to stop it. But I'd have to look at the wording on optimal form.
Yeah. So we're going to get a second optimal form down.
Yeah, you can still only form with it one of them, but having 2 of them to reduce speed is really nice.
Yeah, it's a card that you are more than happy to commit to pass check, which is
absolutely
weird, or not weird. It's unorthodox for a 3-diff foundation to be shaped like that. I would say, in that you're not really concerned with what it does necessarily as its commit effect or anything like that, but committing it to pass checks, turning on like a passive ability, is very different. I think for most of these high impact.
We lost 5 attacks there. Well, and that's one of the things that is always kind of a challenge when you're designing one of these.
His hand is 6 attacks now.
Oh, yeah.
So we were off to the races.
When you're designing one of these decks, Ryan, one of the challenges is putting in the 3 difficulties or an ability with the first form.
Yeah.
Because when you get them in your stage, you have nothing to do with them. And that was why I really was looking to make a card like Optimal Form where it doesn't feel so bad to get 3 or 4 of those in your deck.
Yeah.
All right, so this is Armored Rush.
Yeah, optimal form. I think we'll see people put multiples of that card in a lot of decks on its symbols.
I can certainly see that happening. I agree with you there. Okay.
He's really looking at these stacks. He's got, there's still 5 more.
Well, this is it's a 3-low for 5. Okay, here we go.
Yeah.
One of my favorite names. Cellophane Sugarman Shoot Style Smash.
Yes. -1 with the asset. And then Deku giving it some speed back.
And another
optimal
-speed.
form. Yeah.
Yeah, really fighting over the speed of this attack here. Oh, there's the Combination salvo in hand.
Yeah, that's the ultra rare from
Yes.
these decks as well.
Yeah.
It's kind of a, I guess, like spiritual successor to Ultimate Combination.
Yes.
It's a little bit different shaped, but it's the same. I'd say same vibes.
I will say we took pains to try and correct the confusion on how Ultimate Combination is worded.
I have definitely posted in the judges. When I play that card in tournament, I look at my opponent and I say, however you want me to declare it, whichever order you want me to declare the enhances, I'll do it. Whatever you want.
Well, I'm happy to go on record while we're on this call. Is that you have to play it before you use the powerful.
Okay, that is how I thought it worked. The way my first reading of the card was, you declare the enhance, and then it creates a condition.
Correct.
When you spend the momentum, they will build. And then the first time somebody said, no, you spend the momentum, then the enhance checks your discard. I'm like, well, I feel like cards don't do that, but it's okay. So now, official, on the record, enhance Ultimate Combination, you will build what you are about to spend.
Correct.
And when you spend it, they build. All right. Excellent.
All right, so it looks like we're drawing off of a taking damage on the half block.
And we get the breaker from Shigaraki as well.
Oh, incoming knee smash.
None of these characters have any like flavor relation, but this the Shigaraki adding breaker kind of reminds me of like an evolved version of the most recent Asui, which is just gives highs and lows breaker, I believe. But
yes.
Shigaraki just giving half partial blocks in general, which I think is a bit easier to tailor, I think, especially when Shigaraki has the options of like playing from the remove, stuff like that.
And it's less words.
Yeah. Yeah.
I can tell you, we spend a lot of time trying to figure out how to cut words off of cards. Okay, so we're minus speed on this one. The nice thing about and Wub didn't need it here, but the nice thing about incoming knee smash is the fact that you just get to play it late in a string, and if you just have extra cards because you've been drawing so much, you can just pitch one of those to make it easier to play.
Yeah, that's definitely one that we've been looking at with I told me the name and I already forgot it. Overdrive Uppercut, where we were looking at which of these vestige attacks do we think are the best ones to include in our deck, or the most like generic to include in our deck. And I think this is the one that I pretty much have settled on, where late in a string, it's essentially a 2-diff, because you can just discard a card. And especially if we look at a character like Armored All Might, that's putting +1 speed, +3 damage on every good symbol move. This is what, a 4 high 7 2 difficulty attack effectively, as long as you have a card to discard, and that seemed really, really strong.
And then imagine if you have a couple of those giving into fears.
Yeah, you can just pile. We might need more dice.
Yep. Yeah, this one was definitely a fan of the testers when we were in development on these decks. Okay.
Another half block. That's a 1 mid. Yeah.
Yeah, 1 mid on Panicked Outburst,
which already has a breaker one as well, right?
I believe that's
it has
the one with
printed breaker one, and then
Shigaraki
will give it another breaker. This was an interesting one when I was reading it for the first time. I think like commit for -2 speed is generally an effect seen on 1 difficulty foundations, but to make up for it being a 2 difficulty, it's a great block. It's a 1 mid and breaker. It's a card that has utility as a block and is fine in your stage. It's not the strongest card around. It's a little bit understated for a 2 diff in your stage, but it makes up for it with a lot of utility.
Yeah, I mean, and that's one of those things is when we're making as many cards as we do every year, right?
Mm-hmm.
You have to find ways to.
It does look like
make new cards.
Did break through, and I believe Deku takes game 1. He was able to. He had enough foundations to force through the breakers that Shigaraki was putting on the cards.
Yeah, I mean, when you draw a hand of 6 attacks
with 12 foundations,
you tend to be able to make some plays, and we were able to see that happen.
Yeah.
Now they're going to shuffle up, and we're going to get into a game 2.
Yep. Are they gonna wait a minute? Are they done? Oh, okay. They don't want to switch characters.
Oh, okay.
All right. Looks like we'll not be doing a full match, but I think there was a lot of card showcase. I would have liked to have seen the ultra rare from the All Might, and there he's right there. That's the one that I think he was also like, man, I really wanted to play this one. I think that's a card that it looks incredibly strong for constructed, and I'm looking forward to slotting that in any decks I can. It's just the way all of its effects line up, giving momentum to fuel its own echo, and then getting momentum to fuel the next card. I think it reminds me a lot of Immortal Fists of the double Immortal Fist. I don't remember its exact name.
Double Fist of the Immortal Flame.
Double Fist of the Immortal Flame, where if you started with a momentum, you can echo it, and then it gives you a momentum back. This one, you don't even to start with momentum, because it will give you a momentum for its first activation, and then you keep going there. I was looking at trying to combo it with like Pale Rider, because you can use the momentum that Overdrive Uppercut gives you to pay for the drive, and then clear Overdrive Uppercut, and then echo the Pale Rider, and you can just get so many attacks from very few cards.
Certainly, yeah. There's a lot you can do with that card, and again, that's kind of the themes of both of these decks. Is there's a lot of potential,
a lot of utility, yeah. For sure. But well, I very much enjoyed watching that match. So
yeah, it was a lot of fun.
I think we're going to cut to commercial here, and we will be back very soon with round 4 of the Las Vegas Regional. we are back with some close-ups of cards revealed from the opening ceremony with Levi earlier this morning. We have some Tekken cards from the
Super excited to show these.
Scramble and the LCs. So let's just hop right into it with the first card, Journey of Redemption. 2 difficulty, 4 check. Despite the aesthetic, it is a foundation. 3 high block, unique. This foundation cannot be sealed by rival effects. Response remove. After your rival plays an attack, it gets -1 speed and gains flash.
So yeah, this is a really powerful effect. Definitely deserves the 4 check and the unique on this.
For sure.
Because this is something where previously this would require a momentum
for
to
cheerleader
flash, or be something like your character commit cost or something like that. So this is on the good life and water symbols. So more good stuff for the good symbol.
Yeah, I think good is shaping up to be very strong. I talked about it with Tim a little bit when we were going over the final battle My Hero decks. He said the good symbol's been missing and they wanted to bring it back in a big way, and this is just another pebble on the mountain of very strong good cards.
And that little -1 speed just allows you to block as if it were still in your stage for that move, which is really nice because sometimes the move you have to flash might have 6 base or something. So really cool to see. Art looks great. You know, this is the Scramble promo. So I think we can go next to the LC ones.
The LCs, which we have the Participation Electric Wind Godfist.
It looks so sick.
I cannot do it in Tekken. It is a but if you struggle with the 1-frame links of your perfect Electric Wind Godfist combos, here we have it in UniVersus. If this is the 4th copy or fewer Electric Wind Godfist you've played this turn, it cannot be flipped. Blitz, check 5. This attack gains Echo. If you check an attack this way, add it to your momentum. Check to play this ability, gets +1 if you have a heat token in your stage. I don't think we have yet to reveal what a heat token actually does, but presumably there will be multiple ways to get it in your stage. So while you are checking 5s or 4s, in this case, it will be an attack +1. It gets momentum, and then you can just continuously echo. You can echo this
Chaos.
5 times.
Attune Chaos. So cool. You know, Deviljin does get to use this. Obviously, we're probably going to see some new versions of that character in Tekken in some form. Kind of an innocuous move, but it has that Levi's Rampage static from AOT2. It's an attack that you can just keep echoing, and it might cost you a little bit with the with checking the 5s. You could see some 3s, but this is just a 4 difficulty card, so it's pretty easy to get a bunch of enhanced steps here. And if a character can abuse that, like Deviljin, you might be able to. I mean, your card pool might get pretty full, right? But at least for a little bit, you can really get some damage on this.
Yeah, anyone who can give stats, this is really, really powerful, repeatable effect.
I don't know the rarity on these in the core set,
but then for the top 8 promos, top 4 finalists in the winner, we have Zeus Unlimited, 5 diff, 2 mid block, 5 high 5. On the fire, good, and order symbols, you have 5 or less health. This attack gets -1 difficulty. Blitz, look at the top 2 cards of your deck, build one of them face down, return the other to the top of your deck. This card looks incredible, and another card to add to the archetype that Good has been creating of building attacks to your stage and then picking them up and reusing them with cards like Census Ho. This combos with Queen of the Monsters. You play this, you build something, Queen of the Monsters, build it down, Census Ho picks us back up. You can just keep going.
Yeah,
Good is the premier symbol to build during the combat phase.
For sure. And this is, you know, we've kind of seen the strength individually of Bug Bite and Queen of the Monsters, and this kind of has the Bug Bite confirm your check, and also the Queen of Monsters like extend your stage potential here. So like really cool card. The static is not going to come up that often. Being at 5 or less life, I don't think is going to be the most likely.
Some crazy.
I mean, we've seen people live on 1 life multiple times. You know, like definitely could. But a 5 difficulty card that is building you a foundation. You know, love to see it. I'm sure Mitchell will be excited for his good Mitchell deck to include this. Really powerful effect here. I think we also have the playmat.
Yeah, we have
we have to look at real quick.
The LC playmat. So this is the playmat that you can
all
win
these look so good
from your local championship. These are the round 3 local championships. I think the Tekken mats look beautiful. We might have some more to show off. Levi did show them in the opening ceremony, but we will show off the others in greater detail later throughout the day. If you're interested in any of these cards, Tekken 8 will be available August 14th.
You get
will
these
actually,
early by going to your LCs, so
These
competing.
will be available at your LCs before the release of Tekken. They will not be legal until the set release.
We did confirm that you won't get to use your LC promos,
Yes.
unfortunately, until Tekken goes live. But that would be difficult for people who couldn't attend one and want to compete at Dallas.
So I am super excited for the Tekken set. All this stuff that's been showed off this weekend has been super exciting, and I'm very much looking forward to it. But we now are round 4 is imminent, and
our players are sitting down. I think we have our stream match. We might cut to a short break here.
Yeah, we are getting set up now. If you want if you're looking forward to Tekken, that will be available August 14th. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back right back
in just a second
with round 4 of the round 2 regional here in Las Vegas. we are back with round 4 of the Las Vegas Regional, and we have Mitchell Chimino, the character, not the man.
The man is there too.
Yeah, the man is somewhere, not playing, versus Shin Godzilla.
Yeah, I'm excited to see both of these because I've mentioned the Shin Godzilla deck. I've seen it played a little bit. It's become really stealthily good at blowing up a lot of foundations. I hadn't really noticed until I watched him debuild like 5 foundations on turn 2.
Yeah.
So the Shin Godzilla deck is a 4-check deck using things like Ravages of War, Too Big to Contain. A lot of these like targeted foundation hate. And Justin's Mitchell deck, I actually have not had a chance to see where he's going with this one.
Yeah, he's on order, not on good.
Yeah.
We were speaking very highly of the good simple Mitchell decks during our pre-show, but order is where he's historically been most successful.
Yeah.
Not where we personally believe the character could be headed right now, but Justin has played the order Mitchell deck at quite a few events. He's currently actually in the finals of teams, if I remember correctly.
Yes, he is.
He is sitting in the finals of the teams event that is yet to be played. That'll probably be played on Sunday. So
I'd expect maybe some heavy piercing ice walls, some walk the dog, maybe some patchwork baby kind of stuff.
yeah,
But
we'll see what he's got. We'll see what he's up to.
let's get into it.
We are getting into our match. Yep. Justin Martin actually finished. He was a finalist of the Denver Regional last year, or I guess 2 years ago now, with the Mitchell Chimino order deck. It was the first event the Mitchell character card was legal, and he made the finals on order. So
the 4.
the 4-check orders
Costing
greatest
the
name.
Dragon's Fortitude, which I'm sure is, probably pretty important for this deck. That's -3 on everything. And you draw the momentum back.
And we did see the check fighting for control. Definitely a reason to be on order. So we agree the order symbol is very powerful.
Chomp right away.
Wow. Yeah. Just leading out Chomp.
There's
Destroying
2 foundations.
a foundation.
And Shin generates a power token every time Justin destroys a foundation here, which is really, really good. We are rolling 4s. Oh, because we're a 4-check deck, we can just build very aggressively like this. So we see a Cape of No Return that is Destroya Emerges, which is a foundation destruction card. We have a Great Buckler mained that is Devastating Loss and Immense Showdown for Shin Godzilla.
Yeah.
So a 4 build after a Chomp and a Cape.
Yeah. I think Justin has his work cut out for him here. David had a very strong opener with Shin Godzilla. And one of the advantages of being a 7-hander going second, he gets 8 cards.
Yeah.
He gets to look at 8 cards. But let's see
when you
what-
play 4-checks, it's that much easier to, build them without committing Shin.
Yeah, but let's
He
see
did commit Shin, but
what Justin can come up with here. Yeah. Fighting for control, definitely a reason to be on order. We were talking about how great order is right now and how many tools it has access to for the first time in seemingly a long time. And fighting for control,
Only 2
definitely
more foundations for
a
Justin,
reason.
though.
Yeah, not super strong against Shin Godzilla's game plan is to get rid of the foundations.
Yeah. And I believe that it is Destroy Emerges, which is sack X power tokens, blow up a foundation with difficulty X or less. I believe that is the enhance on it. So that should make short work of something here if David wants to. Devastating Loss is going to answer the airship as soon as it's used. This is Emerge from the Deep. This is an action that checks. It is a 5 difficulty, I believe a first form that generates a power token and blows up one of Justin's foundations. So going after the students of Tung Fu Ray.
No, Emerge from the Depths.
Oh, it's not Emerge from the Depths. It's something.
Yeah, I'm not sure what that one is called, unfortunately.
we'll find it for you.
I believe it's
So we're entering the enhanced step with the Ravages of War here, which checked a 4, cost David all his ready foundations, but it is costing Justin 1 as well, and I doubt we'll be able to block an 8 high. There's Monster of the Deep.
Monsters of the Deep.
That was played.
Yes. First form, remove your rival, sacrifices 1 foundation. After play this card, gain 2 health, or add 1 destroy a counter to your character.
I guess it doesn't generate
I guess he
power
did
token.
neither, but he did make Justin sacrifice a foundation.
So Justin goes down to 2 foundations. And Shin is probably going to blow up another one here. Let's see what Justin wants to do.
So notably, with Ravages of War making your rival spend momentum, I believe if Justin wanted to, he would have been able to respond with Mitchell. But I am not
Going for the
sure.
absorbed energy block. Can we pass this?
Check the 6.
Did we give minus speed somehow? Oh, with the Mitchell response, of course.
Yes.
So we are able to pass that,
Which was destroyed by the Ravages of War. Yeah.
That saves us a foundation
and a huge chunk of health. Yeah. But it does prevent the Shin Godzilla response.
David is pressing the foundation advantage and builds 2 more. A little less than we'd anticipate. He has 3 in hand, I believe, at this point. Let's see if Justin can get
Justin only has
stage
2
going. Yeah.
So fighting for control could be a huge piece, especially here. But he's going to go with the Heaven and Piercing Ice Wall, checking a 4,
I mean,
working out.
I like this too because this is a makes it hard for David to play 2 attacks on his next turn. And if we're able to establish enough of a stage to block 1, we might save ourselves a bit of pain.
Mitchell Chimino response, adding to the stun rating of Heaven and Piercing Ice Wall, allowing him to stun 2 and then freeze both.
But I believe that card is Tenacious. So
yes, I believe it is when you play a card with 8 difficulty or higher.
You can flip it and draw.
Draw, Tenacious, yeah.
So he will still get to draw cards when he plays, but he has to pass the check. Freezing both of those. I assume Justin will choose to draw a card, maybe giving David the Immense Showdown or something that Justin is not that afraid of on this turn. We're not going to use that airship. We can probably give the Devastating Loss back.
I guess I wouldn't say shocked, but there was definitely a consideration for caping the Heaven Piercing Ice Wall after the stun 2 to save your foundations from being frozen. But David valuing it for a more threatening attack down the line.
Okay,
I just feel like Justin only has 1 ready foundation. I don't think anything else is threatening him right now, but David could be taking it slow. He could just build more next turn, right? And really just extend this foundation advantage, as you said.
Interesting. So we could have elected to draw with the Heaven Piercing Ice Wall after scouting the top of Yelena's. We did the other way, which potentially cost us an attack, but I think it would have been pretty hard to... Oh, we're going for a... We used the airship here. Interesting. So we could have elected to actually play another Ice Wall and gone for a stun 4 angle, right?
A freeze 4, yeah. Yes. If
that probably would have forced the cape.
Yeah, almost certainly. But Justin's just going to go ahead and build...
Do we pass everything?
I was just reading these. Yeah.
Standing Tall.
Standing Tall is you sacrifice power tokens to build a foundation of difficulty X or less from your discard pile. So if Justin can accrue some power tokens, then he can rebuild. And it is the same... it's part of the cycle of deadlock, add a power token to your stage.
Yeah.
So,
I think Destroy Emerges does that as well.
Yes, I believe it does.
We got a Crisis of Confidence as well on Justin's side. That could potentially freeze 2 if David builds to 8, I want to say. I don't remember if it's 8 or 10.
I believe it's spend a momentum to freeze rival foundations.
And if they have a certain number, it goes
if rival has 8 or more foundations, freeze 2 rival foundations instead. Yeah. So another way to spend momentum with the Mitchell Jack. So you can...
with a chomp here on David's side.
Oh, getting rid of the fighting for control.
Yeah. I mean, that definitely makes sense.
Yeah.
Because now we can play like a 7 diff. And not lose our character, like that female Titan I see in his hand.
Yeah.
He has a knockdown blow too. He could play 2 attacks this turn.
It looks like he's gripping his foundations just to build some more, but Justin does have the Heaven Piercing Ice Wall still in his hand.
Yeah.
Because he airshipped it back, didn't play it, so it's there. He can freeze 2 more on his next turn.
Now, the committed card in David's stage, I don't remember the name of it. I believe you have to play an 8 difficulty card to draw. So I don't think he will draw off the female Titan he's playing here. Only commits 2 to play this female.
Yeah, that is a 6 check.
So this will be a 6 high for 7. Shin Godzilla will make it for, or sorry, 5 high for 7. Shin Godzilla will make it for 9.
But it looks like
we draw a card with the Blitz.
Did go for the Mitchell response to -2 speed.
See what we're going after with the Destroy Emerges. I think we could elect to target the Yelena's Machinations if we wanted here. It'd be easier to do it once it's flipped, though. Now we're going after the freeze.
Yeah.
We want our stage.
Makes sense to me. And do you think we'll see the Devastating Loss fired at that airship? If not now, then when?
Shin gets a power token back when you do that too, doesn't it?
Yeah. And he did. Fires off the Devastating Loss.
Yeah.
The airship goes down.
Going for you know, the airship was frozen this turn, but realizing that this game is going to last a little bit,
Yeah.
and that is just an important piece for Justin not to have access to.
For sure. And does not want to risk it getting
Justin
stunned
doesn't have
and
the full block
frozen.
either, so we're going to get Breaker 2'd here on David's side. However, Justin will go down to 3 foundations if we commit Shin Godzilla.
Yeah, might end Shin Godzilla's turn. But now the interesting part is if David doesn't build more, this Heaven Piercing Ice Wall isn't going to get to freeze 2. But we'll see. Even through the Breaker 2, David's still probably going to play 1 foundation, I imagine. But
depends on our check here. So we're going for the Inspiring
3,
Song. We check it.
Checks a 3.
Going to 5.
Checks a 5.
We left up Shin Godzilla. We did.
Checks
We chose
8,
not to use the
4.
the commit to destroy.
Yeah. To pass that check, I guess.
Yeah.
Then we're going to shift down the Female Titan. So,
and David's deck does run Knockdown Blow. I saw it in his hand. So Female Titan actually has targets.
And Justin elects to review the Heaven Piercing Ice Wall. Decides freezing 2 at the expense of
it might just
is not going to cut it, and he wants more momentum. I imagine he has some late game win condition that needs a lot of momentum, and he is more than happy with just building up to it. So Heaven Piercing Ice Wall that Justin drew for turn is going to come down.
Though with the response, we're already down to 2 foundations ready if we want to stun 2 into freeze 2.
This is the biggest issue I've had playing the Order Mitchell deck.
The proactive commits really costing you a lot of resources.
It costs a lot to add stun to your own cards. As enticing as it is, I much prefer the play style that the good symbol allows, where you're just using your momentum to pay for effects like Net Launcher and Queen of the Monsters, and not committing your own stage on your own turn and using the response defensively.
The nice part about the Order Mitchell deck, though, is the amount of freeze kind of nudges your opponent to deadlock a little, encourages them to build wider, and there are a lot of potent deadlock cards. We see Undercover Infiltration, we see Standing Tall, generating a bunch of power tokens. When I played Mitch on his good deck, usually when I'd play a slower deck, it would take me going to deadlock and him just generating 8 power tokens with that.
Yes. For sure.
But David does have answers, right? Like Final Words is in his stage right now and could answer one of the deadlock threats if he chooses to build, another 4 cards.
David also just has the Shin Godzilla to destroy the deadlock cards. Really, if
I believe Shin is not a target.
Oh, Shin is.
Your rival sacrifices one, yeah. But Final Words will do it.
Yes.
See how much we have on Justin's side to build. We get like
a lot.
4 or 5 cards. Yeah,
I think that was what he wanted. That's why he reviewed the Heaven Piercing Ice Wall.
Did we check a 4 on a 5 there and fail it? I didn't see the check.
Checked a Bloodsucking Universe.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. I think Justin really wanted to get rid of that Heaven Piercing Ice Wall to get some more foundations. He's identified that he needs more foundations. He cannot, as we said, because the Mitchell deck needs to self-commit, he needs more foundations to make any headway in this game.
Yeah.
But
I think at most we're going to see two attacks on David's turn. Both Inspiring Songs being frozen is tough. We have Knockdown Blow, which enables us to check another one fairly safely, but playing a third high difficulty attack, with 2 progressive does not seem super likely.
Yeah.
And in David's hand right now, I saw Ravages of War, and I believe Knockdown Blow and female attack or Armored Titan attacks. Yeah, armored attacks. There's just another 4 difficulty card 4 difficulty attack or check attack, 8 difficulty attack that is going to ruin, 2 of Justin's foundations if we get the shift off.
Yeah, we do see the Knockdown Blow coming down.
Check to 5 on a 7.
Yep. And his next check to play shift attack will get +3, and it'll get +3 damage if he plays a shift attack with the bonus.
I like playing armored attacks after this because you get to then use the draw. We need to figure out the name of that card. Well, the Tenacious is going to draw 2.
Yeah.
It would also be an 8 mid 11. That'll ruin 2 on Justin's side. We'll see what David chooses to do at this point. We have female for speed if we wanted to fight over maybe using the Shin Godzilla commit. Likely not going to do that. We're going to walk into the Absorbed Energy Spirit Strike. something that the order symbol has a bit more of than the good symbol Mitchell deck is access to cards with EX and powerful, like Walk the Dog and Patchwork Baby, and Justin is amassing a fairly large amount of momentum.
Yeah.
So we do go into the armored attacks here. Okay.
And he elected not to draw with Display of Might. It looks like.
I think we're still in responses. Justin has responded Yelena's Machinations. David can choose if we want to respond with it is Display of Might. Okay.
Display of Might, yes. Yeah, but we do have the armored Titan attacks, as you said, to trigger the draws, but we're solving a lot of
and I mean, Justin had -2 speed with Yelena's, and then he also had -2 speed with Mitchell response, but this is still 4 mid, and there's a card in Justin's card
and
pool.
we have moved on to blitzes. Justin
and this is
did
for 13 because of the knockdown blow damage.
His foundation. So
on a 6, checks a 3, takes 13.
Yeah.
We
David electing not to draw off Display of Might.
Huh.
Yeah. But this did do quite a chunk off of Justin's health.
Looks like we're not going to commit Shin here, valuing the ready. We will. Okay.
Yeah.
Break 1. Which Justin happily gets rid of that face down that would have been committed or would have been ruined by Reiner. Yeah. Makes sense. Your history's greatest monster.
And massive abnormal.
Swallowed by an
abnormal.
Flips for 1/1 for
for a 6 diff or higher attack.
Yeah. One of the old Titan Cliff targets.
Yeah. Sure is. Sure is.
Passing with
Sure
3
was.
in hand. Yeah, sure was.
Yeah.
We did not form female Titan to pick up anything.
Now, is Justin going to review a 5th card? Yes, he is. So, as I said, there has to be some sort of late game win condition that he needs.
That is a Walk the Dog in his hand.
Yeah, no good through a Cape and No Return, but we'll see.
If we see him, we did see a Monsterverse machine. We can tap the Cape.
All right, can Justin get there?
Is it 23? It is 21, right? Yeah, it's 21 damage right now. Justin needs about 2 more damage.
No, because he gives Walk the Dog powerful 4.
We gives Walk the Dog powerful 4.
So
but so Armor Titan -2. We also missed that. It's 4 damage plus. It's 24 damage.
Yeah.
If we can make this all fast enough, I don't know if we can.
We are going to commit the Cape.
Yeah.
He's going for it, and I think
we probably
you're gonna
tap
have
anything
to.
but the History's Greatest. If we tap the History's Greatest here, David can block and ready it. We're gonna look at our top. That is an attack. We're gonna mill it.
He did elect to tap the Cape, not a foundation.
Yeah. David has kind of been in the driver's seat this whole game, but Justin quietly amassing that momentum, this might just be enough.
Yeah. If he can make it fast enough, it'll only be a 7 speed Walk the Dog, but he's definitely.
David will have 3 ready foundations.
Yeah, and lowest check he can have is a 4.
3 ready, lowest on a 4, 7 low, block on an 8. We have to have like a 1 low, and I don't.
You would have to have a 1. Yeah, I think so.
I don't know if we do.
Let's see.
David is going through, trying to see what Justin is going for here. I think he probably was on red alert because the Monsterverse machine tapped Kate.
Yeah.
And he's looking at that momentum stack right now going,
Yeah. He does still have the 1/1.
Oh, we're choosing immense showdown targets.
Okay.
Sure.
Yeah, he does have the 1/1 for unexpected outcome, or unexpected outcomes. Is that the card? The Chaos Attune +1/+1.
Oh man, I love this card, and I should know the name. Undercover Infiltration.
Undercover Infiltration. There we go. Undercover Infiltration. I do love that card too. Yeah, that was weird. I had a moment there.
Okay.
Undercover Infiltration, Monsterverse Machine, a little bit stealthy.
But this is also
1/1.
This damage can matter quite a bit because if he just takes this 4, that's a power token as well.
Yeah, for sure. That I think this is presenting. I wouldn't say a must block. Like, we're not Reiner. We're not getting our win condition.
David's hand has his hand has 3 high blocks. He's dead.
If Justin goes for it, wait, he has to go for it.
Yeah.
If he goes for it, the game could be over. I think he has to.
There
He has to go for it.
Yeah. I mean, it was pretty unlikely that David could block this anyway.
Yeah,
right? Because of
yeah.
the +1 speed and the stun one.
Yeah,
but
Justin, as you said, quietly amassing. He had his late game momentum win condition.
Yeah,
and he was
like,
just biding his time.
I really don't need that many foundations.
He was just
right?
biding
Like,
his time.
That's kind of where he's at.
Yeah, and because he connected with Monster vs. Machine, he was able to plus the stun. And it looks like it looks like
do a stun too, just for good measure, right?
He attacked the backup.
Oh,
He attacked the backup. It looks like.
Yeah.
I think.
No, David ruined twice.
David. Okay.
So
okay.
Reiner's the armored attacks is -4.
Got it. Okay.
But
now we're spending all the momentum. Is that 15 damage? He's going to show the
shows
3 high blocks, and
oh my
Justin
gosh.
takes game 1. Oh man,
just sigh of relief there on Justin's
Sigh
side.
of
He was
relief,
on
yeah.
no foundations for so much of that game.
Was very unexpected, but
this is the kind of thing we saw, when Bert 2 was a menace. It would set people down to 3 foundations. It became so hard to kill him after he'd transform and set you down to 3. And the way people would get around this is either going like Mimic and having things that weren't foundations, or amassing a whole bunch of momentum. You'd see decks that would stack a whole bunch and would just say, I just need one move.
Yeah.
David having the insurance for that, but Monster vs. Machine just taking care of the cape, and all of a sudden, what do you have?
Yeah, that was a very different way that we usually see the Mitchell game plan being reusing your momentum. But I don't think Justin added a single card back. He just said, you know what? I'm going to get a momentum. He basically said this for Justin. Mitchell Shimino's text was, add the top card of your deck to momentum once per turn. that was essentially the text of the card.
Response to your review, create 2 power tokens.
Yes, actually. Response, review, create 2 power tokens. That's what he did. He did not use the value engine of the Mitchell deck a single time that game. Could just be a nature of the matchup.
Yeah.
I don't think he was trying to play, I think he identified correctly that, look, when he reviewed that Heaven Piercing Ice Wall, I think that was the moment that it became clear he's amassing a late game momentum sink. He is not trying to value trade freezing. Like, that's just not going to happen. So
no, especially with a character like Shin Godzilla, where if you poke and Shin Godzilla breaks foundations, there's a response that just gains life.
Yeah.
So if you try and hit with a bunch of little dinky moves, like Shin's life might end up being like 30 plus over the course of the game. And Justin said, no worries, I will just send this massive tall move.
David very courteously siding face up.
I didn't even notice. I was like, oh, jealous homunculus.
Yeah.
Huh.
It's all right.
Giving us something to talk about, right?
Yeah,
so,
for sure.
We have jealous homunculus,
This
potato.
is for the casters.
Yeah.
That he
no,
put in.
I'll think about it for the game.
Yeah.
He cited out the great bucklers. He's like, yeah, these won't do anything.
They won't do anything in this matchup. I don't think he has anything to.
It says Mitchell draws a card to cancel it.
It does say that, doesn't it? Yeah.
So
That is
potato. I wonder what the answer's on Justin's side. It might cancel like Moment of Normalcy. I believe it cancels unlike Guardian Angel, it's actually a cancel. Works on non-character, or it's only non-character, but it was an effect that would modify the damage of your attack.
Yeah.
So that would deal with Moment of Normalcy. It also would help with Dragon's Fortitude, maybe.
We didn't really see Dragon's Fortitude come into play.
No, he failed to check on the first one.
And also he decided he was not spending momentum a single time this whole game.
Yeah. He said, nope, I'm just going to go.
Those are
very tall.
Those are for Mitchell, actually. Yeah. Those cards, they're right there. They're not moving. And
yeah, it's funny because we get caught up in so many ways to print all this damage, and sometimes it's
powerful 3. Yeah. And that was the thing. Man. Because Monster vs. Machine did make contact, he did not have to make Walk the Dog powerful 4. He got to make it stun 2 instead.
Yep.
And then it was, even if he had a low, I don't think it was blockable because it would have been on minimum.
He would have needed a 1 low and check a
6. 1 low
because of the stun.
Yeah. Yes.
Yep.
Yeah.
Would have been on a 7.
Yep.
So
David, on an 8 because he had +1 speed with Mitchell, so it'd be a 7 low.
On an 8.
Yeah, he would
1
need
low, check a 6. He had 2 ready resources.
Yeah.
So David opening with disrespectful banter, Justin reading that. Another blow up a foundation card.
That is
I think it's enhance your attack, destroy. Your rival destroys a card, and your attack gains damage equal to either the block mod or the difficulty of the destroyed card. David has a Dark Ward here that will help with Breaker. Justin leading with Fighting for Control. That's probably the one he is most looking for in this matchup.
Maybe a Wide Awake. I love that card. Not sure it's too applicable right now. And he checks the 6. He checks the 6.
Just casually.
Just casually.
I mean, I don't really need this one. Might as well. I mean, my hand's about to do this. Let's go for it.
Yeah. I think he was okay with committing Mitchell there. He didn't really have a reason to keep it up. So I think he was okay with losing his character, but obviously the 6 just...
And the assault begins. There goes the fighting for control on Chomp.
Yep. We've seen this twice now.
Yep.
He said it worked. It worked last time, more or less. Gonna just do it again.
And here comes a big attack that you can no longer fighting for control. So we pass this somewhat easily. Now, too big to contain is interesting because it only destroys ready foundations. So if Justin is able to block this and tap out, then it cannot respond and destroy anything.
We talked about this yesterday with focused prism beams, where
it's just really tough to get the math right because you have to exactly tap out.
And you don't know what your check is going to be.
be.
And Justin did -2 speed it, so it's
if we had built a Yelena's, that would be one way to guarantee we tap out. But I don't think he had one.
We checked a 4. Did that do it randomly?
No. This fighting for control is going all over the place.
Oh, he's reading it now. Oh, I don't think he realized.
No, I should have said the wide awake should have gone, but it's okay.
Yeah.
I think he assumed it just destroys whatever when it dies.
I do think he did. I think he did assume that.
Okay, getting a final words.
And Jealous Homunculus going to do some momentum denial. Although Mitchell, the Mitchell character
comes back,
does get to add it back to his hand.
Yeah.
So it's all right.
It was swallowed by an abnormal. Just getting up to 7, maybe 8 foundations here. If we tap Shin, or that was not. Yeah, it was not passable. That was check a 5, tap Shin Godzilla. Justin already at 2 momentum after reviewing.
Already at 2 momentum. I mean, it only takes 5.
That was the clock last time.
It only takes 5, yeah.
Building 3.
2 Dragon's Fortitude, which I would be shocked if we see these get activated. I really
think he's going for the same game plan. And,
I don't blame him.
David will be doing his best to keep him off foundations, but if I walk the dog on a 4, it doesn't... You need 1 foundation, you know?
Truly.
The forceful negotiator response to punish an attack being played here too.
We didn't see a single one of those last game, and I was wondering where they went, but here they are. He's got one. He found one.
They're waiting for next game.
Yeah.
Comes another too big to contain. We know what it was. It does at this point.
Yeah.
But I highly doubt Justin will be able to tap out.
Yeah. I think he's gonna let something.
I think this might blow up a 1.
Yeah.
I mean, if we're not using the Dragon's Fortitudes, you can just leave them up. Say, hey, you can have these.
That's true. Is going to go ahead and commit the Jealous Homunculus, deciding he doesn't want it anymore?
I think it's not super... no, he sided that in, didn't he?
Exactly. That's what I'm saying, yeah.
Okay.
But he decided to commit it on the first attack.
Disrespectful banter coming in. That will blow up one of Justin's cards. Justin does not value standing tall very much.
I don't think it's applicable in this matchup, I'll be honest with you.
I don't think you're not going to deadlock.
Yeah.
It's already for like 11 damage to big to contain. My goodness.
Inspiring song
Picking
on
Justin. Okay, that's a little interesting because that might allow Justin to tap more foundations.
Well, or wait, he can prevent the exact. He can plus the check to prevent.
Oh, never mind.
Because
the thing I talked about.
The thing you talked about.
For people who don't know, Inspiring Song actually doesn't. You target an opponent and you don't say plus or minus until you see their check.
To the check.
David said plus to the check. So Justin doesn't get to commit anything he wants to.
Yeah. Wow. Very funny. We talked about this and we joked about how this would never come up. And I can't believe it came up right now. That's so funny. Yeah, so David does a lot. I mean, Justin checked a 6.
I mean an effect into relevance. I literally did. Okay, I assume the breaker is going to get dark warded. Unless he says, that's fine, I'm going to build.
Yeah. And he says, that's fine, I'm going to build. But he does go on a 4. Breaker. Breaker 2.
Pay for that one. He looks at the dark ward and points at it. Oh, maybe we just didn't. You know.
Yeah, it's like, oh, well, whatever.
It's fine.
It is fine.
You're 3 momentum away from killing me. I have 3 more turns.
Yeah. Oh, my God. Just the frantic waving of the card on the discard.
All right. Well, with two of them, we won't forget the Dark Ward this time.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. We gotta. We gotta.
I assume Final Wards will be dealing with Forceful Negotiator. Yep. David wanting those foundations. Justin reviewing, going to his third momentum. The Doomsday Clock ticks down.
Truly. 3 review steps remaining.
Yeah.
But
Justin debating an enhanced step.
Final
here.
Word's an interesting card. It is a form you can use at any point,
But it
unless
ends your
you
turn.
Yeah, unless you fail your final build, but it does end your combat phase. So Justin down to 3 foundations.
Maybe he's eyeing the Walk the Dog to draw. Yeah, it looks like we might just kind of. He's making sure
disrespectful.
Disrespectful
Yeah,
Bander cannot blow up on his turn. It is an enhanced your attack.
Yeah.
You check
And
the
we
Walk the
are
Dog
looking
here.
for it. He is gonna burn the
Hold
acrobatic
on.
style re-ready, it looks like, to
Did we-
give stun
Did we
2.
catch David here?
Oh man. We are gonna go +2.
So this is going to ready, and David
Yep.
is down to 1 foundation.
Yeah.
Definitely cannot block this.
Definitely not. If we
And
have a
this
second
is-
Walk the Dog, that's lethal. Guaranteed, right?
Yeah, I think so.
If he has a second Walk the Dog,
17,
that's just it. Yeah.
no, it's...
And he does.
17 plus 12, yeah.
Well, this is going to hit for 6, presumably right now.
Yeah, 17, and the next one will be for 18.
The next
Whoa.
one will be, for 18. Wow.
Yeah, I mean...
Let's see what he does. He's going for it. Walk the
we
Dog.
miscounted.
On
The
a
Doomsday
5.
Clock was...
The Doomsday Clock was right here. I bet David is
oh no,
really kicking himself up missing that Dark Ward. And it looks like we get +2 the powerful. It is going to stun out the last foundation. I don't know if it would have mattered either, but we are going to stun out the last
7
foundation.
speed.
7 speed. And it's going to be
I think this is a tough matchup for Shin.
Maybe this is a tough matchup for Shin.
You
I
just
think we were
don't
really,
really have
and
the-
that's it. Justin takes game 2 with the twice. He is very excited.
We don't
I
need
bet
no foundation.
He was sweating this whole. I'm sure. Like, you can tell by the way his deck is constructed with standing tall. He is expecting to go into deadlock. He is expecting to take these really
and Shin just
long,
forces a different game.
Yes, and
Entirely.
Justin adapted incredibly well. Adapted, I'm going to say almost immediately.
Yeah,
like
just realized, like, look, my win condition is just a 25 damage Walk the Dog.
Yeah. I did
Several
not
turns
expect-
before we even caught on to it.
Yeah,
You know, we
yeah.
sort of looked and we're like, wait a second. There's a Monster Machine. We tap the cape. There it goes.
Yeah.
Well
So,
played.
Very well played from Justin there.
A very different angle from the Mitchell that we have been thinking about and working on for a long time,
Yeah.
right? Like, you know, the good simple Mitchell is so, I'm just going to kind of sit here and move cards around and, you know, oh, you're in deadlock, now you're dead.
Yeah. And Justin said, I'm going to give my Walk the Dog powerful 4, and I have 5 momentum.
I remember when Armor of the Wolf would kill people.
Yep.
You know?
Yep. Also, I
Taking
will
us back.
say, David's deck, I had not seen it play previously. I think his Shin Godzilla deck is very impressive.
It's really scary.
I definitely think.
So David actually did a video sort of covering his LC
Yeah.
and covered his brother playing the deck. And I watched it debuild 5 on turn 2.
Yeah.
You know, kind of getting myself familiar with what people were playing for this event.
It was.
And I believe the Shin Godzillas are all doing pretty well too. As far as I know, they were all like 3-0 at one point.
Yeah.
Looks like we aren't going to get to do an interview though. Okay. So coming out of that match, both of these decks were not something that we sort of expected in this tournament, right? Maybe
No.
a little bit.
I don't think I played either of them.
How do you think they are going into the field? Because they're obviously gunning for that backup.
Yeah.
And they're going to have to get through some Rodans, presumably some Reiners, some ponies to get there.
Shin Godzilla into Pony seems very scary. I think you can just die, unfortunately. And it will take you. Denying Pony of foundations only matters so much.
When
because,
Queen does 10?
Yeah, and Pony's game plan is just check 5s anyway and commit nothing. So denying foundations means a few, fewer 5s can be checked, or more 5s have to be checked.
On the flip side, though, Chomp does have Breaker too, right?
It does. It does have Breaker too.
So there might be a game plan of like, I'm actually going to, instead of using these to destroy your foundations, make your checks worse and hope that the bad checks, combined with that, get you there.
Yeah. I will say Shin Godzilla into Reiner seems pretty favorable, but we are going to go to a short break now, and we
not
will
just yet. Not just yet.
be back. Oh,
yeah. So Shin Godzilla into Reiner is going to be like, just thinking this through, you can't really target the assets or backups that well. No, the backups. The backups do get destroyed.
Yeah,
Reiner does not have a lot of foundations. Yeah. So
And
actually,
Shin Godzilla
it's
triggers
probably pretty good
on hitting
in that
backup.
matchup.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah.
However, if you then manage to flip,
then it doesn't matter, right?
then you don't need like any foundation to pass your Thunder Spear barrages or stuff. Yeah, we were joking about this. Like, what happens if Reiner actually cannot transform because of foundations?
Oh yeah, yes,
Yeah.
yes. We were talking about this earlier.
We were wondering if Shin might be short a card type or something.
I forgot we had that conversation, but yeah, Reiner could be short foundations as his card type against Shin Godzilla.
Definitely could be.
But it looks like we are going to the winners interview. So we'll pass it over to Tam to interview Justin on his very impressive victory in our round 4 feature match.
What's up, everybody? Round 4 is done here at the Las Vegas Regional. I'm joined by Justin Martin, playing the homie Mitchell. First and foremost, Walk the Dog's a pretty good card, yeah?
Walk the Dog's pretty good. Turns out it kills Shin Godzilla at the very least, which, like, that's crazy.
So give me your thoughts going into this, because our casters were very nervous for you, saying Mitchell wants to play on a plethora of foundations. Shin Godzilla very good at denying that foundation resource. What was your game plan going in to deal with this Titan stomping through your foundation base?
Yeah, my main game plan was fear, actually. So I played this matchup into Patrick, who came up with the deck. David was telling me that it was mostly his deck. And I actually played it in teams, so I was a little bit lucky. Like, David was just unlucky that I have played into this before, which meant that I knew that if I ever played an attack and they could give it 2 damage, I was going to destroy one of my foundations. And that's not good for me. So I knew to like pick up the Heaven Piercing Ice Wall, which when I thought of that, I was like, oh, genius. And then knew to play every foundation in my hand until I hopefully have enough momentum.
So what was the record in teams? Obviously, like, the experience of playing it worked, but did you win the team game?
So I did not win my game. My 2 teammates carried me so hard, luckily, that round. It was actually 0-2. I got smashed. But I made some corrections, and I'm really glad they worked out. Like, turns out playing your foundations and just holding everything else is really good. And then game 2, siding out 3 attacks, which was Dean's idea, actually, my teammate Dean, for 3 foundations was also a really good idea, apparently.
You heard it here first. The best way to win your round 4 at a regional is to actually play in the side events the day before against the brother of the player that is playing it. So if all the stars align, you too can beat Shin Godzilla on Mitchell. Anyways, man, incredible game. Surgical, truly. We've seen a lot of really tight play in this. You had a very thin margin where you saw the opportunity, you smelled the blood in the water, a lack of a Dark Ward response let you kind of just eke the win. Good players don't make mistakes. Great players capitalize on their opponent's mistakes. And you did just that. So again, congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Before we get out of here and we shoot to back to my casters, any shout outs you want to give?
Yeah, obviously, shout out Team MGLA, still going strong. At least 2 of us here. I don't think I forgot anyone, me and Dean, but I'm sure there'll be a lot of us at Dallas and a lot of us at Atlanta. And then also shout out, one of us at Atlanta will be casting, Dean. So make sure to tune into the stream and tune into Dallas's stream too, because they are looking great.
Speaking of which, I'm going to throw it back to my casters as they give you a snapshot of what the field looks like in the current top 16 tables of the event, as well as a sneak peek at some more of those Tekken cards that we saw earlier in the day. With that, don't go anywhere. Back to my casters.
All right. So we have been talking about what we expect to do well all day, and I think we finally have a look at like who is doing well currently as of round. We'll have round 3 records, right?
Yeah.
So there'll be people with some buys, so it'll just be 2-0, some early results. But let's take a look.
So this is the snapshot of the top 16 tables at the event right now. Looks like we do have George and Marvin on Pony at the top, as we somewhat expected.
Table 1. I mean, most of these people have the same record, right?
Yeah.
Let's see. 3 Pumots. That is a lot, given Pumot was maybe 4 on the pie chart or something.
We have the Mothra Mirror at table 16.
Oh, that's
they're probly still going.
Yeah.
They're probably going for a while.
We have 2 Shin Godzillas at this point, 2 Mitchells, 3 Ponies.
Only 2 Reiners in the top 16 tables right now.
6 Rodans.
Yes.
5 Rodans.
5 Rodans.
5 Rodans.
Yes. Which was the most represented deck in the room.
Yeah.
And we have 2 Biolante. We did see Ross win the feature in round 2.
Yeah.
So it looks like Ross did get a victory in round 3 as well.
Jester at table 4.
And Constantine, the
we have Dino Mikasa.
the final regional champion of last year, running back Mikasa.
TC on Ymir, which
expected, as
he
we said.
very much enjoys that deck. Yeah.
Yeah.
We have 2 King Ghidorah 2s, which is another deck we were mentioning. And
Any
then
crazy outlier? I think Jester's probably the largest outlier. We do
Jester
have
is
one
surprising.
Peak feels like a deck that has kind of disappeared from the face of the earth, and then every so often we remember, hey, this character
It's
gives
just very
+3/+3.
tricky to decide how you want to play out your turns.
Oh, well, there's 2 Annies also. I don't think we even acknowledge that. There's 2 Annies.
And I don't know if either of them are the Annie that did well at Chicago.
I also
I'm
don't.
not
I don't
positive,
know.
but if not, that's really cool.
Yeah.
Very neat to see. It's one of those 7-hand aggro characters that could just Sunrun, given the right bracket and everything. And Boris is playing to Marvin. That's another one where win the die roll, just kill the pony.
Yeah.
How many lows you have for this artisan death? Like, I don't know.
There's a 4th pony. I thought there were only 3, but there are 4 ponies actually that I've seen. So
Yeah.
Rodan with 5, and then Pony with 4.
Yeah, it looks like
And then a lot tied
for
for 3.
Reiner right now, it's really just Will Godby and George Zhang.
Yeah.
So definitely underperforming a little bit. We'll kind of see how it ends up going.
Yeah.
I think we can actually talk about the Tekken regional promos as well.
So we are going to have a look at the
I'm excited. This
regional
action.
promos, the promos for the
This action
round
is crazy.
3 Dallas regional that will also be Tekken promos.
Yeah.
So we're gonna have a look at those in just a second.
Okay.
This is the participation. Death by degrees. The same static that we saw earlier. If you have 5 or less health, this stack gets -1 difficulty.
I gotta wonder,
If
is there a character here
that does something
do we
like
have,
that?
Do we have a 5 health guy?
After this attack deals damage, you may sacrifice 1 foundation or asset. If you do, destroy 1 card in your rival stage. Otherwise, your rival sacrifices 1 foundation. So must block attack.
Yeah. Or we're just going to take your best thing. And a lot of times, sacrificing a foundation or asset could end up being something you want to do, depending on how you're playing.
Yeah.
Right? There are various effects where you're either looking to build new things, like a committed enormous axe, blow it up, something like that, or you're blowing up like a loss of consciousness. Right? So interesting to see what the rest of the kit. Now that you've pointed out that static as well, I want to see what character is.
Yeah, well, these are on totally different symbols.
Oh, they are.
I don't think there's a single overlapping symbol from Zeus Unlimited. Zeus Unlimited might have had air. I don't remember what its 3rd symbol was. It was good order, but yeah, it looks like this could just be a mechanic throughout Tekken, not necessarily a character's kit specific one.
Which
but
then leads me to think, do we have like some way of living at low life?
yeah. Well, speaking of living, we have the Top Cut.
Yes.
Maybe
One of the
Top
ways.
Cut regional promo.
Let's get into
Is
this
a
one.
very, very defensive action. Impenetrable defense.
So I don't know if we have a close up of the card, but this is all of the Top Cut stuff. You get obviously you get the backup, the mat, the Dallas specific sleeves and deck box, which are I didn't really understand until Chicago just like how special these would be because there's only 8 of them. Like people really want these deck boxes.
Yes, they do.
But the attack is, the action. Okay, I don't know if we have it, but it's impenetrable defense. It is a 2 difficulty, good attuned 5 check. It has a response, which is after your opponent plays an ability that commits, flips, seals, or destroys a card in your stage, cancel it.
Yes.
It stops on character.
Yes.
It does stay in your card pool. However, this is an upside.
Yeah.
Let me double check the
we'll
other
have
line
that
of
in
text
just a moment
on it.
But yeah, it is a incredibly strong action.
So the card pool is before you would take damage from an attack, reduce that damage by 2, and it leaves. Here it is.
Yeah.
Okay. So before you would take damage from an attack, reduce the damage you would take by 2. So deflect 2 on everything.
Yeah, every single instance of damage for this entire turn.
This is good attuned. It's 3 difficulty. Okay.
Yeah.
But canceling characters, you can stop Reiner response here if you want. It's kind of free for Reiner, so it's not quite as powerful, but a lot of times think this is going to save some crucial piece that your opponent is targeting, which is really, really strong. And then the cardboard response working for the entire turn, but you could also put this in with something like Ocean Betties. You can
Yeah.
add this in and just the entire turn.
Also
you
block
take two
with
hits.
it.
You could just block with it. Yeah, but that's less synergy. You know, we gotta be cool.
Yeah,
we gotta,
yeah.
Gotta
We
do the
have to-
fancy stuff.
You gotta press some buttons.
Yeah, so
this is,
really cool card. Top 32 promo looks great. I'm excited to. Actually, I'm sad because I can't compete Dallas. However, I'm excited for people who get to get their hands on these. Right?
Yeah, this my first thought when I saw this was Godzilla, King of the Monsters.
Oh no,
may be dethroned.
This
that first form with this in the format.
If this card is around, this
Yeah.
is one of those like when we looked at like an Elder Toguro when Guardian Angel of Chinatown was printed.
Yeah.
We're like, oh no, because you have to flip in that character.
Yeah.
So yeah, I don't know about King of the Monsters for the last couple months that he's legal. If the good symbol is back, as people are saying,
Yes.
you know, if Impenetrable Defense is a card that is seeing play, you're not allowed to press that.
You're
first
not
form.
allowed to press that button. You lose instantly.
Yes.
If you
commit
first
discard first form, commit discard 4, cancel. Yeah,
it's rough.
That's rough.
Yeah. But very,
so-
very cool card.
Both of these cards will be available at Dallas. The participation promo for signing up, and then you can get these. You know, you can get up to 6 of these for topping and then winning.
Yeah.
So really, really cool stuff. Looking forward to seeing everyone duke it out in Dallas. I will not be there, but I'll get to see everyone play, and Armor Might will take down the regional. So,
One can only hope.
Yeah.
All right. So that will do it for our coverage of round 4. We will be back after a short break with the next round, round 5 of the round 2 regional in Las Vegas.
Don't go anywhere.
Don't go anywhere.
See you guys soon.